Alright, next is Omen Exitio Plague. I see there's something that says side stories, but I'm like, So we're just gonna do main story. I didn't play, don't worry. I literally just hit new game so I could get the cards. The beginning of a journey. I guess I have to read! You're accompanied by the sounds of the rigging rustling in the wind and the swelling of the waves as you stroll along the ship's decks. Its rocking evokes a slight sense of nausea, the wood groaning faintly with your every step as if something inside wanted to scream, but didn't quite have the energy. Can I have it read for me? There's notes, there's character sheet. Oh! My name's Jack Huntington. Ooh, I was born a long ass time ago. Oh, 5'11". I'm a small lad. Oh, I'm a widower. Aww. Fighting helps you face your enemies. It includes unarmed combat and the ability to use firearms. Okay, observation allows you to notice details that are normally ignored by most people. Help you find clues. Medicine is useful for treating your companions and yourself, but can also be used offensively. If you know where to hit to do more damage, you do not need brute force. Agility helps you jump, run, and dodge enemy hits. It allows you to take advantage of speed in combat rather than force, but also to escape quickly if necessary. And then Speechcraft allows you to persuade and about that phone! Hello? This to get a new head. Roomies are gonna be so confused, but yeah, essentially it's a new head. It's very expensive. I have 3 over 5 and a bunch short. Nice. Super serious, no. Right, see, it's like everybody has different variety. Here, let me come back in now that I'm not messaging people anymore. Oh, what? Red flag? What? Hold on. Weather warning. Red flag. Fire weather warning. It's... What do you mean fire weather warning? It's hella cold outside and windy. Means warm temperature. Warm temperatures? What the... Oh my god. Temperature in Austin.
In Austin, it's currently 70 degrees.
Uh-huh. It's cold. Only one. My dumbass had one too. See, everybody's got one. It's fine. We can vibe together. But a part of me's like, I'll probably be single for a good long while. Because I am picky and busy. Mainly busy. I'm mainly busy. That's the truth. I'm busy. I'm a busy gal. Adobo 70 is cold. Okay, well, the wind blowing, the wind chill. Okay, also I went out with tanky tops. So, Alright, we're reading Speechcraft, and then we got sidetracked. Allows you to persuade and intimidate those in front of you, obtaining information or manipulating their actions. Words, at times, are much more effective than any weapon. Okay, so we have a character sheet. Story, notes, map. Okay, notes. Back to the story. I don't know how hard below 70 is t-shirt weather. The wind chill. 70 is 21. That's what I'm saying. It's perfect, but that's why I don't trust it, because when I went out there, it was hella cold. Did it suddenly get hot within the last 2 hours? Hold on. Okay. Yeah. It was like 65 this morning. Hold on. Give me... Yeah, it's 68 right now. Google lying to me. I know my weather. Let's see. I don't know, apparently we got fire warning. It's too hot now. Mean weather can change super fast these days. Oh yeah, that's true. Oop, did I skip something? No. A journey, a long journey. Your ship is headed for Zanzibar. How long have you been at sea? You cannot even remember. The days follow one another, never changing. It feels like living in an endless haze, dazed and captured by the outline of those unknown waters. But all in all, you don't mind the feeling. After all, you are here to forget. Your name is Jake Huntington. Too hot out. Need to stay inside. Can't handle you. Too hot right now. No. Never. Your warning includes high winds and low humidity. Shows myself out.
No, come back, Tony. Come back. It's okay. Come back.
Come back. That's right, I'm Jake Huntington. You are a doctor, a researcher, or at least you were proud to call yourself one before your entire world crumbled around you. You've always fought to save people's lives, but now you face a different battle where you have to kill. Such is the irony of fate. You enlisted in order to escape from yourself and above all else from the pain. You look out to sea, wondering whether the ship can carry you far enough. I'm sorry, what? I thought I have an oath? Reality seems suspended during sea travel. Time loses all meaning and extends indefinitely. Just like the blue expanse spread out before you day after day, you've been watching the horizon ahead, bobbing up and down. Up and down. When? Sup, Ed? Jake, remind me again why we're here? It feels like all this water has wiped my memory clean. The voice belongs to Ed O'Bannon, a blonde Irish boy. Ooh, he can't be much older than 16. Oh, never mind. And just like every other evening, he's had a drop too much to drink. Oh, no. Yet he blames the long voyage for his memory lapses. You're an alcoholic? I was just like, ooh, blonde Irishman. I was like, oh, no. Notes. Ed. Blonde hair, skinny, tends to become troublesome when he hits the bottle, which he loves to do, but is a trusted companion. Okay, I have 2 experience, but my experience points cost 10. Indulge. Speak with Ed. You don't feel much like talking. It's late and you'd rather go back below deck. Oh, should we make this fun? Do you guys want to pick, or should you be like, no, Nina, you pick? You know, I have options. I can choose. Because I think this one's a paid game. I skinned it. God, it's gonna hurt tomorrow.
I need a band-aid.
Should we indulge or ignore? Right, let's indulge him. Let's go for it. What up, Ed? O'Bannon, I have no idea why they're sending us over to this forsaken island on the other side of the world, and let me tell you, I don't care. All I know is that Tamar will be there at last. With these words, you leave Ed to his goddamn Irish drinking socks and head below deck. It's time to sleep. You're lying in your bunk, and just like every other night for the best part of a year, you're having a hard time falling asleep. You toss and turn in your sweat-soaked sheets. Until... Sup, Ryan? Jake, are you asleep? New character, more experience. It's Ryan Vespucci? Vespucci. How do you say this? Because I will call him Vespucci. The man in the bunk next to yours, he is the assistant cook, hailing from Italy. Suddenly you remember that tomorrow, it's your turn this ship's mess. I'm gonna speak with Ryan. What is it, Ryan? I left you a list of the provisions we need in the gallery tomorrow. I want to talk to you about something else as well. I've been hearing rumors among the soldiers, but maybe we should discuss the matter tomorrow. Good night, Jake. That's Punchy. Poochie. Poochie? Poochie. That's Punchy. The dorm is filled with heavy breathing and the loud snoring of your companions. Apparently, everyone is sleeping soundly except for you. Turning over in your bed, you find the note Ryan left you under your pillow. You'll pocket it to read in the morning. It's probably nothing important after all. You light the candle, keep near the bed. I'm gonna read the note now. Vespucci. Vespucci. No, that sounds more Italian. Vespucci. Vespucci. Rossetti. Stereotype. It's okay, it's my last name. Thought you were Italian. Remember, I'm a fake Italian. Remember, I am a fraud. I'm fake. I have an Italian last name, but I'm not Italian. I was raised German and speak it, but I'm not German. I'm a big old conundrum. Yeah, let's read the note now. The candlelight flickers in the dark and the words come to life and dance before your eyes, while your pupils get used to the faint light of the wavering flame. Jake, you think you joined the army to atone for your sins, but you're mistaken. You're not headed for Zanzibar by chance. What the fudge am I reading? What you will see over there will change your perspective so much that you will turn to your old profession once again. And during this journey, you will discover that you have a friend. That's because the Italian in me cries.
That's because you are an earthling, Nina.
Am I? Am I, Tony? My spawn zone is completely random. Upbringing, island, completely random. I read my backstory reads like a Wikipedia article.
It's like, they were born here, but raised here. The household was this, but it was influenced by Pacific Islander and Japanese abound. And then they went to America for a hot second. Didn't like it. Came back to their island. Bullshit happened. Went back to America for college because they found out just as they were graduating high school that their high school just got accredited that year. Awkward.
Oh, that would have been so bad. They were like, oh yeah, our school's now accredited. And I was like, huh? And they're like, yeah, we just got it accredited. And it's like, just now. Just now. And they're like, yeah. And I was like, huh. Huh. Nina is a lizard person in hiding. Shh. Well, it's not Ryan's list. You wonder whether it's just an odd prank by your fellow soldiers, but it seems too clever for them. While considering several theories, you finally slip into slumber, gently rocked by the waves. It won't be long until the landing, but that doesn't mean you can escape kitchen duty. Ryan hands you a bag of potatoes to peel while he starts working on a bunch of carrots, slicing them with a skill and accuracy which is second to none. Better than anyone you've ever seen. Are you here because you really want to be a soldier, or are there other reasons? How long have you been in the army? Chat him up! Reasons, what's up? Are you asking me if I joined the army out of passion? Well, I wouldn't say no, but the pay is good and the meals are guaranteed. Besides, it doesn't seem to me that you're here for a passion either. Is that obvious? Says Jake. Don't worry, apart from some fancy officers, I bet a few people are here just for fun.
Share us your shifting powers, Nina.
I mean, I don't know. Shift? I don't... We can't reveal our secrets, you know this, Tony? No sharing secrets with the Earthlings. We gotta blend in forever. What was it? I'm sure there's a famous TikTok sound where it's like, if the men can know we can shapeshift, it's over. Shouts coming from the deck interrupt your chatting. Land ahoy! You hurry up and carry out your tasks before landing.
But don't.
We're at Zanzibar. Nina hides her tail well. Shh. But I want to shapeshift. Don't we all? I mean, I'll not to get too weird or too into this meta lore that we're making, but it's like, I don't know. I'm sure every kid has like that weird, not weird, but you know, like witch, wizard, Wiccan phase. Like everybody dabbles in magic at some point, and not like the which card, you know, like try to talk to spirits and stuff wherever you are. But I was on Guam. Not a lot of European spirits floating about on an island, you know? So, I probably tried to chat with what I could while I was there. And, I don't know, I feel more at home. But I'm like, maybe it's just because I lived there for, like, most of my life. But it's like, I feel more connected there. But it's fine. I gotta find my place. I'm trying to get back to the story. I am in that phase. You enjoy that phase. Oh god, do I still have it? I think I do. Hold on. There it is. Don't judge me. Oh god. Silver Ravenwolf was like the author. I was like, oh my god. Put it back. Oh, and then, like, in America, they had that school. So, like, I enrolled for, like, a hot second. For, like, a hot second, I was like, I'm an apprentice wizard at this school. And I got a grimoire. Books. So, yeah. Everyone has a phase. But I enjoyed my little phase. I liked it a lot. Because
It's, you know, I'm definitely with that very overbearing Catholic.
is the religion on the island. I was like, can I just believe in a bunch of gods, kind of like the Japanese, where, like, you know, every little shrine and temple is a god, and as long as one person prays at that temple, the god exists and is considered a god. And I was like, that's so beautiful. And they're like, yeah, but then if the person who's praying at that temple dies and no one takes care of the temple and, like, no one prays at the shrine, then the god loses its powers and he's not, like, a god anymore. And I was like, how do I pray to all the gods? And then little kid me, hence why I'm like, thank the gods or praise the gods, or like, the gods have abandoned me. So I'm like, whoever is listening, whoever wants it, come get the praise. Because, you know, you don't want them to die. Be wicked, we have all the gods. I know you have all the gods. I've read a bunch about them. But I want all of them. All the world gods. I want the Hindu gods. I want the Japanese gods. I want them all. All the gods. Anyway, Zanzibar part is a racket. Sailors yell in a wide variety of accents while goods are unloaded onto the docks. Piling up in small mountains of crates, you are on the deck. Read that right, Nina. Observing the slowly approaching shapes of Stone Town. Soon at last, you will once again set foot on solid ground. You are granted some free time, so you treat yourself to a stroll around town. You're walking along the quay when a beggar approaches you. His rough hooded tunic covers his face. He reeks and walks with a limp, leaning heavily on a stick. Even though you don't understand what he's saying, you understand from his gesture that he's asking for charity. Now give him some alms. You hand out a coin to the beggar, and as he reaches out to grab it, you notice a tattoo on the inside of his wrist. You only get a glimpse of it, but it strikes you with its peculiarity. The simple shape reminds you of an eye. Oh, I'm an omnist? Oh, I like that. I guess I'm an omnist. Because I'm like, why not all? Why not all gods? Omenism. I'm gonna research this later. Hold on. Omenism. No, not shamanism! The phone tried. It tried. The beggar tries to get your attention and follows you. He grabs your shirt, forcing you to stop. He slips his hand into your pocket and then suddenly starts running. His apparent disability is gone and he's no longer limping. I'm gonna chase him! The beggar... Wait, hold on. Beep, beep. Okay, cool. So I just see the eyeball and he's like, steal your stuff. The beggar runs along the dock as nimbly as an acrobat. When two sailors carrying some bulky crates pop out in front of him, he vaults clean over as easily as if he were stepping over them. The sailors stop to yell at him, dropping the crate and blocking your path. There's an echo again. No! What's causing the echo? That's so new. Can you tell me what exactly echoed? Like, was it what I was just talking about? And I guess how long of a delay, so I know how long to watch it. It's like your mic is playing twice. I don't think my headphones are loud enough that the mic's picking it up. How do we troubleshoot this? How long of a delay? Is it instant or is there a delay? Like less than a second later? Oh, how do I troubleshoot that? Hold on. Let me put on my ears. Blah. Blah, 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 blah. I don't hear it. Wait. I heard it for like a second. Blah, 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 blah. Blah. Where would I go? Imagine mix ox thing? Properties? It's set to voice mod. Advanced audio properties? The echo was more prominent. It was only a fraction of a second behind your voice. Let me turn off my ears because hearing me and then talking, I'm like, ugh. Well, I guess we're gonna do a little bit of troubleshooting on this. There's desktop audio, but that's off. Well, technically it's not off. And then there's video capture card and the mic aux. So I don't know where I would go to look to be like, there's an echo. And of course this happens right after the update. It would have to be with the mic aux setting, right? Do you see your voice going into multiple sound outputs? No. Well, hold on. Video capture card, maybe? I just turned it off. Does that kill the echo? Because it was very small. I saw it like moving. I don't know what the video capture device is, but it's continuously picking up sound. That might have done it? Okay. Cool. So yeah, I guess if you have an echo, go through your audio mixer and... Yeah, because I know my mic has the filters. What's video capture device then? I don't know. Probably one of these other mics. Yeah, there's no echo now. Oh, I'm glad we fixed it. Yay! I'm gonna go into the settings of this thing real quick. I'm gonna lock the volume. Hold on. I'm gonna bring it all the way down. That way if I accidentally unmute it, I'm gonna lock it. There. It's all the way pushed down. It's muted. Should not happen. Your webcam, maybe? Oh, maybe. Webcam. I trusted you. Cool. Glad we fixed that. Now back to drama story. Dun, 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 dun. Clear the way, go around. You ask them to let you pass, you ignore the men and go, yeah, go around. Oh no, that was my hack into your webcam. I mean, it wouldn't work because I put this on whenever stream is done. I just go doo 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 doo. Back to the story. I'm gonna say go around. You swerve right and sprint past the obstacles, ignoring the men and running straight towards the beggar. When the thief realizes you are still chasing him, he jumps onto one of the small boats moored in a row in the harbor. He hops effortlessly from one boat to the next in spite of their movement and quickly gets away. You won't give up. You'll catch the thief no matter the cost. Before continuing the chase, you better make sure he's actually stolen. No! I got questions for this man. Ha! Working up the courage, you continue the chase, hopping onto the moored boats. You manage to keep your balance, but after a couple of rather hasty jumps, you have to stop and slow down or you'll fall in the water. The thief, however, has landed on an occupied boat, and the fisherman on board has caught him by the foot in a bid to stop him. You must take advantage of it to catch up. You speed up, even at the cost of ending up in the water. You advance cautiously, taking advantage of the fugitive's struggle. I'm a doctor, but I'm also a soldier. I feel like I know how to jump from boat to boat, but then again, I've been on a boat for, I'm assuming, months. And now I'm on dry land, so it's like, sea legs. But then it's like, now I'm back on boat, so it's like, real quick. What's my stuff at? No, not notes. Character sheet? I'm at 6. I don't have any of the abilities. I mean, you're healthy. I don't... What? Hold on. His weight is 12th? 181? What? What is his weight? 12 stone. Oh, God. I was like... I don't understand. Got it. 12 stone. He's a big guy. I'm gonna say cautiously, because he has him, right? He has him, so I can use that as time. You see the beggar wriggling out of the fisherman's hole before hitting him square in the face with a punch that sends one of his teeth flying into the air and him straight into the brine. Moving cautiously, you detect a different path from the fugitives. Instead of chasing him, you move to the boat next to you. The shortcut you've taken lets you skip a couple of boats. You can reach him faster this way and pop up just in front of him. 168? The man leaps to get back on the dock, but you manage to catch him mid-flight. You both fall into the water. Oh my god. The man tries to resist, and he hits you, but he seems to have trouble floating. You manage to get back what was stolen from you, the message which was in your pocket. Was the fake baker just trying to steal some money, or was he deliberately aiming for the message? While you're engrossed in your thoughts, the thief manages to escape. You don't bother following him. You slowly swim to the dock and get out of the water. It's just like... thinking about stuff. You are still confused about what just happened when Ryan approaches you on the dock. Jit, the hell are you doing? Leave's over. We've been called to muster. You follow the half-Italian to the dock of your ship. The troop is examined and soon makes its way to headquarters. You march with the squadron you were assigned to, lost in your thoughts. You expected an entirely different welcome from Zanzibar. Continue. With sweat and blood.
I like this. It's a story.
Smith, wake up! Everyone on their feet, quick! You open one eye, followed by the other. You feel the slow swaying of the sea and the peculiar smell of the ship, something like unwashed bodies and acrid salt, which prickles your nostrils. Acrid? Acrid. But it's just for a moment, and within seconds, you're on your feet. It is Smith, the captain of the troop, who is yelling at you in the early morning. O'Bannon groans. He is still not up, and luckily the captain is unaware of it. The cries of Captain Smith could sink a battleship on their own. Character sheet. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I'm excited. We're gonna unlock a thing. Mysterious tattoo. You help O'Brien get to his feet. We're ready, Captain. Like, O'Brien, get up. Come on, O'Bannon, stop dreaming about whiskey bottles and get a move on. I'm awake. I'm awake. Your Irish friend's whiny character reminds you of a child who doesn't want to go to school. I mean, he's 16. He's still a kid. Not even my mom was this annoying. O'Bannon mumbles some more incomprehensible words. With considerable effort, he gets to his feet, wobbling. It seems he's still drunk from last night. You better keep an eye on him to prevent him from getting a severe scolding and a flagrant punishment. You're outside, waiting for the training to start. O'Bannon is next to you, still sleeping. After weeks of travel, Smith fears you have all gone soft. Looking at the men in your row, the doubt seems to be entirely valid. You can see the disorientation and lack of sleep on their faces. The air is filled with sand and your boots sink into the mud. The view is desolate except for some isolated shacks. Smith is explaining the details of this morning's training with a cracked, rasping voice. You're distracted by the view. The weariness from the journey makes his speech hard to follow, and you end up missing parts of it. But you are sure you're not the only one. No one can get used to this new situation due to the brevity of the captain's speech. You hesitate for a moment, but Smith breaks the silence with an unyielding command shouted aloud. Smith, come on! Move, ladies! Until you are well awake. Ooh, get one observation. You put yourself at the head of the group. You want to control the pace. Get one speechcraft. You stay next to O'Bannon and try to help him. Get a medicine. You follow Ryan, who's running at a regular pace. You don't want to get tired too soon. Or get +1 fighting. You try to surpass all the others. You want to prove yourself. Ooh, I don't know what I'm gonna need though. Okay, let me look at my character sheet. I mean, I'm about to get enough points to level up one of these. I kind of want speechcraft, because, I mean, I feel like I'll be able to talk my way out of anything. I'll be like, what? I think, yeah, let's go for speechcraft. My story. Yeah, speechcraft. O'Bannon limps at the back of the group. You improve speechcraft. Question. Now that I've improved it, is it still 10 for this? Ooh, now it's 20. Yeah, we're gonna spread the love. We're gonna spread the love apart. O'Bannon limps at the back of the group. Ed, you better pull yourself together quickly or we'll be in trouble. Don't worry, Jake. If I don't collapse, gasping for breath, this race will get rid of the hangover. Once you arrive at the training ground, you must crawl through mud and overcome several grueling obstacles, climbing walls, barbed wire, and thick tires. This time, no one waits for Smith to start barking orders, and you all dive onto the ground for the next exercise. You take a breather to see how O'Bannon is getting along. In his current condition, you are worried he will end up sinking into the mud and suffocate. Your concerns turn out to be well-founded. You see O'Bannon trying to slip out to catch his breath. Unfortunately, he ends up lying down with his face right in the muck in the middle of the training path. O'Bannon, keep doing that and I'll put you in isolation. Good job, Vespucci. Huntington, you need to work harder. Smith surely isn't generous with his encouragement. First aid. You try to clean yourself up as fast as possible. Your clothes are wet and heavy. Not exactly ideal for your next task. Climbing a palm tree as quickly as possible, picking a coconut, and climbing back down, preferably in one piece. Question, do I have time to put notches? Because honestly, machete, you do the 2 whacks, you know, get that little wedge, and then just to like get you up there, and then you just use the palm of your feet, or ball of your feet, however you say. You pretty much use your feet, and you just go like that. You should also have a belt for security so you can do the lean. Let's see, relax. We get medicine, observation, speechcraft, agility. I kind of want speechcraft because now that I know that every point after that cost 10 more points. Rope on feet work. Ooh, yeah. Or the climber's hook, aka bent dagger. Yeah. I kind of want to get speechcraft again, because now that I know it's 20 points, like, I'm about to get points to get this, so... Yeah, I'm gonna get speechcraft. Captain, O'Bannon is not feeling well. I asked permission to take care of him. See, I'm taking care of my boy. Smith, I appreciate your comradeship? Comradeship. Dun 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 dun. Off the phone with them. They are going to hold the package. Nothing's wrong. That's my address. Oh no, the poor person. Sorry, the person about the whole package is messaging me because I was like, hey, they're like, what is the address? And I'm like, this is the address. Error not possible. And it's like, ooh, he wants to see your coconut. Okay, good. I hope everything will be okay. Yeah, I was like, I don't want them to feel bad because it's not their fault. Because they said they put in Austin and I believe them. I just know that if, you know, you don't check it, you'll be like, oh yeah, 661 Austin, yeah, it goes here, and then it's like, oh, nope, somebody said Manor. It's wrong. All right, but I want to see your coconut all the same. You nod, helping O'Bannon to sit on the ground, then carry out your task. You try not to show any annoyance or irritation towards Smith. You deliver the coconut and get back to your mate. It's time for the gun test. Smith examines you quickly with grave glances, while a soldier hands you a rifle. The task is simple. You need to hit the target. Question. Is it 30 points? It's 30 points. I'm just speech crafted up. This is the vibe I'm going for. Do I have more speech crafting? You shoot with your rifle, then encourage O'Bannon to imitate you, trying to be convincing. Speech crafted up. You shoot quickly and return to Ed, who is clearly in trouble due to the alcohol still in his system. You get close enough to let him hear you, and you talk with a reassuring voice, which takes all of your patience. After a couple of seconds of O'Bannon staring at you vacantly and lost, the Irishman gets down to work and he shoots. Reasonably well. At least he managed to shoot. After the shooting range, Smith takes you to a large, flat, dusty area. In front of you, there are a series of worn-out cannons. Smith wastes no time in pairing off the men to cooperate in both the maintenance and actual use of the cannons. He probably wants to test your teamwork skills. You find yourself paired with O'Bannon, who joyfully comes to you, stumbling a bit. Okay. We can do observation, fighting, or agility. Because I'm just like... Alright. Agility lets me be crafty. I'm assuming I'm gonna have to fight somebody at some point. Notice details. But fight. Unarmed combat. And firearms. I mean, I'm a soldier. I feel like I already know how to go pew pew. I'm gonna say observation. Because that's honestly what I would do. I'd watch someone else do it and then do it. You carefully watch the other pairs busy with their cannons. O'Bannon is too preoccupied with his headache to help you much. You mimic two skilled soldiers, and in all, you manage to shoot decently. Smith is not satisfied at all, and he sharply explains your next task. It's time to practice hand-to-hand combat. Naturally, you are paired with O'Bannon. You look at your partner, assessing his state. He is still a bit dazed, but at least he is standing and seems a little more aware. So you get set to carry out the task. There's medicine, fighting, and agility. I feel like we should do medicine. You try to strike O'Bannon to stun him without hurting him too much. Yeah, O'Bannon hesitates for a few moments, then starts to hit you. You exchange some blows, then you manage to land a punch between his neck and shoulder. You have planned it well. O'Bannon falls to the ground, semi-conscious. Victory is yours. Smith stares at you for a couple of seconds, then he mumbles something but seems pleased. He orders you to get started on the next task. Once again, you are to practice hand-to-hand combat, but this time your opponent is Vespucci. You look at him, and he smiles. You both know he's stronger than you. Observation. Ooh. I feel like I should do observation. Observation or medicine? I'm just gonna try to get all the expensive stuff first. Observation, medicine, speechcraft. You try to buy time in order to find a fault in his guard. You try to limit the damage, raising your hands. Ooh. Observation. I feel like details are going to be key. Because then if I notice the details, I can use my speechcraft to be like, I noticed blankety blank. You decide the best strategy is to observe Vespucci's technique. You take your time. You dodge and block his blows. Oh, you're getting tired, and you feel pain where you have been hit, but your strategy pays off. You realize Vespucci's guard is full of openings. You hit him with a well-calibrated jab to the chin, knocking him down. As your comrade brushes the dust off his trousers, you hold out your hand with a smile. Ryan smiles back, takes your hand, and he gets up, congratulating you on a good fight. Bros being bros. Smith continues relentlessly, shouting orders. You pick up all the equipment, the backpack, and the training rifle. It seems that the captain wants you to be full of adrenaline for the combat simulation, so that you don't hold anything back. He forces you to run right through the jungle to reach your next destination. I thought we were in an open desert. There's a jungle now? You glance at O'Bannon and notice his arm's bleeding. You stop and help him. No, he's bleeding! Wait, Ed, what happened? You point at the trace of blood on his hand. O'Bannon shrugs to minimize his injury, and you answer with a smirk, gesturing at him to come towards you. You try to patch him up as best as you can. You can look after his injury later with greater care. I had to stop. You got hurt during our fight. You wash the wound and bandage it. I'm gonna take the time. Come here, Ed. As slow as you are, we will be last anyway. O'Bannon mumbles and smirks, but he gives you his arm. You lift his sleeve and check the wound. It's not too bad, but it may get infected here in the dirt. Yeah, what year is this again? I was born in 1867? Yeah. Dirt's bad. You clean it with your canteen water and wrap it up with a handkerchief. When the training is over, you'll take another look at it. You and O'Bannon are the last to reach Captain Smith's prearranged spot before panting and red-faced. You're welcomed by a barrage of insults, which Smith spits at you both with equal parts saliva and venom. The squadron moves on together, but without you, O'Bannon, and Vespucci. You fell behind to deal with your friend's wound, and the Italian one to assist you. He is always ready to help. Go get your haircut, bro. Ed is immediately taken to the headquarters in order for his wound to be sutured. You wonder whether you should follow him and perform the task yourself, or leave him in the hands of another doctor and go on with the training. Ooh. I mean, I am a doctor. I'm gonna go with him. You follow O'Bannon to the shacks that the troops' headquarters are made up of. You navigate the movements of the men who carried your friend, and you move closer to suture the wound. You go back to Smith. Training is not over yet. You stay at the headquarters. Dirt's bad. Stay inside. I'm gonna say I'm gonna go back to the training, because training is important. Now it's time for the last part of the training, teamwork. The troop stops near an abandoned fortress, and the two groups are ordered to get into formation. One will attack the walls, the other will handle the artillery, either bombarding the weak walls of the fort or providing cover for the frontline soldiers. You attack the walls, you handle the artillery. Walls? The fort is not that big, but it makes an impression nonetheless. You have to scale the walls with your group, and you don't have much time to choose a strategy. Agility, observation, fighting. Observation, let's go. Let's gain all the points. With the artillery, while the artillery shoots its bullets, you study your target. You realize the fortress has an access point you could easily break through. Due to the cover granted by the riflemen, you share your plan with your men, and you all hurl yourselves against the wall to get inside. There are intense moments, filled with shouts, blasts, and dust. The simulated battle seems quite real. The day is now coming to an end, and the mock attack on the fort has been carried out. The men are all exhausted, yourself included. Smith, I'm proud of you all. Today you made a real effort. Tomorrow we could even go on the attack, but for now it's time to rest and refresh ourselves. The day's light has almost disappeared below the horizon when your captain brings the soldiers back together. He has an important message for all the men. He has not yet started to talk. He is waiting for everyone to sit down, but you can feel some serious tension filling the air. The pro-British Sultan, Hamad bin Thuwaini, I hope I said that right, ruler of Zanzibar, died on the day of your arrival on this island. Oh, and Khalid, an illegitimate ruler, has since taken his place. An ultimatum has been sent to Khalid requesting that he abdicate peacefully. That ultimatum will expire tomorrow morning. Oh, 4 experience points. Your squadron is lined up in the courtyard of the headquarters. It's 8 o'clock in the morning, but this time everyone is wide awake. You are ready to set off for the Sultan's palace. Looking around, you can see the anxiety in the faces of your fellow soldiers. What did I just scratch off me? Anyway, we got points. Bam! Let's see. Agility or fighting? Probably fighting. I mean, I'm a soldier and a doctor. I know where to hit people to cause damage. Jump, run, dodge. Speed in combat rather than force, but also to escape quickly if necessary. But fighting... I'd say put some in fighting. Might as well, right? The time given for the ultimatum is almost up. The British force is composed of various ships and around 1,000 men, but the Sultan's army should not be underestimated. Between his most loyal men and the soldiers subdued to his will, the prince has gathered a small army, certainly enough to propose a threat? Not pose a threat, propose a threat. The reason for Smith's urgency in training the men, with all those hours crawling in the mud and climbing palm trees, is now clear. He was figuring out how prepared his soldiers were, rather than just training the new recruits. Khalid's granted time is almost run out, and the Rear Admiral Harry Lawson, who is on board the St. George, notifies the men to stand by for the attack. You don't know him well, but you have heard he is intolerant of anyone who fights under any banner but his. It's General Lloyd Matthews who begins the attack, ordering his men to open fire upon the Prince's palace. Well known for his extraordinary willpower and determination, Matthews has just one goal in this fight: unseat the usurper as quickly as possible. Even Smith seems intimidated by the figure of Zanzibar's Prime Minister, General Matthews, and nervously commands his troops to move forward to the palace. He wants a reconnaissance group to avoid ambushes and to look for the best point to strike. Ooh. You offer to go on reconnaissance to the docks. You offer to assault the palace guards. You stay silent and wait for further orders. Ooh. Ooh. I almost want to say, put me at the docks? Because I would like some say in my fate. Sir, I'd like to volunteer to go on a recon mission to the dock. Smith appreciates your initiative. After looking you straight in the eye for a few moments, he decides to put you in command of the operation and chooses a group of men who are going to follow you and take your orders. No. No! I don't want to be in charge! You lead your group, running close to the palace walls and sliding along like thin shadows in the daylight. You place yourselves near the shore, hiding behind the dunes, where your backs barely sink into the sand and your watchful eyes can have a view of the entire dock. All around you, the sound of the cannons echoes from the allied ships, which are wiping out the opponents. Observation. You can lean out of the sandy mound, checking the situation around you. Speechcraft. You encourage your men. Which one's higher? Probably speechcraft, right? They're equal! I want to say observation, because we're on a recon mission, so I'm gonna, peek out. Success! With a rapid glance, you realize most of the Sultan's artillery has been neutralized and the English ships have bombarded the shores, annihilating any resistance. Many locals are dead, and you watch as the injured are being carried away. In the distance, not far from the dock, you see the only enemy ship sinking, mirroring the situation on land. Oh, 4 experience? Do I have enough? Nope, I need 4 more for agility. Got it. Getting there. The whole situation seems to favor the British army, so you decide to retreat to the palace gardens. This way, you can support your allies in the battle, which is almost at its climax. While you move forward, you meet your allies on their way back. They are euphoric, and when they see you, they flail their arms around with joy. The war for the Sultan's palace has turned out to be a surprisingly short-lived affair. After only 45 minutes of steady cannon fire, the British army has forced the Sultan and his men to surrender. Despite the brevity of the battle, you are happy with yourself and how you managed to contribute to the victory. At the end of the fight, while he addresses the troops, Smith unexpectedly addresses you in front of the other men. I didn't do anything. Huntington, you did well in the battle. I didn't know you were a leader. 4 more points, which means I can get agility. You head towards the headquarters with your troop. You walk away from where the fight took place and turn to look at the Sultan's palace, which is still surrounded by smoke from the battle. The ruins collapse in upon themselves, causing clouds of sand and dirt, while you see the British ships in the distance peacefully sailing away in the background. You fell behind. The rest of the troop are now far ahead. Jesus Christ, this music. You speed up to reach them with an elegantly dressed man approaches you. On the street, the stranger takes his hat off in green and he speaks to you with a German accent. Okay. Hello? Stranger. The problem with knowing German is I can't put on an accent because I know how it's supposed to sound and I know how English is supposed to sound. So putting on an accent is, difficult. I can try, though. Mr. Huntington, could I trouble you for a moment of your time? Ugh, that does not sound like a German accent, Nina. Try again. You're confused. You've never seen this man, so far as you can recall. You stop on the street, staring at him without uttering a single word while the crowd seems to distance itself from around you, as if they were trying to avoid the embarrassment of an uncertain situation. Finally, your mind manages to find a concrete answer while your mysterious interlocutor waits with great patience with his hat held to his chest. You politely ask the stranger's identity. You are sure you've never seen him and you have no time to lose. Okay, calm down. Pardon me, but do we know each other? Forgive my rudeness. My name is Meyer. Nice to meet you in person, finally. He keeps smiling at you, barely bending his head in a sign of respect, as if he's waiting for your next query, which is not long in coming. The pleasure is mine, Mr. Meyer. May I ask how you know my name? You see, Mr. Huntington, I am here on behalf of a group of people who deal with public health. The gentleman group I belong to is very interested in what happens around it and in the whole world. You, we know, of course, by reputation. What reputation? You're just one of the many doctors in London, and you're not sure whether your neighbors would recognize you. Meyer's German accented speech stops the flow of your thoughts. I'd hope to talk to you if you have time, of course. You accept Meyer's invitation, intrigued by his words and his mysterious group of people, or you walk away from this man, slightly concerned about how much he seems to know about you. You know what? I need friends. I'm a widow. I need friends. Sure, let's go. You sit down at a bar along the street. The man orders 2 coffees while he watches you with a strange but friendly smile, unable to inspire trust. Oh no. He raises his cup just a little, sipping his coffee and studying your every movement, making you uncomfortable. Please, don't be nervous. You make me feel like an executioner ready to cut your head. Ah! German. German's trying to break the ice. That tracks. The man smiles, then he lowers his cup in front of him, leaning his elbow on the table. His hand meets in a tangle of fingers near his chin. He never stops staring at you, not even for a moment. Meyer, do you have a crush on me? We know you're not a soldier. Your medical research is cutting edge. I and the gentleman I represent have gathered a lot of the information about you and would be interested in working together. Think of us as modern patrons. He laughs as if he found his metaphor enjoyable, or perhaps he's simply amused by the astonished paleness of your face. You don't need to answer yet, Mr. Huntington. Think about it. You know that every disease has consequences. Some of them go beyond the deplorable loss of human lives. We are studying a dreadful disease which could soon turn into a pandemic. Ooh, that is interestingly timed. For this reason, we are looking for people who could really make a difference in dealing with such diseases. People like you. You should not quit. Even though I can understand how, after your terrible tragedy. Tragedy! Is he really talking about Helen? He really has done his research on you because that was no joke. You can't help wondering how he knows so much, especially about Helen. Okay, so let's go away. You manage to leave as soon as possible. You don't like where this is going. Listen, you want to see where Meyer intends to go with this or reply. Even if that man knows many things about you, he'll never know how you felt about losing Helen. I'm gonna listen. The man looks at you right in the eye, holding your stare without a little uncertainty. Stop playing at soldiers, Jake. It doesn't suit you, and you're wasting your time right when the world needs your brilliant mind. Think about it, Mr. Huntington. Ooh, we went from first name to last name. I see what you're doing, Meyer. We are willing to offer everything you need to help you change the destiny of the whole world. The man waves goodbye to you, without granting you the chance to respond, vanishing into the crowd like a ghost. The meeting has left you pensive and distraught. It seems Meyer wants your collaboration, offering you his help, yet there's something about him that doesn't convince you. Too many secrets and oddities. New character? 4 points. Do I have enough? No, I need 1 more. No, 2 more. 2 more 4-point sessions. You enlisted to forget Helen and the illness which took her away from you, but your efforts have been in vain. Your wife would have never wanted you to quit your job, yet not being able to save her destroyed your self-confidence and left you consumed by doubt and guilt. Now, it seems the past is trying to reach out to you in some way. Then you remember the message. You'd like to ask Meyer whether he sent that warning. You regret not having thought of it before, but it's too late now. He's already long gone. Invisible evil. You're at the headquarters, during one of the quiet moments granted by training. A man comes up to you panting heavily to tell you that you've been summoned to see Smith. Your curiosity piqued, you head to his office. Following the Battle of Zanzibar, you have no idea as to what Smith could want from you now. You soon find yourself in front of Smith, who silently looks you up and down. His eyes freeze you to the spot. After looking at you for what seems like an infinity, not an eternity, infinity, the captain clears his throat and looks out towards the window. Smith, the country is in a critical condition, Huntington. A dangerous disease is spreading along the borders of German Africa and British East Africa. He turns his head, barely looking at you. Even the German border? Meyer mentioned a disease. An epidemic. Is this the same disease he was talking about? You wonder why Smith is so interested in this mysterious outbreak, but you stay silent, waiting for him to continue. I'm going to lead a regiment which is departing now to investigate that area of the country and study the threat. I would like you to be a part of the expedition. You're opening your mouth to answer when Smith turns back towards you and leans his arms on his desk. He's wearing a slightly pained expression. He then starts leafing through a stack of papers, carefully examining them. This time, I need your academic skills more than your soldiering skills. I've read your files. You were a doctor back in London, a very good doctor. I want you to join the expedition to study the disease. This was not what you'd expected. Working as a doctor reminds you of the failure which had led you to run off, to enlist, to fight in order to avoid your painful feelings. You were unable to save the one person you love more than anyone else in the world. Now Smith needs your medical skills, and you can't very well disobey his orders, yet you are unsure how to proceed. Reluctant. I'll join the expedition, Captain, but I am here as a soldier, not as a doctor. Excited. With pleasure! I'm excited. The captain gives a hint of a smile, barely changing the grave look in his eyes. It's clear, however, that he is relieved to know you will be with him. Get to the armory, Sergeant. Get to the armory. Sergeant Carrig will provide you with the equipment you'll need for the mission. Prepare yourself properly, Huntington. We will be heading into some dangerous places. As you are walking to the armory, other thoughts gather in your mind. Your past is coming back to you like some kind of threatening shadow, cautiously approaching, waiting to pounce on you at the first opportunity. I love this dialogue. One more mysterious disease to study, and that man, Meyer. You wonder whether this is the same disease or all this is just a bizarre coincidence. Sergeant Carrig, you met him when you enlisted in London, and you have gradually taken to his scowling face and his harsh and abrupt manner. He is a pedantic and excessively dutiful man, but he probably wouldn't have been put in charge of weapons and supplies without these qualities. As always, he stares at you with half-closed eyes as if trying to focus on you. Huntington, what a pleasure to see you. I didn't know you'd be assigned to this mission. I can't believe they'd still trust you with a rifle. He bursts into a brief hoarse laugh at his own joke. Friendly, exchange a couple of words with Sergeant, or professional? Cut to the chase. I will be friendly with the man. Sergeant, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but my aim has improved greatly since we first met. Now I can even hit a moving target. You spend some time chatting with Carrig, who keeps staring at you with that half smile which splits his face into two asymmetric parts. He reminisces about an amusing incident from the past, which was considerably more embarrassing for you than for the sergeant. He appears delighted by these cadet memories. After a while, you decide to cut him short so as not to be late for Smith's appointment with the regiment. I'm setting out again, Carrig. One more expedition. Something big's come up. Something big? Is it a promotion, Huntington? You don't have enough scars yet to play the big veteran yet. The sergeant laughs, but he watches you with a beady eye. He never pushes his mockery too far. You know perfectly well that Carrig likes you. He even took you under his wing to some measure. He likes me. Well, Smith told me something about it already. It seems he has a thing for you, the captain. Well, if that's the case, you'll need the appropriate equipment. Everybody likes me. You're not sure whether Smith is capable of having a thing for anyone, or anything, but you don't dispute Carrick's words or even answer him. Carrig takes you to another part of the armory. The room is big, but mostly empty and somewhat abandoned looking. The war at the Sultan's palace must have drained a large portion of the British supplies and provisions. The racks are almost empty, and Carrig only puts two weapons on the table in front of you, a rifle and a pistol. Huntington, you can choose one weapon only. This isn't London. Our resources are limited. Pistol. I'll take the pistol. Rifle. Nina, everyone like you in IRL as well.
Stop! Go. Stop it. It looks nasty.
Can you even see it? Kinda.
That white spot, that's skin missing. I went at the punching bag today because I was like, rawr.
Alright, part of me is like, if we grab the rifle, we can shoot long distance targets and obviously up close targets, but it's gonna be hard to hide. Also, we're going into a disease land. I would say a pistol. Yeah, pistol. I can conceal that bad boy. He dismantles the weapon and puts it back together with extraordinary familiarity. God, it's the liarity words that get me. His movements are quick and precise. The sergeant carefully checks the pistol and hands it over to you, together with some ammunition. Where are you heading, Huntington? Command hasn't told us a damn thing about the mission, and Smith is quieter than a mouse. Squeak. Carrick pretends not to care, but it's obvious that he's extremely eager to know what's going on. Neither is he subtle. That information's classified or speechcraft. You put some emphasis in story, eager to voice your concerns. I have speechcraft. Success! There's a disease, some sort of epidemic, terrorizing the whole of East Africa. Smith wants me to join the expedition because he knows about my past as a doctor, and he'd like me to study the disease, but I'm not so sure that I'll be able. I don't You hesitate for a moment, your nervousness given away by your shaking hands. Carrick seems to notice it and he stops you mid-sentence. Somehow, your being honest has granted you his sympathy. Alright, I need one more. Well, I need a lot more than 4, but the cheapest now is 20. Okay. Saving up our points. It sounds like a dangerous mission. I have something that might come in handy. The sergeant starts thoroughly searching the drawers of the armory counter, carefully moving aside ammunition and mechanical junk of all kinds. Where the hell is it? I was sure I put it here. Oh, here it is. Carrick stands up again and puts a little object in your hands. It resembles a gun, but it's tiny, like some sort of miniature toy, rather than a real weapon. You can't help but notice that, unlike everything else here, the gun is entirely spotless, polished, and seemingly brand new. Is this a ladyfinger gun? Because if so, I'm excited. Am I gonna put it in my boot? Put it in my boot. Put it in my little breast pocket. I know nothing about medicine, Jake. It's not my field. One thing I do know, though, is that in close contact with the enemy, this little thing here could be the difference between life and death. Staring at you with extreme seriousness, he gives you the weapon and shows you how to grip it. It's a single-shot Colt Derringer? Derringer. Don't let its size fool you. It's as deadly as any other weapon and easier to use than the rifle. He tries to diffuse the tension with an empty laugh and puts a hand on your shoulder. You put the Colt in an inner pocket and smile back at him. A silent gesture of gratitude. I gotta go with the rifle. Now to the storeroom. I've got something for you. Oh, got an achievement. I'm just paranoid. I'm checking. No, Pursuit 6. Because I see it over here. I'm not fast enough to read it. You follow your old friend towards a fairly large room, as empty and dirty as the rest of the armory. It reminds you of the jungle where you train with the rest of the regiment. Perhaps it's just the same humidity sticking your clothes uncomfortably to your body. There are crates scattered here and there, but you can clearly see that the British store of weapons and supplies is running low. This equipment belonged to a doctor who was discharged some years ago. Carrick puts a magnifying glass, some vials, surgical calipers, and a first aid kit on the counter. Thanks, Carrick. These tools will be very useful. Do you have anything else for me? No. Okay, magnifying glass to look at stuff. Yeah. Some vials, collect samples. Surgical calipers, I believe I know what that is. And a first aid kit. I mean, he's like, this is what the doctor had. Let me just make sure. I believe I know what a caliper is. Caliper. Oh, yeah, I can... Yeah. Yeah, sure. You carefully place objects in your backpack and thank Carrick for everything. You talk about your time in London together and various other things before you say goodbye and take your leave. Good luck, Jake! All the new items. The sergeant keeps watching you with his half-closed eyes as you walk away, chuckling to himself as usual. You walk back towards headquarters, tightening your backpack straps as you go. Smith and a small contingent of men are waiting for you in front of the barracks, ready to depart. Huntington, you're always late. Aloof, you rejoin the regiment without getting lost in our conversation. You're pleased to see that Ryan is part. I want to be joyful. I'm happy you're here too. At least we'll have something decent to eat. I can't stand the food here much longer. There's insects in almost everything we're given. Ryan answers with a loud laugh and claps you on the back with all the delicacy of a London bare-knuckle fighter. They don't know how to make anything even remotely edible, I know. I just heard something about this mission. Something about a disease? What about you? Have you heard anything? After a moment's consideration, you decide to tell your friend what you know. Smith asked me to join this expedition as a doctor. He wants me to study this disease, and I'm afraid this is something serious. The Italian cook nods before his face lights up as he remembers something important. Oh, I almost forgot. O'Bannon should be with us too. As if summoned by some kind of ritual, O'Bannon appears at your side and puts his hand on your shoulder. Stop touching me. Look who's here, Dr. Jake and Vespucci, the golden light ladle. He bursts out laughing, then whispers in your ear. I have some really nice bottles with me. It's gonna be a good laugh. As usual, everything is a game for him. Somehow, each time O'Bannon opens his mouth, he reminds you of the stupid innocence of youth. Maybe it'd be better if the Irishman were to take the situation more seriously. The good humor brought by the young man is contagious and you can't help but... I think we should scold him, because if this is an epidemic, right? And, like, we're here to study a disease, I can't have him be drunk and sick and, like, end up using the supplies. Like, oh, I'm sick, I'm gonna take the medicine. It's like, no, we need this medicine. No. We're not here to enjoy ourselves, O'Bannon. You better stop acting like an infant if you don't want to go home in a box. Okay, that's a little harsher than I thought I was gonna be. You approach him firmly, but nonetheless, you know that you can appear cruel. Yes, of course. As you say, Doc. This is not the reaction you had expected from him. O'Bannon has taken your warning far too lightly, more as a joke. He won't follow the rules. Is he really just a wild spirit in the wrong place, or maybe it's his youth and inexperience combined with his strong personality? Despite everything, you feel more relaxed knowing both of your friends will be part of the mission. You don't really know the other men in the regiment yet. Smith is in front of you, smoking his pipe intently. He's holding the hand of a small boy. He looks about 6. Noticing your presence, the captain approaches with a child. Why is there a child? Huntington, you haven't met my son yet. This is Scott. He wants to come with us to see all the wild animals, but this mission is too important, isn't it? The child looks up at his father, pleadingly, hoping to make him feel guilty. The captain's stern expression melts away as he ruffles his hair paternally. Paternally. Another time, Scott! You say goodbye to Scott, who hides shyly behind his father. Smith yells out at the men. On the march, men! We have a long road ahead! Such a journey. Just like there's a child here in Zanzibar? Alright, so we need 2 more 4s, and we will be able to get another skill point we like. You're back at the sea. Since your arrival at Zanzibar, you haven't had a moment's peace, always being moved from place to place. Nonetheless, Helen's image is still engraved in your mind. The grief of her loss has torn you up inside. You hear her voice echoing in your head. She calls your name, pleading for your help. Jake! Jake! The horrors of your past still haven't left you, not even here, on the other side of the world. Lost in your thought, you hadn't noticed that the vessel you are on, which is much smaller than the ship that brought you to Zanzibar, and just big enough to contain your squadron, has reached the docking point of a seemingly abandoned village. You don't know what to expect yet, but the idea of confronting the disease that Captain Smith was talking about is putting you on edge. You quickly disembark from the ship and you get in line. Smith examines you, then orders a search of the village. You walk around the hut slowly and watchfully, as if expecting an attack at any moment. Despite the village's abandoned appearance, you examine some dwellings, and it feels like you're in a horror story. Some beds are still warm, there's still food and water on the table, and abandoned wooden toys and utensils give the impression of recent activity. It looks as if the people here had suddenly vanished, disappeared into thin air. Then you hear something, a sizzle in the air, an unidentifiable smell, mixed with that of dying embers. You look and see smoke coming from behind a hut. Your heart skips a beat. Maybe someone is still here. You move closer quickly. You can't stand the creeps this village is giving you. You go around the hut, and there, right in front of you, is the answer to all your questions. A big old pile of burning bodies? The stink is unbearable and forces you to cover your nose with your hand. Flies do a grisly dance around the carbonized corpses, flitting here and there like loose cannons. You stare at the bodies, stunned. Their flesh is covered by the remains of a bonfire, muscle exposed to the sparkling red embers, their carved-up expressions swallowed by ashes. It's a pile of death, black smoke, and buzzing insects. We're burning bodies. Well, we didn't burn them. Someone else burned them. Someone burned this whole village, probably in an attempt to contain the disease, which, depending on the disease, could backfire. Because, it's like, oh, fire, destroy. But then it's like, oh, if the disease is heat resistant, you have just made it airborne and now it can fly everywhere. Oh, that's just a dust. That looks spooky. Oh. Behind you, you hear someone approaching at a quick pace. You recognize that unmistakable sound and you turn to see Captain Smith. He's clearly worried, although he's trying to hide it from himself and the rest of the men. All the men gaze at the bonfire while a blanket of silence falls upon you. No digging, I feel left out. Takes out Witchfire. Well, all these bodies have been burnt. They weren't burnt fully. They just did like a one roast. So we can either keep burning them, Witchfire, or we can just bury them. So, or if you want, burn them and then bury the ashes to make sure disease don't go everywhere. Dig a fire pit. There you go. Dig a fire pit. Everybody wins. All right, observe. You move closer to the corpses to have a better look, or medicine. I'm going to say observation, because that's my better skill than medicine. Burn them and bury the ashes. See? Tony gets it. All right, observation. Success. You move closer to the corpses slowly, with some reticence? Retinence. What? Rectiscience. Ask the Google real quick. What is the definition of rectiscence? The quality of being reticent, reserved. The traditional emotional reticence of the British. What is reticence? Reticent, not revealing one's thoughts or feelings readily. That's so cute. It's specifically associated with being British. Cool. Learned a new word today. Despite the chaos, you managed to examine some of them properly, and you can't see any visible wounds. You cannot know how they died only by observation, but this could well be the disease. Is this what Smith had been talking about? That's not a good sign. As far as we know, this village should have been outside the contaminated area. The captain's initial hesitation betrays his concern. Smith pulls out a map from his backpack after having searched for it for a few moments and shows it to you. He points to the 3 small villages near the rebel camp. Reticence, pretty much reluctance. Oh! Also, hi, Larrington.
I can.
We are near the German border. We have to proceed carefully. There might be enemy soldiers in this area. You are deciding which village to explore first when a noise emanating from a hut startles you, making you turn instantly with your rifles ready to shoot. Walking slowly and with a terrified expression, a man moves closer with his hands up in the air. Stop! I am friend. My name is Betsarai. I help? The man watches you with anxiety, still terrified of being riddled with bullets. His glance moves frantically from one face to another. Then it rests on yours. Smith gestures to lower the rifles, then he steps forward and addresses Betsari. Who did this? Betsari moves his eyes away from you like he woke up from some kind of trance and follows Smith's gaze to the pile of charred corpses. Food? Oh, food? First eat, then help. Smith snorts, annoyed. Give him something to eat. He's coming with us. He could be useful. Betsari continues smiling, and Ryan gives him a food ration from his personal provisions. Smith's eyes return to his map while he slowly moves over to you. He passes the map to you. What do you think, Huntington? Where should we start from? It is clear Smith has full confidence in your judgment. Your role in this mission is of primary importance. How many points am I at? I'm at 20. Okay, we can do fighting, medicine, or agility. Probably medicine, since we're in it. We're in it with the disease right now. Map. Explore the South Village. Explore the West Village. Explore the North Village. But here's the thing. The South Village has 2 rivers heading towards it. The North Village has 1 river. Ooh. If this disease is in the river, there's a chance it's only in one stream and not the other. Because I don't know which way this river flows. I don't know if it's flowing east or west. But if it is in the water, then the North Village could potentially be a problem, because that's the only source of water. I'm gonna say North Village. You reach the village, which has its borders delimited by its huts. The air is gloomy and almost solemn, and a group of people, men and women, are swaying from side to side and singing in the middle of a rural square, as if bewitched by a spell. Smith gestures for Betsari to go and talk to them. The reek of death meets your nostrils. The interpreter approaches one of the men standing in a circle. They speak softly for a few moments. The man listens and nods. When Betsari comes back, Smith asks him what's happening. A funeral. The men are gathered around a bonfire, and the whole village is covered by a thin shroud of ash. Some corpses must have been burned here too. You suppose the camp survivors you previously reached went directly to these groups of huts. You can see dead bodies wrapped up in sheets being taken from a hut nearby to the bonfire. The fire is about to be lit once more. You have to prevent these bodies from being burned at all costs if you want to know more about the disease. It may be your only chance. Examining still fresh corpses before the natural process of decomposition makes it impossible to identify any distinguishing features of the disease. Okay, Smith, you ask Betsari, you go to stop. I'm not gonna send a white. Betsari, what's the best way? Betsari exchanges some words with the villagers who seem confused and shocked. They're not persuaded by the interpreter's words, or maybe they just don't understand why one would want to examine corpses. It's a little weird to be like, hey, this white guy wants to look at one of them. And it's like, it's my uncle. He has passed. We are having a funeral for him. I know, but this white guy just really wants to look at his dead body. Like, be really hard to explain. You approach the bonfire without hesitation and start to examine the bodies. The villagers make no attempt to stop you, and they seem engrossed by something else. One whispers fearfully to a fellow villager and steps backwards for no apparent reason. You are not sure what Betsari has told them, but he must have been very convincing. You put such thoughts out of your mind and go on with the examination. There are abrasions on the bodies, but no wounds. The eyes of the corpses are bloodshot, and after taking a better look, you realize that these men have probably suffered several hemorrhages. The abrasions must be what is left of their infected sores. You change your mind and let the ritual continue without interfering, or you try to further investigate with the help of my magnifying glass. Bam! You approach one of the bodies, pulling out your magnifying glass from your backpack. You bring the magnifying glass near to the corpse and attempt to find something, inspecting each sore and every wound. Even the tiniest of clues can help you understand something about the nature of the disease. What the fuck? Brushing the hair away, you find something on the nape of the neck of one of the corpses. You carefully aim the magnifying glass. There are some marks really close to one another. They look like some kind of insect bite or sting. You can feel a swelling with your fingertips and a peculiar unnatural shape, precise and geometric. Too geometric to have been left by an insect. The various marks form a diamond enclosing a circle. What the fudge? You examine another body, looking for the same signs. The magnifying glass is really useful this time too, allowing you to verify the presence of the unique marks once again. The dead cannot tell you anything more. You move away from the bonfire and you signal to Betsari, who immediately says something to the villagers. The ritual restarts as though you had never interrupted it, with the people dancing and chanting. You have taken only a few steps away when you hear the crackle from the fire behind you. The flames are rising up, consuming both wood and rotting cadavers. You respectfully stay silent to observe the ritual, watching the bodies burning and shriveling on the bonfire. The funeral chant is bewitching. They are singing a dirge? Which seems to come from another world. For a moment, you are enchanted and mesmerized. A shout puts a sudden stop to the chanting. A woman emerges from the hut screaming and tries to throw herself onto the bonfire. The villagers manage to stop her before she can reach the flames. The woman, weak with despair, is carried away and taken to a corner. Some men keep an eye on her to prevent her attempting to reach the bonfire again. Her whimpers are uneven, interrupted by her weeping and shaking. You signal to Betsari to follow you while you approach her. She has now taken on a fetal? Oh, fetal. It's supposed to be fetal position, and is rocking back and forth. The woman keeps shaking and talking nonsense for a few moments, but Betsari's words seem to work. She raises her tear-stained face, stops her nonsensical muttering, and begins answering the interpreter's questions. What is she saying? She wants to run. Escape. Just check the character sheet. We are back at 4. Cool. Gotta save up 20 points. You raise an eyebrow, wondering whether Betsari speaks the same dialect as the woman. It's clear she didn't want to run. She wanted to kill herself. Maybe the interpreter is making fun of you, or the woman is talking nonsense again. You go back to observing the villagers' ritual. Their funeral chants and dances have resumed around the bonfire, and they look as though they are under the effects of some kind of hallucinogenic drug. Betsari continues to keep an eye on the woman, who, meanwhile, seems to have calmed down completely. He is talking to her, probably trying to figure out more about the situation. Suddenly, you hear a loud thud behind you, and when you turn, you see the interpreter pushed to the ground by the woman, who nimbly avoids you and sprints toward the bonfire. This time, the villagers are too focused on their ritual, and they notice the running figure too late. She is enveloped by the flames. The groaning cries of the people are silenced by the screams coming from the bonfire. It's an agonizing and inhuman wailing in the face of which no action can be undertaken but horrified staring. Everyone watches the dark shape of the woman fading in the roaring fire, her features horribly disfigured by the bright white flames. The ritual is nearly over, and the flames are dying. Nobody wants to get close to the ashes and human bones, probably afraid of seeing the remains of the suicidal woman. Your comrades are fearfully murmuring. They want to retreat. I've never heard such screaming. Yeah, it's a distinct sound. There's a first time for everything, Huntington. Screams of pain are always dreadful. It's hard enough to hear them when it's you doing the killing, but these, they get into your mind and never leave. Shush, Tummy. After a short silence, you and the men move on from the village to your next destination. The agonized yelling of that woman is still echoing in your mind. Larrington, you can't say lit after her funeral. Can't just be like, lit. Alright, so we're here. I would say West Village. Upon entering the village, you immediately feel a welcoming atmosphere. Smith is relieved when he sees men and women moving peacefully among the huts. Two of them approach you. It's the shaman with his daughter. Tony, you can't say lit with witchfire. Do you speak our language? The girl smiles. She answers affirmatively and says she often deals with the British, who have decided to call her Lorelei for ease. Lorelei? Lorraine. I can read. If you need to rest, you can stay here for the night. Smith looks at his men, and after a moment, he nods, accepting the offer. Some rest will be good for them. Okay, Tummy, you need to stop growling. We had soup before we started. When evening falls and the men have organized themselves for the night, a big bonfire is lit in the middle of the village. Oh god. O'Bannon sings a song and pulls out a bottle of whiskey, sharing it with the others. Wait, what happened? Wait, who's deleting? It be the power of the mods. They're just like, get out of here. It's okay. Only you guys in chat can see it. But yeah, it's like a woman just unalived. Maybe we shouldn't say lit. I want to know what they meant though by escape. Ryan's dinner has refreshed you and you can finally enjoy a moment of quiet. The shaman moves closer and asks Smith to follow him. He wants him to go to his hut. The captain watches the man with a grim look on his face and with the bonfire's flame reflected in the lens of his glasses. Then he stands, without saying a word, and follows the shaman to a hut that is bigger than the others. I guess we got roasted. See, that's a good one. Because it's about you. That's a good one. You notice that Lorraine, however, is moving away from the village. Wait for her to return, or I'm gonna follow. The girl goes deep into the greenery. In the starlight, you see her looking for some herbs, choosing and picking some of them up from the ground, and then put them into some kind of basket. What are you doing? You get closer to see what she's gathering. I feel like I should ask her instead of just being like creeping up on her. You know? The girl jumps up and instinctively leaps behind a tree, dropping the basket in the process. You are embarrassed and you apologize, then you pick up the basket and pass it to her. I'm sorry, it's me, Drake. Relaxes, smiles, and starts to explain she's looking for some particular herbs. She needs them to prepare a concoction to protect the villagers. Her words definitely intrigue you. Is this concoction connected to the disease? You question the girl, or you let her continue talking without interrupting her. Ooh. Let her talk. Hesitates for a few seconds, then she seems to open up and starts talking about a mysterious disease. Some weeks earlier, a sick man arrived at the village, hallucinating and delirious. Believing he'd been afflicted by some kind of curse, Lorraine gave him the medicine, hoping to defeat the evil that was distressing the man. Within a couple of hours, the man had calmed down, and then his sores healed in one night. The concoction saved both his body and mind, although he remembers almost nothing about his journey before the village. Since then, rumors of the disease have been frequently heard, although none of the villagers have become sick. Lorraine prepares a concoction for each man, woman, and child in the village day after day. It has become her role to protect the village so that the disease never touches her loved ones, her family, and community. Why are you doing this? Not your father. Isn't he the shaman? A glimmer of sadness passes over the girl's eyes. Is that not her papa? Because he won't be shaman forever, and I'll have to take his place, and he says that time is soon to come. You realize you have touched a very sensitive topic, and you instinctively put your hand on her shoulder to comfort her. Lorraine looks at you straight in the eye as though she is attempting to locate something deep inside of you. Her pupils dilate even in the darkness. You experience a thrill? How long has been since a woman looked at you like that? How long has been it been since a woman looked at you like that? This is an odd time. You were distressing about your wife. Now you're like, I'm touching her shoulder. You deal with diseases too, right? You nod. You cannot stop staring at her. The sounds of the night gather around you. Lorraine seems closer and closer And then instinctively you find yourself moving towards her. Hold up, what's happening? I was a doctor before joining the army. Lorraine hesitates for an instant, then she smiles and turns. She goes back to gathering the needed herbs for the concoction. Oh, thank God. I was like, no. Let me see how you prepare it. She gestures for you to follow her, bringing you to her hut. She sets a little fire and prepares some clay bowls, showing you how to prepare the concoction. You watch each of her movements while she mixes what's left of the plant with some liquids, boiling it, and then filtering the mixture multiple times. The concoction is ready. With the approval of Lorraine, you pour some of the concoction into a vial, storing it with great care. Slip it inside your backpack, and then you drank a spoonful. You leave the hut and join your companions around the fire. You join O'Bannon's new drinking game. He already seems too drunk to understand that it's time to stop. Soon enough, his whiskey gets you all fairly drunk, and you find yourself staring at the swaying heads of your comrades. The Irishman seems unstoppable, and he continues singing cheerfully, just as Lorraine approaches each of you with the big clay bowl. It holds the concoction she has prepared, and she offers it to you and all the soldiers. Lost in the effects of alcohol, you all accept the offer to drink the mysterious liquid. I supposedly already drank it, though. Why am I getting a second dose? Also, will this concoction have a bad reaction with alcohol? Then you drink more whiskey to take away the awful taste of the concoction. The world around you starts to cloud. Colors slowly blur, starting to light up more and more, while the shapes of the objects and of your comrades melt into weird, incomprehensible fractals. She's drugged me. I'm going on a trip. Everybody knows fractals are like what happens when you start... You don't know whether it's O'Bannon whiskey or Lorraine's pungent mixture, but at some point, you don't know whether you're awake or already dreaming. Lorraine walks up to you with her light steps. Jake, come with me. I want to show you one more thing about our medicine. Okay. Takes your hand softly. You feel a thrill. For the medicine, I want to follow, but I don't like this vibe that's happening. Do not follow the girl. Follow the girl. She says it's about the medicine. I'm going to trust her that this is about the medicine. I'm going to follow. You said medicine. While you follow her, Lorraine's shoulders seem to stiffen as she walks. Her steps become less and less steady, and she turns to look at you. You feel her tension. You seem upset. Is something bothering you? Lorraine moves on the spot. She seems uncertain, as if she doesn't know what she wants to show you anymore. Or maybe she just made up an excuse to take you inside her hut. No. Jake, there are moments I am really terrified. If it wasn't for our medicine, I wouldn't know what to do. The village relies on me, and I'm not sure I can fight against evil. Oh God, instinctively you feel the desire to drive her fear away, and without thought, you close your arms around her, bringing her closer to you. After a few seconds of embarrassment, Lorraine returns the hug. How many months have passed since you've been close to a woman? You know you can just hug a bro, right? The girl brings you to the foot of her bed. She slowly starts to undress, letting her clothes fall to the ground. No! No! Her face disappears for an instant, hidden behind the poor fabric of her dress, but when it reappears from beneath her garments, it seems that Lorraine now has Helen's face. You leave the hut, alarmed by the apparition, or you stay. I'm going to leave. I am under the influence. This is not good. No, no. The thought of Helen struck you like an apparition. You have not been with a woman since her, but what stops you is precisely that image. How can you think of pushing yourself further when your wife's image is still so present in your mind? It wouldn't be fair to Lorraine. Also, I am under the influence. No, no. You sleep in the camp, under the open sky. When you awaken, the first thing that welcomes you is a violent and painful headache. You stagger to your feet, grumbling incoherently, muttering and stretching. The rest of the regiment is already having breakfast. It's just like hair messed up, just like, huh? You see, you have failed an achievement? I failed an achievement because I didn't sleep with somebody? That doesn't seem fair. I feel like I should get an achievement. Who wrote this game? One second. One second. What achievement? Toxic masculinity in the game, right? I was like, I'm under the influence. I am still grieving my wife. Yes, this could be a way to grieve, but also it wouldn't be fair to Lorraine to be like, hey, by the way, don't know culture here, custom here, but like, I have a dead wife. I'm processing her. How do y'all feel about that? Because this is the 1800s. You know, married people, unmarried people, and like widows, like that's like a big thing back in the day, right? So it's like, what is happening? You see the bottles of whiskey scattered on the ground. You don't remember much about what happened last night. You join the men and start eating too. You're talking to Ryan while you eat some delicious bacon prepared by the Italian when Smith approaches. It's time to go. The men get ready and the captain talks to you. Did you find out anything about the disease? This concoction. Lorraine gave me a concoction which may hinder the effects of a disease or even heal an infected person, but it needs to be tested to make sure it works. Some good news, finally! I managed to talk with the shaman and he told me some men in tunics have crossed the border. Everyone in the nearby village is talking about it. They may be involved with the disease. We need to be careful. I agree with you, Larrington. And I'm glad that your haircut is making you feel so confident, Adobo. To the map. Off we go. As you enter the village, you are plunged into an eerie silence. You have a deja vu, reliving a memory that has come to knock at the door of your reality. It's exactly like the first handful of huts you saw when you came ashore. Empty homes, and the signs of life that were extinguished in the blink of an eye. Smith gestures at you to split up and investigate, while the vice of anguish grips your hearts once again. Suddenly, you hear a noise coming from the bushes around you, the murmur of foliage stirred by motion, branches rustling, the play of sunlight on the leaves turning to a dangerous glare. You whirl around, your heart skipping a beat, and you catch a glimpse of a shadow flitting from branch to branch. You exhale with relief. It's just a bird. You advance deep into the forest, branches twisting away from the trees as if trying to escape the hold of the trunk, as though they were frozen in their contorted attempt at escaping, drawing disquieting shadows in the daylight, through which they slice with crooked fingers. You can almost hear them screaming. No, you're really hearing a voice. Somebody's actually screaming in the abandoned village. It's Betsari. You ignore the interpreter's cries for help and keep on exploring. I'm gonna make sure he's okay. You run, moving the branches away from your face, and those you miss scratch at you as if trying to hold you there to share their pain. When you get to the interpreter, he is in shock. He's upset, babbling, his eyes wide, gesturing frantically at the forest. Ooh, and I was just in there too. Devil. Oh, crud. You cannot understand what he means. Continue, you carry on, or you question. I got speechcraft. Bam. Success. You try to calm down Betsari, putting your hands on his shoulders and looking him straight in the eyes. You let him vent and talk to you, replying to him in a calm and steady tone. You ask him to explain more clearly what devil he has seen. White man, naked, red eyes, cries blood, wants to kill. Oh my god. I guess it could be a vibe. I'm a little more concerned because I'm like, they just talked about all those trees scratching me up, and I have clothes on. This guy has no clothes on. You wonder what he could have seen, or whether his words, however implausible, are an accurate depiction of the truth. Could he really have seen a white man, seemingly possessed? You don't have time to question him further. A figure suddenly appears out of nowhere and attacks you. Oh, I'm so glad I got out of the forest. It's a fair-skinned man, shouting incoherent words. In an instant, he throws you to the ground and wraps his hands around your neck. Your vision grows dim, and small flashes seem to lure you into unconsciousness, your pupils filling with glowing flecks. Where's my tiny gun? You know you're about to lose consciousness as you struggle to breathe. His bloodshot eyes in the grips of madness are fixed on you. The man gnashes his teeth like an animal, so hard that it's audible. Hit the man or call for help? How good's my fighting? I got one. Okay, well, Betsari's with me. But I'm actively being choked, and as we know, you can kind of scream. But I might be like one shout and that's it. And then there goes my air. I'm gonna punch this man. Ooh, I failed. You manage to throw the aggressor off balance with a thrust of your back, but the elbow jab you follow with makes contact with his face too weakly. So that man reacts immediately, twisting his legs around your body and raining punches and scratches down on you. Can I go back? Nope. This is my decision. You're about to lose consciousness again when suddenly your enemy freezes, caught suddenly by Vespucci's bayonet, now piercing his body from behind right through his spine. Blood drips from the madman's mouth, and he stares at you, wild eyes, and exhales his last breath before collapsing on you, lifeless. Oben and Vespucci help you to push the white man's body off of you, dropping it aside. Your uniform is utterly drenched with his blood, and for a moment, the exhaustion and the stench provoke a wave of nausea. You repress it, opting instead to reach for the hand that the Irishman has extended to help you back on your feet. Perfect. Get this off of me. I might be infected. Thanks. You catch your breath, eyeing in turn Oben and mostly Vespucci. Without his intervention, you'd have surely died in the madman's frenzied chokehold. Don't mention it, mate. Just doing my duty. More to the point, though. What the devil got into him? A devil indeed, huh, Doc? O'Bannon tries to diffuse the tension. You proceed to examine the victim's body, and after a few minutes of analysis, you're ready to give your diagnosis. You explain to your companions that you believe the case is a fever, most likely of the malaric type. The only thing that doesn't make sense are those wounds, utterly foreign to malaria or indeed any known disease. You know where to look, and you immediately recognize the symptoms of the disease and the lesions that have split the skin of the poor fellow, bleeding profusely and completely soaking his clothes with his own vital fluids. On the back of his neck, you find what you're looking for, the symmetrical punctures, their peculiar shape, a diamond with a circle inside. You were almost certain your suspicions would be confirmed. Whatever it is, that symbol is clearly linked to the disease and its diffusion. In the meantime, Smith, Betsari, and the other men from the regiment have joined you. The interpreter is still shaken by his previous experience and keeps his distance from the German, while Smith turns to you with an angry expression. Why are you mad at me? We found the surviving villagers. The disease has spread to this place too. They say that the white man belongs to a larger group, which abandoned him around here some days ago. You're troubled. This expedition is turning into an endless nightmare. Too many questions are crowding your mind right now. For a start, what was that man doing in the village? Was it mere chance, or was the situation set up deliberately? I mean, they said they left him here. The Rebel King. I kinda don't want to go get my package now. A part of me is wondering if I should order an Uber just to get my mail package. After finished searching the 3 villages, you continue the reconnaissance mission towards the rebel camp, which you had noticed on the map at the beginning of the mission. Smith seems worried that the disease might have reached the men from the village who are, in theory, friends and allies. At the entrance to this village, you find armed men waiting for you. They have European weapons. Smith gestures to his men to remain calm, while one of the villagers heads towards you and speaks. He is obviously tall and strong, despite his garments hiding his muscles. He has a hostile and suspicious look, and when he talks, his face, which is disfigured and scarred, barely moves. My name is Mikwawa. Mwawa. Because I'm trying to think like Mbaktu, so Mwawa. I fight against the German army for the liberation of my people. If you come in peace, you are welcome in this village. If you come to make trouble, you will not see the sunrise tomorrow. I am Smith, the captain of this regiment, and we have no hostile intentions. We like to discuss a group of enemies, which have... Mwawa moves quickly. An arm comes out from his garment, stretching out his hand in front of him, upright and steady, interrupting the captain's words. Good. You, come in. You, wait here. Mwawa points at you, Smith, and Bastari, and gestures for you to go beyond the entrance to the village. You approach the captain and ask for explanations while you start walking behind the rebel chief. The rebels are on our side. They often spill over into the British territory to escape the chase of our common enemy, the Germans. They are a good ally in this war. Mwawa orders some of his men to watch the other members of your unit. He has an iron and authoritative voice, but unlike Smith, he doesn't need to raise it to be heard. He moves his hands. The gesturing of his body seems to hypnotize anyone he faces, inducing them to bend to his will. Just check my points. Okay, we're at 14. I need 2 more. I'm getting there. The British government supports you, Mwawa. You don't need these precautions. We are on your side. Mwawa's mouth twists, then he starts to talk. Mwawa is on his side only. I trust no one. I'll protect my people at all costs. British or German, if you are my guests, you follow my rules. Look at that. Boom, more points. Smith remains silent for a few instants. Then he turns to you and Betsari, giving a knowing glance. The message is very clear. Captain nods to you, then turns back to Mwawa. What was the message? What do you know about the disease? Mwawa glares back at you. His eyes scrutinize you, trying to read your intentions. He switches from you to Betsari to Smith, where his eyes stop. Their huge personalities seem to clash for a handful of tense, silent seconds, fighting a battle without winners or losers. Both men refuse to stop staring at one another. I have heard stories. Stories of people who cry blood, people who suffer. No sick man has entered my village. They die before. Observation. You watch Mawawa's men moving around you. I'm gonna observe. Success. Although Mawawa is unfathomable and seemingly incapable of showing emotion, his men immediately become jittery at the mention Jittery at the mention the disease? Of the disease. Exchanging anxious looks and holding their weapons to their chests as if they could protect them from the disease. 2 experience points! Screams burst through the village gates. Your stomach lurches, turning upside down and pushing against your lungs. Your heart starts beating rapidly while you can't help thinking that this was a trap all along. Were you wrong to trust these men? I have 20 points. Agility or fighting? Ooh. I mean, I did lose that last fighting thing, but I might have to run here in a second. Speed and combat. I'm gonna say agility. Alright, what happened? You run towards the screams, followed by Smith and Betsari. Some rebels are carrying an injured man to a clearing where they put him down gently. You take a breath. Your comrades are safe and sound. Then you get to work, bending down to tend to the injured man. You ask for light. You need to see the condition of his wounds. The injured rebel is screaming in agony. He has a nasty wound on his stomach and it seems painful, probably caused by the bayonet piercing his flesh, barely missing his organs. Maybe you can try to save him. Let die? Oh my god. Medicine. I'm gonna try. Success! I hope so. I'm a doctor. You barge through the men and pull out your medical kit. You clean the wound to prevent infection and quickly suture it. Carefully. That's all you can do at the moment. He must be taken care of, but he'll live. He grabs frantically at your sleeve. From the pain expression on his face, it seems he wants to tell you something. You move in closer. Not the well? I beg you? You don't understand what the man means. You'd like to ask him directly, but you suddenly realize how messy the situation is getting. Mawawa is shouting at his men who head inside the huts to gather weapons. You approach Betsari to ask him for clarifications. Germans come. You have no idea what Germans want from this village, but you don't like it at all. You're still reflecting on links between Mawawa's camp and the German needs when you think of the injured rebel. If a battle's gonna happen, you need to carry him to a safe place. You remember his face. Well, he seemed terrified. You remember he mentioned a well. What did he mean? You see Betsari from afar and he gestures for you to follow. You instinctively move closer and for a moment the man loses himself, staring at you with a weird, almost stupefied smile. Then he blinks and pulls himself together, pointing at something. A well in the middle of the village. How did you not notice it before? The rebels are busy arranging the village defense. It's clear they weren't expecting such a sudden invasion, and they're running in all directions, bringing equipment and weapons and yelling in their language. Smith walks away to warn the rest of the troop to get ready if reinforcement is needed. No one notices you, so you decide this is the right moment to get closer to the well and try to figure out what it hides. You look down. Observation. You drop a stone. Observation. Success. You lean out and try to look into the well. It's dark, but you search for an angle which allows you a better view. With your other senses vigilant, you can feel something. There seem to be some whimpers coming from the bottom of the well. You try to lean over further, but you see out of the corner of your eye that some people are coming. Probably rebels. You hide. Is there people in the well? 2 men are approaching, carrying something. A corpse wrapped in a blanket. You are forced to look away, flattening yourself against the rock of the well, and sitting there. You hold your breath when the 2 men's shadows are projected beyond your position, listening. Timmy? You tell me it's Timmy? Timmy's down there? You hear the heavy weight swaying and the thud of the body thrown into the well. The sound of cracking bones makes you shiver. You think about Mikawa's words. No sick man has entered my village. They die before. Ooh. You wait to hear if there are any more steps, ensuring that the men are leaving, and then you come out of your hiding place and go to examine the well more thoroughly. That little abyss in the ground hides more than mere mud. You leave the well. The descent seems dangerous. Or you get down there. I'm gonna get down there. Oh no! It's a failure! You climb over the well with care and enter its mouth. You grab onto the edge and start to search for protruding stones to climb down. You can't see a thing and your foot misses a foothold. You slip, falling into the well. You take a hard blow to your back, but you're still in one piece. I'm just like, ugh. Oh, I'm slightly hurt. Oh no. Gotta be careful, Nina. You might die. You have been injured. Crap. A surgery smell immediately attacks your nostrils. You perfectly recognize the rotting stench of the place. The sounds of your steps echo against the walls of the little cave, letting you know that around you the descent widens into a bit of a dome, forming a half-spherical dip which surrounds you in a claustrophobic ring. That is a lot of dead bodies. Oh boy. You take a few steps before your right foot meets something soft. You lower your sight and you find a couple of wide-open eyes. It's the man you tried to help, dead and smashed on the well bottom. Your heart stops for an instant and you step back. Wait, the guy I just saved? They threw him in the well. When your eyes start getting used to the darkness, you begin to realize there are several corpses piled up in the well. Some kind of mass grave, or maybe the place where people convicted by Mikwawa end up. A sudden wailing which bounces on the cave's walls makes you jump. You crouch and stretch your arms out in front of you, groping around to avoid falling over the corpses. There must be someone still alive down here. You're sure of it. You touch many dead bodies, some of them already rotting. A knot tightens your stomach, and you have to draw on all your focus and willpower not to vomit. Oh, bro, vomit away. Huh. That's a lot of Timmies. Oh, no, Tony. Oh, I got an achievement. Hidden mound. While you explore that awful pit of putrefaction, you find a more recently dead body, and although you can't see it, you reach for the nape of its neck with your fingers, and your fingertips brush against a swelling you know well. The diamond punctures and the inner circle. Mikwawa lied. You don't have a lantern. You can't see more than this. You can do nothing else but go back. You try to climb back up, but it's definitely more complex than the descent. A trickle of sweat falls down the nape of your neck, and the thought of getting stuck in this awful place turns your muscles to jelly. You can't imagine how these men felt when, thrown inside the well, they found themselves still alive, left there in misery to die of starvation. You put these thoughts out of your mind. You must get out somehow. You yell up to the top of the well for help, but there is no reply. At some point, when your throat is becoming painfully hoarse, you see a rope being lowered into your prison. Without hesitation, and with your eyes filled with tears, you grab it and quickly climb to the surface. It's Betsari who greets you with this bizarre, wild look. He smiles at you, pulling the top of the rope, allowing you to escape that terrible fate. Without thought, you embrace him, showing the extent of your gratitude and relief. Oh, I almost died. Physical contact, but... Then you decide to go back to Smith and the rest of the men. Your clothes are still saturated with the stench of death, and you'll unlikely forget the horror you just witnessed for a long time. Smith is gathering his men with his unusual military frown. When he notices you approaching, he sees your distraught face. Alarmed, he grabs your shoulders and starts shaking you violently. Huntington, where have you been? What is this stench? Captain, I've searched the well in the middle of the village. It's full of corpses. Mikwawa is hiding something. I think you're right, Huntington. We've picked a terrible ally, and I can't let this fanatic threaten me or my men. Smith's expression shows aversion and disgust towards the rebel chief, a tyrannical ruler, able to subjugate his entire tribe with terror. After a slight hesitation, Captain seems to come back to his senses, regaining his military bearing, and he gives an order to the men. Ready your weapons! The Germans are coming! All of Mikwawa's men are gathered in the village square. You join them, getting into formation alongside them to organize the village's defenses. The Germans are coming. You are seized by doubt. Why did Mikwawa need to lie about the disease? What is the real source of his secrecy and lack of cooperation? While you're deep in thought, you see Captain Smith moving towards the rebel chief, ready to confront him. Maybe don't have this discussion right before a battle. We need to work together. The two men look intently at each other for a short while, their stares meeting as if trying to defeat one another, even before the two men start talking. It's trench warfare, a war of attrition, which neither adversaries seem to want to lose. Finally, when it's clear to both men that their rival won't lower their eyes, Smith is the one who starts talking. I don't like it when an ally of mine hides information from me. If we survive, we'll have much to discuss. What happens in my village is no business of yours. Mikwawa's words made Smith twitch, and he becomes visibly enraged. As for the rebel chief, Mikwawa is still staring straight back at your captain. The two men seem ready to come to blows at any moment. Smith's voice is getting louder and louder, and Mikwawa's composure is starting to waver under the military man's verbal assault. You fear you were wrong in sharing your doubts with Smith in such a delicate moment. You must try to do something to prevent the situation from getting worse. Smith, speech? Speech, ignore. Try to calm my captain or reason with the chief. I feel like I need to calm down my captain. But at the same time, apparently he's losing his resolve because my captain keeps yelling at him. Nah, talk first, war later. What's I'm saying? Who, though? Who? Like, the Germans are coming. We gotta stop them. I love it. Just a red flag warning. That's just great. You know what? Let's go with him. Success. McGuawa, we're here to help you out, not to cause trouble, and not just with the Germans either. We've got a battle to fight, we're outnumbered, and our only chance is to face what's coming while trusting each other as much as we can. 4 experience points. He listens in silence. His eyes are piercing. He never seems to blink, but it looks as if he trusts you. Your words reassure. I'm just checking. I'm at 8. We need 20. A whole bunch more. Captain Smith, too, appears to be convinced by your words. He looks at you for a couple of seconds, then he puts a hand on your shoulder, patting it affectionately. A gunshot, seemingly from nowhere, interrupts the heated discussion. One of McWawa's men drops to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Without a word or even a whimper, he dies suddenly, leaving only a dry thud and a small cloud of dust. The shot comes from afar and is immediately followed by more. You're under attack! The Germans are here! The village is plunged into chaos, and you find yourself lost, pushed around blindly, not really knowing what to do. Just a minute ago, you were trying to conciliate Smith and McWawa in their altercation. Now you have no idea where to go. With an effort, you manage to focus, look around to get a general idea of the situation, and prepare to face the enemies. You glance at those around you. Right now, there are no more disagreements, quarrels, or changes of attitude. Gone are the healthy men, the disease, the threats, and everything you've lived before the enemy arrived. Screams and gunfire are the only sounds which can be heard inside the village. You and the rebels are united in a single, desperate mission: survival. The Germans advance and more start emerging, ghost-like, from the dense jungle. Where you are crouched is overly exposed to the enemy, so when you notice O'Bannon running towards a nearby hut, you opt to follow him. Unfortunately, the cover fire provided by your companions doesn't appear to be enough to protect you from the German guns, so much so that you are forced to change your trajectory, ending up in another home. You look out into the darkness of the night, but you can't see anything. You aim your weapon out into the darkness. Outside, the raging sounds of fighting carries on. Shots and screams swirling together in the furnace of battle. Then, a different sound, clear and very close behind you. You spin around and see the light reflecting off the blade of a knife as it slashes through the air right about the height of your neck. Okay, dodge is agility, neutralize is fighting. Okay, so agility and fighting. Which one's better? Agility's better. We're gonna dodge this. Oh, crap. You try to dodge the enemy attack, but you still receive a flesh wound on your arm. However, with your opponent off balance, you manage to get him to the ground with a sharp kick. Yeah. A rebel comes in right as the enemy is about to counterattack, and he fires, killing him. I've been injured. Oh, God. What am I at now? I am badly hurt. Am I gonna die? Oh my God, what if I die? By now, all the Germans have reached the village. They are a resolute, disciplined group, never breaking formation. They move as one with such precision that they resemble machine more than flesh and blood humans. The rebels and your companions are hiding patiently, waiting for the right moment to attack and catch the invaders off guard. Ooh, good luck. I'm gonna die. Okay. Hold on. Who's messaging me? Time seems to stretch, and all sounds become muffled. You're charging. You vaguely remember when you started running or screaming, kicking the dirt of the ground beneath you. The dust engulfs you, accompanying your charge, swirling around you as if to lash at your enemies. You cannot see them from amongst this chaotic prelude to battle, but you know that O'Brennan and Vespucci are at your side, and you've even caught a glimpse of Betsardi joining the attack. Oh, baby Betsardi! Even though all the rebels have joined you in setting upon the Germans, the enemy's defenses prove to be very effective. They stand firm, side by side, like an ancient Greek phalanx, and bullets rain down on whoever tries to get close. A barrage of gunfire ensures, wave after wave of lead crashing into your comrades and rebels. McWawa incites the rebels to fight and not to give up. He's shouting for the first time since you arrived in his village. He resembles a deity, standing tall in the midst of his small army. He yells like a man possessed, waving his arms and shouting orders as if his words were infused with a magic capable of turning them into reality. Horrified, you see Ryan hit by a bullet. You manage to get close to him, but it's too late now. You turn around and see a soldier stab Betsari in the stomach with a bayonet. You call the half-Italian's name. You don't even know how many times, shaking him by the shoulders and trying to bring him back from the cold embrace of death. You got a new journal, you failed an achievement, you got 6 experience points. Panic chokes you and rips away from that eerie suspended world your mind was stuck in. Time regains its usual speed and the roar of battle shakes the very ground. Then a German soldier is suddenly upon you, but you manage to stop the blade of his bayonet a couple of inches from your neck. Fighting or agility? Fighting or agility? Fighting or agility? Agility is better. I'm gonna go with agility. I run. Oh, thank God. The German soldier tries to skewer you with his bayonet, but you dodge his attempt with a quick sidestep and a punch him in the square of the face with the left jab. Left jab. You gain a couple of seconds as the enemy hits the ground, stunned and taken aback by your strength. Taking advantage of this, you run towards the hut. You'll be safer there. Oh my God. My boy, Ryan's dead. Paralyzed by fear, you cannot move or use your common sense to do anything but catch your breath and listen to the sounds of the battle, which are growing more and more violent. Suddenly, a grubby hand covers your mouth, filling it with the bitter taste of sweat and dirt. You try to wriggle free, but to no avail. The man behind you is holding you with the strength of an iron vise and prevents you from making even the tiniest of movements. Is it Smith? The man begins to speak, almost whispering right into your ear. Despite his heavy German accent, he speaks your language. You recognize his voice. Is this fucking Meyer? I swear to God. Meyer, I knew we had a moment. I didn't think you'd follow me. It's Meyer! Mr. Huntington, fear not. We're on the same side. I've been told you've resumed your research. I'm glad you followed my advice. The man I'm sorry, I'm excited. The man mercifully takes his hand off your mouth. What's up, Meyer? I knew you liked me. Meyer, what are you doing here? What do you want from me? I'm here for you, Mr. Huntington. We need to join forces. Tell me what you've discovered in these villages. A terrible doubt creeps into your mind. The attack, the disease, is everything connected? Could Meyer himself have been the one to leave you that message on the ship? This man seems to know everything already. Beg. You beg him to let you go. Give the concoction. Use the Colt on him or lie. Oh, there's so many ways to go. Oh my God. Like, excited, but also like, damn. Oh my God, what's the name of this? Oh, Omen, Exitio. I was taking a peek to see how long, because I'm like, this might be a 2-parter. Yeah, this game takes about 6 hours. It's gonna be a 2-parter. Cool. As long as I know and I have a rough idea. Because our first game was, what? Barely 30 minutes? So if I do this, be fine. But here's the thing. I don't want to, I mean, I have no problem begging, but I don't need to beg him to let me go. I don't really want to give the concoction to him because it's all I have. Even though he's like, let's work together. But I'm like, what if he's the one that made it? Like, he made the disease, right? And he's like, oh, you found a cure? Now I know how to make it worse. I don't want to shoot him. He might be able to get me out. He might be like, oh, prisoner of war. I take him out of here. I feel like I should try to lie. Let's do it. Let's try to lie to him. Be like, I don't know anything. I had the opportunity to observe some corpses. I learned something about the nature of the disease, such as the presence of bleeding sores and a violent fever. However, you made no mention of the concoction Lorraine showed you, and I got 6 experience. Give me some fighting. Fight now. But now we gotta save up 30 points. I fight. So you were able to see how dangerous this disease actually is, Mr. Huntington. We need your help to study it. The sound of battle grows fainter. It would seem the rebels have the upper hand. Meyer appears to be distracted, as if he weren't paying attention. You glimpse a sense of apprehension on his face, making it clear that it's time for him to run for cover. The mysterious man brusquely takes his leave and vanishes from sight. I'm sorry. All I'm hearing now is that this man pretty much did the whole like grab you and like, you know, hold you because he held me. I couldn't move. And then just does this and he's holding me the entire time and we're having this conversation in a hut. Meyer, please don't be a bad guy. The Germans have been chased away, leaving the hut. You see the rebels celebrating their victory. Smith and McWalla are talking. It looks like the tensions between them has subsided, smoothed over by the stress and adrenaline of the fighting. The rebel chief even ventures a thin smile, making his forbidden, mysterious mask crumble. The man hands a bundle over to the captain, who shortly after joins you and the other survivors. Ryan. Here, Huntington. You catch the bundle. Smith throws you. It's filled with provisions. We'll need them for the trip. You pack the provisions in your backpack. Got a new item. Soldiers, our mission ends here. We're going back to headquarters. Can I grab the dog tags of my boy Ryan? The March of the Destitute. You have left the village and the battle you fought. You're walking exhausted and forlorn, along with the rest of the troop. However, at least for now, you're no longer in danger. You suggest getting settled for the night? I am greatly injured, right? I am badly hurt. I'm gonna be like, yo, I think we should rest. The captain watches you, turning his gaze to the horizon as if he were mentally calculating the distance to the coast where you moored your ship. After pondering for a short while, he nods. Thank you. Hot dogs for lunch. Hot dogs? Oh, jealous. Some rest will do us good. You don't even get to take another step. Your head is spinning. The foliage around you seems to sway in an attempt to reach you, thrust with darting tendrils that slither and hiss. You lose your balance and fall, hitting your head on the ground. You hear Smith's worried voice asking after you. What's going on, Private? Answer me, Huntington. Today I went exotic Dalmatian. What? Took me a while to get the joke. I was like, what? And it's like, oh, hot dog. Got it. The captain's voice fades out. You feel like you're sinking, and for an instant, the falling sensation brings you back to Mikawa's village well, falling toward a soft but awkward landing on rotting corpses. Before you can actually come to the end of that downward flight, your senses falter and you lose consciousness. You're home again, in the London you know so well. Was it all a dream? The disease? Zanzibar? The battle? Did they really take place? You're walking around your home, carrying a tray. It's loaded with hot tea, a cup of sugar cubes, and some butter cookies. Oh my god, cookies sound so good right now. You climb the stairs to get to the bedroom and open the door. You immediately turn your eyes toward the reclining woman asleep on the bed. You pause for a while, watching her form caressed by the sheets and her soft blonde curls spread out across the pillows. Moving closer to the bed, you call to her softly. She doesn't answer, so you put the tray down on the side table and shake her gently, still receiving no answer. You put your hand on her shoulder and gently turn her onto her back. Helen's eyes don't see you, and you're certain they never will again. They're staring at the ceiling or maybe right through it, probably begging for help when the silence death has cursed your lips with. Your Helen is staring into the void, and you cannot even return her stare. Startled, you stand up brusquely. Such a weird word. Bumping into the tray, it crashes to the ground, shattering its contents. You then lean towards her, holding her corpse in your embrace, desperately trying to give her the warmth of your body. You whisper her name, a subdued literary, but there is no longer a voice to answer you, nor a hand to catch your tears. You come to with a stab of anguish. You're lying beside a campfire. You try to stand, but you're too weak. You don't need your medical experience to know that you're feverish. Your mind immediately turns to the mysterious illness, and a shiver runs down your spine. Have you been infected? You cannot let yourself succumb to this. You don't want to die such a repulsive death. You force yourself to stand as your stomach groans disagreeably, debilitating you in many ways, including giving you extremely violent waves of nausea. It takes you some time before you pull yourself together. Hey Doc, we almost decided where to bury you. You're lucky you woke up. Smith approaches with a hint of apprehension on his face. How are you feeling, Huntington? I'm gonna tell him the truth. Are you sure? I cannot yet be positive, Captain, but I suspect my fainting earlier was not caused by exhaustion. Come on, Huntington. You can't give up now. Keep in mind that it could just be simple malaria. As soon as we get to Stone Town, you'll be able to recover. Simple malaria? Buck up, soldier. The captain is dismissing your suspicions, or maybe he's just trying to reassure you. He's completely ignoring the possibility that you're infected, and he turns his back on you as he shoulders his backpack again, before looking you straight in the eye. Now get a move on. We need to get going right now. Smith gives you something to eat, and then he's on his way. You don't really feel strong enough for a long march, but you certainly don't have the luxury of resting or falling behind. You stand and follow him, forcing yourself onward. You head towards the shore with the purpose of reaching the vessel you arrived on as soon as possible. Smith seems very anxious. He's probably worried that the Germans are in pursuit. Oh, but sorry died in the fight against the Germans. And so did Ryan. You and the half-Italian shared a lot. How many evenings had you spent talking to him, peeling potatoes and preparing the ingredients for his delicious meals? The half-Italian always knew how to mix ingredients to create the most satisfying results in this kitchen as well as in life. His advice always helped you move forward. It was your fault, and this thought echoes violently in your mind. Meyer was looking for you specifically. Is that even possible, or are you feverish? He looked for you at Stonetown, and now he pops up in the middle of the war between the Germans and the rebels? This can't be a mere coincidence. Dickens, you don't have to give opals. Ryan's dead. We'll get over it. You go on marching. You tell Smith about your suspicions and possible reasons. Yes, tell him. Captain, the Germans who attacked us, I'm not sure they were aiming at the rebels. It could all be connected to the disease. And what do you think they wanted? It could be my medicine. I don't know. Maybe it's nothing. It could be my medicine. Huntington, I doubt the disease has anything to do with it. There is a secret war going on between us. This is the reason they attacked. You can smell the salty air and you can see the beach on the horizon, the one where you came ashore at the beginning of the mission. You breathe a sigh of relief. You doubt your body could have taken any more of this. After some minutes, you enter the village where it all started. There lie fresh corpses, but you see that these have been killed in fighting. You fear the Germans are involved, but you keep it to yourself. You continue along the shore, where you find a bitter surprise. The boat you arrived here on is now unseaworthy since the keel has been damaged, probably in a storm. Smith's shoulders fall, losing for once his flawless military posture. What do we do now? Ed, do you have any ideas? We should look for a boat captain. Just gonna propose it. You have no time to answer when a voice interrupts you from behind. You all turn. It's a villager talking, approaching you all along the sand. He smiles and speaks English effortlessly. Good day, soldiers. Do you need to cross the sea? I was just about to leave with my boat. Everyone except for Germans are welcome. It turns out the man lives on the coast nearby. He often trades with the British. He exhibits a certain distaste for the Germans. He has a small vessel on which you could all sail to Zanzibar. I kind of want to be like, get me out of here, man. I don't have time to be suspicious. Get me out of here. The captain nods, tired. He agrees with you. The man answers with a smile and gestures you to follow. Please don't be a bad guy. Once again, the sea surrounds you. Ooh, am I somewhere else? I'm in the ocean now. Oh, God. Best of luck, everybody. We're in the ocean. I'm just gonna... Okay, so these are just all the stuff. Okay, so we still have all our lovely guns. Sorry, but sorry. I didn't mean for you to die. Okay. During the fight with the Germans, one or more of your comrades lost their lives. Ooh. Hidden Mound, a night of love. You spent the night. That should not be an achievement. That should not be an achievement. How dare you? Once again, the sea surrounds you. This time, however, the open blue expanse cradles you and you feel genuinely lighthearted. You are leaving a threat further and further behind you. Although, rather than leaving, one might say you ran away. The man who's helping you to return to Zanzibar doesn't have a very large boat, but is still big enough to carry you all to Stonetown. You have lost most of the regiment in the battle against the Germans. What is your name? Abbas. Abbas. What am I at? I'm at 8? It's gonna be a while before we get 30. Why are you helping us? Let's say I have a debt to the British Army. He smiles and says no more, but looking at him in the eyes, you get the idea that he must have suffered a great injustice or the abuse at the hands of your adversaries. You suppose the kindness he shows you is due to the hatred he has for the Germans, rather than the friendliness towards the British. You remain fixated on the hypnotic motion of the waves, tiny ripples that engulf each other, vanishing in the form from where they had only just materialized. Then you turn to your comrades. Smith sits in a corner of the boat, packing his pipe, with his eyes fixed on the horizon, deep in his thoughts. Then you turn to look at O'Bannon, noticing a deep wound on his right leg. His trousers are completely soaked in blood. Ed, you're bleeding! This? You mean? Don't worry, it's just a flesh wound. Either its booze has softened the pain or it's all gone to his head once and for all. Medicine? I'm gonna treat it. Success! You ignore his boasting and approach him. You clean the wound and stitch it up with your equipment. Luckily, he's utterly drunk and feels almost nothing. Thanks, mate! Why would I ignore it? I want all the teammates. All the friends. The return trip is slow. The fisherman's boat, unsurprisingly, can't reach the speeds of your previous vessel was capable of, especially with an unfavorable wind. Abbas seems to be doing his utmost, and even without ever losing his smile, but he obviously has no control over the weather conditions. Your stomach grumbles and the others seem hungry too. I know my stomach be growling. You get out the provisions Smith gave you after the village fight and begin rationing them, giving everyone his share without hurrying. Of those who reach out to you, every missing hand reminds you of your companions lost on the mission, adding to the weight of your heavy heart, which is a feeling you're surely sharing with what's left of your regiment, if you can even still call it that. The sea is calm, and the sun is setting on the horizon. Your mission in East Africa has completely worn you out. You find a comfortable position, close your eyes, and fall asleep easily, cradled by the waves that softly rock the boat. Ooh, got more points. You're in your flat in London. You're walking, a tray in your hands. On top of it, there's a cup of steaming tea, a few sugar cubes, and a tiny plate and some butter cookies. You climb the stairs, and when you arrive at the bedroom, you open the door. Helen is in bed. She's still sleeping. Awake her gently or lie down next to her. I don't know. I'm gonna lie down, I guess. You put the tray down on the side table. You lay beside her and gently hold her tight. You kiss her face. You brush her cheeks with your lips. Then move down to her neck. Her sweet scent accompanying you in your every motion. She turns to face you and opens her eyes, smiling in response to your affection. Then you notice something. Nina reads a new audiobook series. Can I pre-buy the first 12 books? I mean, I know that's a job people do that read audiobooks. What book would you want me to read? I mean, I'll do it. We got plenty of visual novels. Just realize if we ever get to some like steamy parts, I'll be like, I'll just be like, oh my. I'll throw in my own commentary. There'll be a commentary and a non-commentary version where it's like, Nina, be serious. Then you notice something, a dark stain starting to seep out from between her teeth. Tries to think of a really long book. War and Peace? Harry Potter, the whole series? Nina with the tea. How long is War and Peace? Now, if you want, you could also do like a fantasy book like Aragon. Right? That's what it's called? The Blue Dragon? Dude, that book was a monster. Down. Then you notice something, a dark stain starting to seep out from between her teeth, small at first, then growing larger and larger. The sticky liquid swells out through her gums, dripping from her lips. The same happens to her eyes. Black tears start to streak her face. It's blood! Running more and more capaciously! At 1,400 plus pages, War and Peace can seem daunting. How do you even read that? How thick is it like, how much does that book weigh? Hold on. War and Peace? War and Peace, he says. War and Peace book. Russian author mixes fictional narrative with characters on history and philosophy. It was first published in its entirety in 1869. It's an old book. I like old books. It's thick. Boy. Oh, but you could get it for $3.99 as an ebook at the Kindle store. Or $10 as an ebook at Barnes & Noble. This is so much better than some games I can't see and it's just quiet. I got you, Diggins. I'm glad I can read this to you so you're not just like, oh, I'm just hearing sounds. Something's happened. What's going on? It's a very well visual novel versus the other ones where it's just constant talking and talking and talking and talking. And it's like, please give me some scene descriptions. The people can't see what's happening. All right, so blood's coming out of her mouth and eyes. Got it. Her face and body bloom with festering sores. Helen's face is painted with terror. She tries to seek help, grabbing at you with her bloody hands, but you push her away, instinctively putting some distance between you. Her hair falls in front of her face, uncovering the back of her neck. There, you can clearly see the strange punctures you saw on the corpses of the deceased in Africa. No, it wasn't like that. You're sure? She didn't die that way? You move further away from the bed as Helen falls helplessly on the mattress and starts screaming in a strange, unknown language. When she raises her head, she looks at you with demon-like, inhuman eyes, as if she were about to transform into a beast. You refuse to look at her. You close your eyes and let out a loud cry in darkness. So what I'm hearing is we might have to do visual novel streams more often. You open your eyes, startled into sitting up. The stars are twinkling in the sky, and below you can only hear the low rumbling of the sea, rhythmically moving the boat. You'd also get to hear me mess up English words a lot. Don't throw hard words at me. You look around and see that Abbas is the only one awake. Although he doesn't seem to mind you, his gaze is fixed upon a precise point in the dark waters, as if his attention has slipped towards what lies beneath the water's surface, perhaps far below, to the abyss itself. So what we learned is the player character in this is great at making a woman scream on the bed. Apparently, the boat jolts abruptly, then begins to roll faster as bigger and higher waves loom over the bow. The fisherman starts to scream in his native language as he struggles to maintain the helm. It would seem something is trying to rip it from his hands. The boat rolls violently. The deck's bridge almost cries and groans in pain, as if trying to break at any moment, and then everything ceases. The boat stills suddenly. The sea once again becomes calm and tranquil. The quiet only lasts for a brief moment. Something is coming out of the water, slowly. You could make out a silhouette hanging over the gunwale, swaying faintly. More dark shadows join the first creeping shape in the night, slithering onto the deck, taking hold of the vessel and starting to wrap tightly around it. I'm sorry, is this a kraken? They are enormous tentacles, soon embracing the boat entirely. Once again, you hear the sound of wood groaning under pressure of those horrific appendages. A tentacle reaches inside the boat, like a snake searching for something. That something is you. I would hope it's a second nightmare. It's a kraken story! You jerk awake, screaming at the top of your lungs. Your travel companions stare at you, unnerved. What's up, Jake? Did you have a bad dream? Look at that, second nightmare. His tone of voice is mocking. Leave it, Ed. I think I'd rather have some whiskey to relax now. You stand up and look over the horizon. You hope that some movement, however small, may take away the unsettling sensations the nightmare has bequeathed you. Over in the distance, you can see the land, slowly getting closer. 4 experience points. I'm gonna keep checking. Okay, 18. Getting there. Land, at last. Your camp awaits you, the prelude to arriving back home. The tension you've been accumulating begins to subside. Then, as you come near the shore, you feel a creeping sensation. You cannot see the distinctive profile of Stonetown. Where are you taking us? You stay quiet. I'm gonna stay quiet. I don't want to get menacing just yet. Also, let me check. Okay, it is moving. I was like, it's been at 71 for a while. Oh, they're on the phone. I'm gonna stay quiet. Abbas, we've arrived. This village is called Bumbweenie. I have some business to attend to. It's not a long way from here to Stonetown. Follow the coast southwards. You can't go wrong. You leave the fisherman's boat, and the man waves you goodbye with a smile as he makes his way from Bumbweenie. His help was invaluable. Without him, you would have wandered the African coast aimlessly before dying of starvation and exposure to the elements. The man demanded nothing of you, and you have no reason to berate him, despite the minor change of course. You proceed towards the base, walking almost mechanically. Your legs simply want to reach their destination, while your mind is left to wander. The sun is setting slowly beyond the horizon, but you have not yet arrived. You choose to set up camp for the night, and luckily you find shelter in a seemingly suitable cave. The light from the campfire shines on the rock formation surrounding you, bathing it in shades of orange and red. Before sleep, you eat the remaining food. Tomorrow you should manage to get to Stonetown easily, and you'll be able to delight your palates with a decent meal. How is my health? I'm still badly hurt. Crap. Okay. I lost an item. Your head is pounding and you are exhausted after the long walk. You have the unnerving feeling that the second you close your eyes, there will be more nightmares awaiting you. Part of you doesn't even want to sleep at all. You lie still for a couple of minutes before falling asleep. What did I lose? Did I lose? What did I lose? Okay, I lost the rations. Okay, so we ate them all. Got it. Yeah, we're somewhere in Zanzibar. Alright. You wake up at the crack of dawn. As expected, it's been a grueling night, but fortunately you have no clear memory of what you dreamt. Captain Smith is already on his feet, ready to leave. You resume marching towards Stone Town. If Atlas was right, your destination shouldn't be too far. You hope it proves true, because every minute you spend in these lands will always be a minute too many. What survives the plague? At last, the outline of Stone Town appears in front of your eyes. You're relieved after the enormous weight of this difficult mission. Smith shares your relief, and you both pick up your pace to put this horrible experience behind you as soon as possible. But a few seconds later, you see a young British soldier running towards you frantically. They must have seen you from the watchtower. The soldier speaks with Captain Smith, but you can't make out a single word. A horrified expression, the likes of which you had never seen before, dawns on your captain's face. The two men sprint off towards Stone Town. You feel weak. The trip was trying both mentally and physically. Your vision is clouded, and you suddenly faint, right at the gates of Stone Town. You awaken some hours later in a cot bed near the infirmary. You're surrounded by chaos, soldiers, doctors, and nurses ceaselessly going to and fro. Something terrible must have happened during your absence. Two men on stretchers are being carried inside. You stand and follow them. You're confronted with men screaming, convulsing, and others covered in sweat from the burning fevers. Sores devastating the patient's skin, blood soaking their sheets stained with bodily fluids. The wailing of the dying and the cries of those who have lost their mind with feverish delirium echo throughout the large, bare room. In the middle of all the confusion, you notice a doctor, who you approach for some kind of explanation. We were hit by a violent epidemic. Fevers, sores, hallucinations. The doctor doesn't wait around and immediately leaves to go take care of new patients. You know very well the symptoms the doctor just described. You look around and notice bodies lying on the floor. There's nothing to be done for them now. There's absolutely no time to waste. You're a doctor. You too must do your part. You examine, or you leave. You don't, oh my god, examine the patients! You approach one of the patients and start to inspect him. He has an abnormally high temperature, he's babbling meaningfully, and the beginnings of lesions are visible on his skin. Symptoms you've come to be familiar with. The same disease that is stricken East Africa. Alright, NAPE, medicine, speak, leave. I'm checking his NAPE! You immediately examine the patient's NAPE, expecting you'll find the bizarre markings you had observed in the other cases on the African village mission. There is, however, and to your great surprise, no trace of tiny punctures or the swelling. You can't help but wonder whether this is a different illness and begin to inspect the rest of the patient's body to test your theory. The sick man jerks and starts raving and writhing, preventing you from continuing your examination. He looks straight into your eyes and reaches his arms out towards you, flailing in his search of something to grasp onto, something to crush. Some attendants rush over to hold him still while you opt to leave. You absolutely have to talk to Smith. You leave the sickbeds, doing your utmost to ignore the sounds of those screams and moans. You wish you could do something for them, but you need to talk to Smith and clarify why he was so upset at the information that soldier carried. Could there be news about the disease itself? As you ponder this new question, you freeze on the spot at the sight of one of the infirmary cots. Smith is at the bedside of his son, Scott! The cold military facade the man has worn all through your mission lays shattered in front of the boy's frail body. Smith's pain laid bare before all to see. Scott is convulsing and screaming incomprehensibly. As soon as Smith sees you, he leaves his child's bedside and approaches you impetuously. Huntington, I'm begging you, help my son. You must save him. You hesitate out of surprise, and Smith is almost on his knees in front of you, imploring you to help. I shouldn't do that. He's concerned about his son. Okay, I can either stabilize him with medicine or use the concoction to try to save his life. But here's the thing. If he doesn't have the puncture marks and the swelling, then this concoction is going to be useless, and I don't want him to drink all of it. What's my medicine at? My medicine's at 2. Oh, this is a gamble. Either he has the disease and the concoction will help, or at least stave it off long enough, or it'll do nothing. Sacrifice the one for the many. We're gonna stabilize him. Ah, success! You immediately set out to lower the child's temperature, and luckily your efforts seem to bear fruit. This surely won't be enough to save him, but at least you've soothed his pain and gained some time in case you should attempt a different approach later. Apparently I'm going to use the concoction next. I'll take the experience points. All right, concoction. You kept the concoction Lorraine gave you, but the mixture you have at your disposal is only enough for 1 dose. You thought you'd keep the strange potion for yourself in case the symptoms of the illness returned, but you can't leave Smith's child to die. Huntington, are you sure that stuff works? The captain raises an arm as if to stop you, but retreats immediately, fraught with countless unspeakable doubts. We have no choice, Captain. We must try even the impossible. For a moment, Smith stands between you and Scott, almost determined to stop you from feeding the unknown concoction to his son. Then the child starts screaming louder, his voice twisted in harsh, animalistic sounds. The captain steps aside, lowering his head in pained resignation. You hold the child's head firmly and force him to drink, making sure he swallows it properly. When you've made sure he's had enough, you turn to look at Smith and nod. The man returns to his son's bedside, and you can't do anything but leave the room and wait. Lost an item, journal, achievement! Got achievement. Ooh, I wonder if you fail the medicine, they're like, that's it, we've done so. Some long hours later, Scott seems to be taking the medicine well. His fever is slowly subsiding, and the child's delirium and screams have ceased. His skin begins to gain a more natural color. You smile as you look at him sleeping under his father's watch, Smith caressing his head. At least for now, you can consider him out of the woods. You leave the infirmary. You haven't had a minute of rest before finding yourself yet again in the middle of a storm. You're exhausted. You come across some soldiers carrying a backpack and more exploration equipment. Soldier. They finally found an expedition that had been missing for weeks. What? You move closer to learn more, trying to divert your thoughts away from the disease. The soldiers tell you about a troop which had left about 2 weeks ago in search of water springs inland. During the mission, those soldiers disappeared, never sending any message as to their whereabouts. A recovery team was given the task of finding them, but all they could find were the corpses of the men in horrifying conditions. All of them. The soldiers stop talking and shiver faintly. Then they proceed to empty the salvage backpacks and inspect their contents. Your attention is drawn by the thud of a diary falling onto the table. You see it there, surrounded by other trinkets. You approach it intending to examine it. The cover is inscribed with the name of Private Eric McLean. Dodo Malik, how are you? Hello, Raiders! Half a day! Dodo Malik, how are you? Welcome in! Day, half a day, half a day. Half a day. Well, thank you for the raid, Chrissy. How was Resident Evil Village? Tell me all about it, and if you need to go do after stream stuff like sleep, eat, that's totally fine. We're just playing Omen Exitio. It's kind of a visual novel book. But hi, my name's NinaMeep. It was Private Eric McLean. You untie the strings that hold the notebook closed, then you open it and start to read. We were at the mercy of delirious savages. They were running towards us, their eyes bloodshot. We tried to locate an escape route, discovering only too late we had found ourselves into a horrendous trap. We rapidly flipped through the rest of the diary, jumping back and forth with the pages to find more details. Last night I was plagued by terrible nightmares, creatures only a feverish mind could produce. I believe the visions and dreams are closely linked to the disease itself. In what measure, however, I dare not say, unless I venture hypotheses that fall outside the canons of what we usually call science. What are you reading, Private? Oh, hello, soldier. Had a great time. Thanks, yeah. Have to leave, but staying lurking. Hope you have a nice stream. No worries, Chrissy. No worries. Thank you for trusting your community with me. Enjoy your lurks. Go take care of yourself. You deserve it. Alright, we have 30 points. I think since we're out of the danger, we're gonna do medicine now. Medicine's next. One of the men has approached you with a curious look on his face, his eyes turning to the recovered diary. Tell him to leave you alone, keep on reading. I'm gonna be polite. You raise your eyes from the diary and address him politely. However, you observe a searching greed in the soldier's eyes, fixed on what you're holding rather than on yourself. A diary, recently recovered by the team. It belonged to one Eric McLean. You see, I don't think you should keep this. It could contain some important information. The man extends his palm. He expects you to hand him the notebook. This man is a bit too demanding. You try to convince him to let you keep it. I'm gonna speechcraft him. Well, if it's so important, then it's in the right hands with me. The soldier grits his teeth and leaves. After this brief interruption, you're musing what you have just read shares a number of traits with your current situation. Maybe you should continue reading later on when you are able to concentrate. You slip the diary into your backpack just as another soldier approaches you. This man informs you that you've been summoned by your commanding officers. Your heart skips a beat, but you try to keep your calm and follow the messenger. The language. The Curious History of a Diary. You nervously walk towards command, and you can't help wondering if perhaps you've been summoned so as to be discharged. The officers await you in a room with the rather Spartan furnishings. There's a desk almost exactly in the center and various African trophies hanging on the walls. Please, Huntington, have a seat. Mr. Huntington, you've stood out both during the action and as a medic. As such, we've decided to award you the commendation and a medal for bravery and skill in battle. I didn't really do anything. You're surprised. You would never have expected this. You warmly thank the officers, but you still venture the request for indefinite leave, making your intentions of resuming your civilian life known. The three men stay silent for an instant, then begin exchanging opinions. If this is your request, we feel bound to honor it. We'll organize it so that you can leave for London today with a place in an officer's cabin. We hope that someday you'll choose to offer your service once again to the British Army. Oh my god, yes. New journal, achievement, experience points, nice. Let me just take a look. Yeah, we need 30. Oh, hi, baby. You take your leave and return to the barracks to pack for your impending departure. You glance at your comrades' cots, both of the men you left behind and those you'll have to leave now. You close your fist around your backpack strap and take a deep breath. It's time to go back to London. You say goodbye to Ed with a hug. The Irishman won't stop singing or slapping you on the back. He's not drunk, but he behaves as if he were. His eyes are wet with the emotion of the moment. Who's gonna stitch up my guts now that you're leaving, huh, Doc? Don't be silly. O'Bannon, you're not a child anymore. He's still 16. You're perfectly capable of looking after yourself when you're not overflowing with booze. The young soldier laughs, then offers you one of his faithful whiskey bottles with a wide grin on his face. Where does he keep getting all this whiskey from? This is the last one. The last one? Seriously? You're surprised. The Irishman nods again, then sits next to you on top of a crate filled with provisions. A toast to the Italian. I'll sing about him and his food when I'm back home. You take a big gulp, hoping Ed, too, will be able to return home soon. Although the army generally reduces the appearance of age differences, you know that he is still just a boy. You make your way towards the harbor, trying to set aside your worries for him. Your mind flies to London, your hometown you will soon see again. He must whisk it away from somewhere. There. From his butt flask. A Tony! You know what? He very well could be getting it from his butt flask, because as we know, that is a place. That is a magical place where you can just pull out a flask and be like, huzzah! And it's like... You're climbing on board when you see Smith on the deck. You meet his eyes and the captain smiles back at you. He's holding Scott's hand, the boy looking visibly better. He's probably still feverish with his watery eyes and flushed cheeks, but the bleeding has stopped fully and the sores on his neck have almost disappeared. You guess Smith has been called back to London, unlike the rest of the detail. A young soldier is tasked with carrying your luggage into the officer's cabin you were given. You choose to spend the time before departure on the ship's deck to look at Stone Town one last time. You watch the soldiers loading the last provisions. The vessel is now ready to leave. At last, the ship is moored and sets sail. The siren announcing its departure pierces your eardrums, and the light motion of the sea greets you once again. There's a long journey ahead of you, and you're going to use that time to collect your thoughts and try to rest after your whirlwind you've just experienced. You head for your cabin on the officer's deck. It is a spacious room, with a bed that looks extremely soft, a desk refined with wooden furnishes, and supplied with the essentials for writing letters or keeping a journal. I think I'm getting, like, stuffy. As you put away your belongings, your gaze falls on Eric McLean's diary, in a pocket of your backpack. The journey could be a good time to read his journal. You look at it for a couple of moments, but then your stomach starts rumbling. You feel hungry and need to eat something. Although, you could take a look at McLean's diary first. I'm gonna say read it now. Read it now, because you never know, like, we get attacked, the boat starts sinking. Read it now. You start reading from the beginning. Dear Sir, in accordance with the National Service Acts, you are hereby called up by the British Navy to participate in a mission to the recently acquired territory of Zanzibar in British East Africa. Your experience and abilities are to be placed at the disposal of Lieutenant James Roger and a small regiment there. The letter continues detailing a scouting mission. McLean shows a hint of disappointment in his diary. Apparently, he wasn't particularly keen on being called back into service. Oh, hello, Forbidden Locks. Hi. Heck yeah. What were you playing today? Let's find out. What was it? Ooh, Warframe! Very nice, very nice. How many of I'm trying to remember right, because I think Warframe is the custom robots. How many custom robots do you have? And thank you for the raid. We're just playing some Omen Exitio today. As you read the last sentence on the page, your stomach starts rumbling in earnest. You must eat something or you'll risk fainting. Something you become fairly well acquainted with recently. You'll resume your reading later. Sweet. You place the diary in a drawer, then leave your cabin for the mess hall. You sit next to some officers. Smith is in front of you. Right, like, I don't play Warframe too often, but I still, you know, pick up those, like, skin suits anytime the Twitch is like, here you go. Well, hi.
Offer a day Forbidden Locks and Hecky in.
What kind of build you got for Warframe? Because I like to hear. I used to, then Destiny 2 happened. That's fair.
Zan! What up, Zan? How you doing? Heck yeah.
We're doing some kind of spooky visual novel today. I have too many builds right now. Do you, though? Do you? Or just the right amount? As you arrive, the captain stands and approaches you, loudly singing your praises to the other men, slapping you on the back and extolling the cool headiness you showed at the most critical moment. I didn't do anything. I got kidnapped, and I fell down a well. You smile, although you feel slightly embarrassed when the table erupts into applause. Enough to grind the game. See? Perfect amount. Perfect amount. In spite of the joyous moment, you can't shake the strange feeling that you're being watched. You turn around, but there are too many people and too much noise in the room. You blame your paranoia and force yourself to go back to the celebration. After all, your experience on the field has definitely worn you out and you probably just need to relax. What's up? How does one do, Nina? Rip! Heck yeah, friend! The Nina does good. I had a film gig last night, which was the fake dating show, and I was voted first out because I'd rather pay off my debt than see my family. But it goes good. It goes good. And I didn't realize it, but it's for some, like, YouTube guy who's got, like, 90,000 subs, and I'm just like, ugh. I'm just like, oh, I guess when that drops, I'll be like, hey, guys, you want to see me on YouTube with my makeup and clown jacket? We'll see what happens. When the meal is over, you stand and leave the mess hall, but soon afterwards, you get a piercing migraine. You go back to your cabin, you need to rest, or you head to the deck to get some fresh air. I'm gonna say cabin. We're gonna go sleep. You lie on the bed, and in a few seconds, you're in a deep sleep. When you open your eyes, it is night. The ship is in turmoil. There is a rough, stormy sea. A rumbling thunder suddenly booms through your cabin. But I'm doing good. How about yourself? You hear a faint rustling on the other side of the door, as if someone were trying to enter your cabin. Open, or you're on your guard. I just want to open the door. Yay, that's good to hear. You move towards the door and jerk it open, but you don't find anyone awaiting you beyond the threshold. Looking out into the corridor, you meet the eyes of a patrolling soldier. They are wide with adrenaline. Soldier, somebody was trying to break into your cabin. He went that way. Oh. You turn around and see another man making a mad dash towards the deck. Narrowing your eyes in the lantern light, you can see that he's wearing the same uniform as you. Oh, no, I'm gonna chase this man. You run after the thief, sprinting towards the ship's deck. The storm is raging. Tall waves, wind, and rain prevent you from seeing or moving properly. You stumble against the gunwale more than once, but still manage to pursue the man closely, as he's having the same problems as you. We're on a boat, my dude! Where are you gonna go? Suddenly, the thief missteps and slips on the deck, falling to the ground. He stands and turns to face you. You're opposite each other in the darkness. A flash of lightning illuminates a metallic object in his hand. A knife. Alright, strength is fighting, cunning is observation. I'm on a boat! Alright, so let's see. Observation, fighting. What are our stats at? Observation is still better than fighting, so I'm gonna observe this. Success. You use the bright flashes of lightning to look for something to help you through this uneven match. Your eyes dart left and right as your foe advances threateningly. Then you see it. There's a hole between the deck planks right in front of the thief. You step back, keeping your eyes fixed on him, trying to lead him into the trap. Your plan succeeds. Soon the man missteps and stumbles on the obstacle you had noticed, falling clumsily to the ground. When another lightning bolt churns the sky white, you get to see his face and flinch as you recognize him. It's the soldier who is so persistent in demanding Eric's diary back in the Zanzibar HQ. You didn't think this through, my guy. A violent wave strikes the deck, knocking you down. The current drags you away and your head hits the gunwale, making you lose consciousness. Okay, the amount of times I'm losing consciousness... By the way, am I... Okay, I'm healthy. Okay, good. I'm healthy again. I'm not, like, badly hurt. You wake up sore and rain-soaked. Wait, so the guy who saw me chase after this man, he didn't, like, come with me like, oh, I'll help you. The world around you is still asleep in the dark of the night, but the storm has faded now. Wobbling with your head pounding and your entire body hurting, you have to return to your cabin, defeated. You cannot fall asleep, tossing and churning under the sheets, unable to find peace. Given your insomnia, you think this would be a good moment to take a look at Eric McLean's diary. You stand and walk to your writing desk, where you place the small book. You blink a couple of times as your gaze wanders over the wooden desk. The diary has vanished. What did I say? Read it as soon as you get it. What the fuck do I do with 4K channel points? I don't know, Rip. Take a look, see what you find. I'm sure there's something in there. You might be like, funny. I know there's a couple of GIF things in there. 8 points. Whatever you want, Rip. If not, you can always suggest something and I could probably put it in there too. We're at 30 points? Yes. I'm gonna say agility. Rather be more sneaky sneak. The night goes on with any further surprises, but you didn't sleep. You were too busy thinking about what happened. You reported both the theft of the book and the break-in to your superiors, making it clear that those responsible could be a spy working for a foreign government. The mysterious man, however, has vanished as if he'd never existed. But you know there's no way he could have left the ship. One more week to the dock of Sue's. You hope you will have recovered the stolen diary by then. You know the face of your attacker and have no intention of letting him escape. Each day you search the entire ship, looking in every corner of the vessel, trying to figure out if he's in someone's cabin, hidden in the pantry, or among the crates of the warehouse. However, your research leads to nothing. I'm saving for that ban. Oh, really? What do I do with 80K? I do... What kind of... What ban? Like, banning somebody or like a timeout for somebody? Explain, Rip. You're admiring the Iritan shore from the deck of the ship. You have just passed the Aden Gulf, and now you're heading towards the Red Sea. The clear sky lets you enjoy the wonderful landscape all around your vessel, the sandy earth that blurs in the heat of the sun, and the vegetation wrapped by reflective mirages. You look at these natural wonders for some hours before returning to your cabin. What do I do with 183? Me at 51. No, I'm done. Home got 183. Bro, what the fuck? I mean, Rip. I stream every day for a couple of hours. Double's been here practically since the beginning. He gonna have a lot of points. I don't know what he's saving up the points for, but he's like, I'm ready. If I have a whim, I got the money for it. Now I'm going back to chess. No worries. The time goes by pleasantly while the ship gets closer to Sue's? Suz? You are enjoying some well-deserved rest in your bunk when someone knocks at the door. You can't help but wonder who it could be, and when you open the door, you're surprised. Captain Smith is in front of you with his usual military frown and who appears to be relieved to be heading to London. Look at that! I'm a super lurker. Look at Tony. Look at beautiful Tony. A W next. I feel like it's been 2 years because I know my 2-year anniversary is coming up for affiliate. But I wasn't affiliate for a couple of months. So I'm Locks of hair and watchful eyes appear behind the legs of your superior. It's Scott, who looks much better, and you smile at him. The child hides behind his father when he notices you are watching. Send help. No, you're good, Rip. You're good. You don't need to send help. You're cool to chill. W. Huntington, I thought I'd take advantage of these days to talk. We have a lot to discuss. It has been hard, but we are finally heading home. Of course, Captain. Scott sprints along the corridor, disappearing behind the corner to avoid the embarrassment of waving, which makes you smile. When Smith walks away, you close the door. Error? User not found, please. Wait! 1 year, 6 months. Okay, so a year and a half. Look at that, a year and a half. With 104 months for Rip, but 51 for me in 1.5 years. It's all good, Tony. We also gotta think about this, Tony. You spend points. The toots aren't cheap. The oh no's, those aren't cheap. Talking hand. You spend the points. You probably would have the same amount of points. See? You spend them points. Flying the ship docks in the harbor of... Oh no! See what I mean? Oh no? See what I mean? Yeah, I was like, Adobo has 183. I think Rip doesn't have that many. I know Adobo has that much. To gather supplies for the last part of the journey to London, the quays are filled with people doing all kinds of things, workers carrying huge crates, people preparing to set sail with their fishing boats, drunks already stumbling around in broad daylight. The streets of the town seem to hug the shore, as if they are trying to engulf it in a tangled maze made of alleys and secondary streets. Blondie, treats and kisses? Let's not forget all the treats and kisses. Actually, it'd be a perfect time, because Blondie's here for once. Look at that baby. You're blocking Blondie. I do have changed outfit a couple of times. That's true. You've also done that.
Sit. Sit enough. There. They got the kisses and they got the treats.
Hold on. I'm gonna adjust the camera a bit because I'm like, I think it got bumped when I excitedly pulled my book from it. There we go. You were the puppers.
Oh, the puppers. So excited. You want another kiss, Blondie?
I'm gonna give you another kiss. You can't stop me. Just got punched in the face. She's like, kiss me. Okay, where's our kisses and treats? Well, I guess this would be an interesting question then. How would that work? Like, would I just be like, mwah! Like, also, I don't know how to give y'all treats. How give treats? God, she got me good. Bought me in the face, just. I mean, I got the little hugs. I got little hugs. You know, I can put you on my shoulder, but like, come here, hug. How give kisses? Explain. How give kisses? I'll do it if I can figure out a good way so it doesn't look so like awkward. Just mwah! For experience. We're at 4. Cass has left us. Now is your chance to try and catch the thief. The ship's passengers are disembarking out of the harbor. If the man is among them, you'll certainly recognize him. Just kiss your cam. But then it'll be... put, like, lip prints on it. Plus, knowing me and my goblin brain, what's gonna stop me from going... I might accidentally lick it. And I'll be like, no! It's been licked. Alright, observe or disembark. I'm gonna observe. Success. Like us. I don't think I can. I think that's frowned upon? I don't know. I think kisses are okay. I don't think I can lick. I think that's lewd? Is that lewd? I don't know. I'd have to read the TOS to be like, can I lick? Chat? I need to get like a plushie or something that just says chat and be like, and then just give my love and affection to that. You carefully observe all the passengers disembarking, one by one. You've forgotten there were so many, but you keep your eyes peeled and your mind focused. There are soldiers with noses which could be exhibited in an oddity museum. Others have scars which could surely tell some interesting stories. Boom. You freeze when suddenly you recognize the features of the young man you fought against on the ship. You finally found him. At the sunset of Suez. Susie. I don't know how to say it. I kind of like Susie, though. Susie is an incredible sight. The canal glimmering in the sunlight as if it were beset with precious stones. The shores crowded with boats of every possible kind, flying all sorts of flags despite being a British proctorate. The city seems to glory in its cosmopolitan nature, deserving its fame as the crossroads of the Western world. Susie. Suez? Susie. Egypt? I'm assuming so. I mean, we're in Africa and we're like making our way back to London. That makes sense. You find a place where you can observe the crowd without being seen. Oh, did I go backwards? Oh no, I'm still following him. Okay. As soon as the thief passes you by, you follow him, trying not to take your eyes off of him and waiting for the right time to strike. I swear, if this military man has that eyeball tattoo, I'll be like, he's been here since the beginning. Should you lose him, you don't think you could find him again amidst that throng of sweat and bustling humanity. Suezi? Suezi? Is that how you say it? Suezi? Or so, like Soho. Soezi. This is a fun word to learn. Mind you, English is my second language. Susie. So Susie! Is it Susie? Like Susan, but Susie? This isn't working. No, it's not. You're smack in the middle of... You know, I'm gonna just do this so that way I don't keep butchering this beautiful town's name. Google. Help me, Google. How to pronounce Suez. Susie. How to pronounce it? Sure.
So we have this rhythm of Suez Canal.
Suez.
Suez Canal.
Suez. Suez. Thank you, Tony. Suez. You're smack in the middle of the Suez Bazaar. Your senses are struck by the smells and colors of the bazaar, floating around all of the stands, covered in goods you've never before seen. You feel sucked into an unfamiliar world, on the verge of suffocating you in this dense crowd of people. You have a hard time finding your bearings and soon lose track of the way you came. The heavy crowd has made you lose track of the man, and now you're trying to find him again. I just forgot how to say it. Suez. Suez's streets are all too crowded with British uniforms, and you struggle to check every single passerby. Then you notice some unusual behavior from one of the soldiers. He's looking about, but never stopping to examine the busy, extravagant stands. You move closer to try and observe him better, and finally, you recognize the young man. You get closer to him, your eyes fixed on the target. You can't lose him now. You lay low, blending into a small group of people, replicating their movements so that you're hidden from the sight of the soldier. Suddenly, the man turns right, in a quieter alley, farther away from the bazaar, and you're forced to leave cover and follow him there. You've turned the corner and receive a kick straight in the face, making you fall to the ground with your nose painfully throbbing. I have been injured. You get up quickly, despite having been hit hard. The thief is ready to fight. It seems he isn't gonna run away this time. Okay, let's see. Fighting, agility. What is better? What is better? Agility. More points. Dodge. Success! You dodge, hit, as you manage to throw your adversary against the alley wall. You notice something sticking out of his pocket. It's Eric's diary. You grasp the notebook and hold it close, but the thief makes use of your temporary distraction and runs. You try to grab him with your free hand, pulling at his coat, but his jacket rips and you lose your balance. 2 experience. You fall on your knees and fire the man's wrist a couple of inches away from your eyes. You manage to get a glimpse of a tattoo sticking out of his sleeve, then the thief sprints off and disappears down an alley. It's the mofo from the beginning. GLAD nominations are going out. Nina for GLAD? GLAD. Remind me again what GLAD stands for, Tony? You remember having seen that tattoo already. It's identical to the one sported by the beggar you crossed paths with when you first arrived in Zanzibar. It wasn't the same man, you're sure of that. You wonder why such different men should have the same symbol tattooed on their wrist. It looks like the mark of some secret organization or cult. I need to now check Meyer's wrist, because if Meyer has the same thing, I'll be like, ooh, bad guy. More experience points. You head back, holding your pocket where you put Eric's diary tightly, lest the thief gets it in his head to steal it yet again. You're glad you could recover it, but now you can't help throwing paranoid looks at every person you see on the way back. Alright, we're at 20. We're getting there. Oh, against defamation. Oh, I don't know. I'm not worthy. I'm definitely not worthy. There's people out there who do way more and like hold charities and funds and everything. I'm just here being like, oh, tee, like I'm not worthy. Let's see. I give the nomination to someone who's worthy. Let's see. You spend the remainder of the day resting in your cabin, and when you look out to the docks again, the sunset is already painting the famous canal gold. Raising your eyes to the pier, you observe how it's now completely free of the afternoon's hustle and bustle, an almost romantic sight. Captain Smith is waiting for you. He's lighting a match for his pipe, and the sky's soft orange shadow glows together before you. The mood that they're setting, though. Nina holds us. I holds. Don't worry. I holds in my pocket. Boot pocket. Because everybody had boot pockets. It's an incredible sight, don't you think, Huntington? He greets you thus with the question floating in the middle of that painting-worthy landscape, his voice incredibly low, calm, and steady. Are we sure I'm not flirting? I wouldn't know, Captain. I'm really starting to miss London. The military man turns to you with a frown, as if you had spoiled the moment for him. Then he blows smoke from his pipe and gestures at you to follow him. We get Pocket Mommy, Nina gets Pocket Chad. Yes! Pocket Chad. See, this is why I need plushies, so I can just Pocket Chad. Smith takes you out drinking to a port tavern. For a moment, you're bewildered. It's just like entering a typical English pub. The atmosphere is the same, you've breathed time and again in London. The changes your country has brought upon these lands are indeed staggering. You sit at a secluded table and order 2 beers. Huntington, I think you know why I brought you here. You're not sure. The captain is an unfathomable man, and you don't know what he wants to tell you. Scott? Disease? Don't know? I'm gonna say the disease. To hell with the disease! The captain spits on the ground in irritation. My son, Scott. He's only alive thanks to you. My wife died during childbirth, and he's everything I have. Scott has come with me everywhere I was assigned, but recent events have made me think. Smith takes a long gulp of his beer. You dare not interrupt him. I have decided to leave the army. The news leaves you speechless. Smith looks exactly like the kind of person who was born for military life. My son's life and future are too important. I cannot endanger him again. I must be able to offer him a normal life. I'm gonna agree with him. I agree with you, Captain. Smith smiles at you and takes another large gulp from his mug. Smith pays for both, then you stand and leave the tavern and its familiar London atmosphere. You take a few steps, and as soon as you're far enough, Smith turns to you. His gaze is as stern as usual, but in his eyes you can see so much more. There's the enormous gratitude he feels for you, a kind of bond that will never be broken. Take this, Jake. It's my London address. Keep it carefully, please. Should you ever need help, you need only ask. I'm indebted to you. Smith certainly doesn't seem the kind of man to make empty promises, and the stress he put on the words, "I am indebted to you," suggests that he will help you no matter what your problem is, with no questions asked. You slip his address inside your pocket, and together you walk back to the ship. The longest leg of the journey is still ahead. Homecoming. Oh my god, the achievement is, like, are they holding hands or shaking hands? Their hands are holding. That's all that matters. I have enough for fighting! Yes! I'm gonna be evened out, boy. The long journey's over, and in front of you lies London. Fumes rise from the chimneys of the houses, filling the sky with a grayish air that tastes like home. The bitter smell of the city streets, large, efficient factories, the scuttle of horses on the cobbles. You're finally back, and it seems like the city wants to welcome you, embracing you like an exile coming back from a long adventure. You take a carriage and you enjoy every single moment of it on the way home. The Victorian houses offer a spectacular interrupted view, an endless celebration of the greatness of this English city. The nostalgia and melancholy you felt during the last weeks finally become joy and happiness in viewing all the streets and monuments you have loved your whole life. When the carriage stops in front of your house, you are drawn to watch it as it pulls away. It's been so long since you last saw one. It seems different, maybe bigger. You try to embrace reality, entering the house and exploring every corner as if it were the first time you'd been there. You can't help but ask yourself what it's going to be like renewing old habits. Yet, whilst climbing the stairs, painful memories resurface with each step you take. It feels like you're suddenly one of those nightmares that haunted you in Africa. You stop at the room's edge. Your body is paralyzed with panic and hesitation. You'll never forget that in that very room your beloved Helen took her last breath. I'm gonna enter. We're gonna work through these feelings. You sit on the bed. You didn't know the cure for the disease. No matter how much time you spent reading in the laboratory, or how much you received from esteemed colleagues and friends, it was the biggest failure of your career and the most painful experience of your life. You can't fail again. The strange African disease has already killed several people, and you couldn't do anything to save them. But you have no intention of giving up, no matter the cost. This time, you will defeat the disease. You owe it to Helen. The doorbell rings. You leave these thoughts for a moment and go downstairs to open the door. You wonder how anyone might have known of your return so soon. Is it the thief again? While it's going downstairs, you see a figure through the frosted glass of the front door. It's either the thief or Meyer. You approach the door, and despite the blurriness, you recognize the person waiting there. It's Meyer! It's your boy! Let me see your wrists. Gotta make sure you're not part of a creepy eyeball cult. You hesitate, but you decide to open the door. With a polite greeting, the German asks to enter your house, and you can hardly refuse him. The man looks around with curiosity, examining your furniture, and then asks to sit down in the living room. You agree to his request, since this is apparently an ordinary courtesy call, although you notice the suitcase Meyer has with him. Didn't you try to kill me in Africa? Meyer sits down as he continues to examine your furniture, as if he were actually interested in you as a person. The man leaves his suitcase near the armchair and crosses his arms in front of you, with unnerving calm before deciding to speak. Huntington, maybe we started out on the wrong foot, and I think you misunderstood my role in Africa. We only seek your help. The Germans' presence in the middle of the battle at the rebels' camp was undoubtedly a surprise. You're not sure if you can trust him, but you can't decide what to do. Odd way to show it. I'm intrigued. We want you to study the disease for us. We have a common goal. We would like to find a cure to, and we are sure you are the man with the necessary skills and motivation to find it. Your thoughts turn to Helen and to her agony. I'm just going to do this because shiny's bothering me. Bam. If you had help, if someone like Meyer had reached you 1 year ago offering support, you might have done something to save her. The man picks up the suitcase beside him and places it in front of you. Open it with some theatrics. You remain speechless, seeing the contents. Money. More money than you've ever seen before. This is to let you carry on your research in a satisfying way. I hope it's enough to convince you of our good intentions. Once again, your thoughts wander among several questions. Wasn't this what you wanted? With all that money, you could start 1, 2, maybe even 5 simultaneous research projects to study the disease and defeat it as soon as possible. How many lives could you save? On the other hand, you don't know Meyer. You know nothing about the organization he belongs to. The man seems elusive and very careful in regard to disclosing information. You don't know whether he's trying to cheat you or what he wants in return for such generous economic help. I mean, he says cure, which In an evil way, it could be like, we want to harness it, and if we accidentally dose ourselves, we can cure ourselves. I will accept the money. You decide to accept Meyer's offer. There are many peculiarities that surround the German and the people he represents, but his motive seems noble. Moreover, with this money, you can start your research right away. You could even find a cure quickly and defeat the African disease. You'll see us soon, Mr. Huntington. We'll want to know the developments of our investment. After having said goodbye by raising his hat, Meyer heads to the end of the street. When you can no longer see him, you get back into your house, closing the door behind you. Back in the living room, you glimpse at the suitcase, swallowing your nerves. You wonder whether it was a good idea to accept his offer. Ooh, achievement! And more experience if you like. Yeah, we gotta save up 40 now. The encounter with Meyer has left you full of doubts and uncertainty. You know nothing about the interests of the people he works for, except for the fact they are too looking for a cure for the African disease. You feel dazed, you need some time to think about it, but you also need to rest. You go upstairs, trying to ignore the knot in your stomach as soon as you enter the bedroom. You reach the bed and let go of your worries, exhausted and hoping to sleep immediately. But your hopes are soon denied by bitter insomnia. You stare at the ceiling and toss and turn beneath the bedsheets while you dwell on the past few weeks. You enlisted and went to Zanzibar, escaping the demons that haunted you, but you have found new ones over the course of the journey. One in particular seems to have invaded both your mind and your nightmares: the disease. A new opponent has unexpectedly entered the game. He awaits your next move on a chessboard whose pieces represent the lives of the innocent. You grab a pawn and feel as if you're ready to take them on and challenge the disease. But who can tell whose king will fall first? Bum, bum, bum. Dear London. How many chapters are there? 1 second. Give me my breath like a second. I just want to see how many chapters there are. Ukrainian interior minister among 14 killed in Kiev helicopter crash. Oh no, that's not good. Oh, that's not good. How many chapters? In War and Peace. In Omen. My goodness, how do you spell Exitio? I know how to spell Exitio. Don't doubt me. I don't think we're even halfway, because there's like chapter 1 complete and chapter 2 complete, right? Danger. Oh, I think we are on chapter 2. Okay. There's also a chapter 3. A chapter 4. Oh my god. And then endings. So we just entered chapter 2. Oh my goodness. Alright, so I guess when we get to Blood Ritual, that's the end of chapter 2. Hopefully we get there before we hit our time limit. Globe Road, London. Though a short time has elapsed since your return, it nonetheless seems like a strange, distant dream. Where is Spurbo? I think? Yeah, we got a ways to go. Your house is definitely silent, with only the occasional muffled sound from the world outside penetrating the wall, but in your ears there are echoes of gunfire and shrill screaming, the screams of injured soldiers and pestilent dying men. Tummy, don't you start growling now. Since you returned, you have felt an unshakable fatigue, a small conflict, a strange epidemic, and a long voyage. Over the past month, your body is justified in demanding convalescence? It could also just be PTSD. However, rest alone will not help extirpate the memory of Zanzibar from your conscious and unconscious mind. Confronting this disease seems your only option to keep your mind busy. Read his journal. I'm gonna get some books. Success! You go through to the bookshelves in your study and glance at the titles of the books. You decide to follow a hunch. You take from the shelves all the publications which mention or describe the means of transmission of diseases. Convalescence. Convalescence? It's a weird word. For experience. You skip from one book to another. This disease is unconventional, not only in its behavior, but also in the way it seems to spread. As you are going through your notes and comparing them to various known yet unusual diseases, you realize that it appears to have a selective patterns of transmission. Too selective. Soft A. Conval? Conval. Convalescence? What's a soft A? Val as if saying Valerie, the name. Convalescence. Here's a quick English lesson. Thank you, Larrington. Valerie. Convalescence. So weird. That's so weird. The only conclusion you are able to draw from that is that this disease spreads as if someone's deliberate intervention. Someone who chose where and to whom it would spread. This thought troubles your mind greatly until at last you are overcome by tiredness and you fall asleep. Slowly, trying not to spill the tea which you have already put on your tray, you finish preparing your breakfast. Lifting it carefully, you walk to the stairs and start to ascend. You get to the landing and stop suddenly in your tracks when you realize that you have made breakfast for two. Raising your gaze to your bedroom door, you recognize the scene of your reoccurring nightmare. You feel like you know exactly what will happen once you enter the room. You feel queasy, and not wishing to even face such mental anguish, you turn and start to head down the stairs. The moment you take the first step, you notice something under your foot, something dark. Looking down, you cannot help but let the tray fall and its contents shatter. There is a river of blood running down the steps. You turn back to your bedroom door to see that the blood is coming from there, streaming underneath it. Then you hear a rough and distorted voice trying to say something. It is your name. With a scream, you are suddenly awake. You are sitting, your breathing is heavy, and your heart is racing. Your blankets are bunched up and damp with sweat. Once again, you have dreamt of Helen suffering from the disease which you encountered in Africa. The sense of guilt in your subconscious is playing cruel tricks on you. You think back to the interminable hours you spent at the university library, eyes strained and bloodshot by the dim peripheral light of the reading rooms. Never a hint. The nature of the disease that killed your wife continued to be a mystery long after her death. When Helen died, you had wanted to die too. You even planned it out and decided on the scientifically best method, poison. But once again, it was the thought of Helen that stopped you. You knew that it was not what she would have wanted. She would have wanted you to fight back and do everything possible to stop other people dying or having to go through the pain of losing their loved ones. It is the remembrance of this thought that now, once again, gives you strength and resolve. With a lingering sense of terror from your nightmares, you get up, wash, and get dressed. You need to walk and breathe fresh air. An old friend. We're at 20. We're halfway there. Traversing Mile End, you reach the gleaming white facade of Queen Mary University of London. The time you spent here was intense, and you have mixed emotions about seeing it again now. It was home to many pleasurable moments, but also to the anguished final months you spent obsessively researching before your departure to Zanzibar. You skip up the steps at the entrance and go inside. The experience seems both old and new at the same time. You walk along the corridors full of voices and students. One of them appears to be in a great hurry and knocks at you painfully as he is hurtling down the hall. Sheets of paper and notebooks fly in all directions to the amusement of the various student onlookers who have stopped to observe the scene. Student: Hey Fleming, don't your books teach you how to look where you're going? I'm gonna help the kid. No one likes this. Fleming hastens to pick up his things. Please, there's no need. Thank you, please. As you return his papers, certain diagrams and formula catch your eye. They represent rather complex notes of a microbiological nature. You're curious and decide to speak? You let him go to spare him any— No, I'm gonna question him, because he could have the answer. It's outside. You should be running, boy, enjoying yourself instead of dashing around here with these notes, which appear to be rather complicated. What is your name? Alexander, sir. Alexander takes back his notes and starts putting them in order. There is an awkward moment as it becomes clear to you that he must go, but is trying to figure out how to do it without being rude. There is no time to enjoy myself, sir. I have a whole course to catch up. I must go. Please excuse me and thank you. With your permission. He lowers his head and sets off again. In his hurry, he almost knocks into another student, who growls at him menacingly. You watch him moving off, careening distractedly along the corridor like a clumsy blue bottle. Well, I'll be Jake, you old rascal! You suddenly hear your name and immediately recognize the deep and cheerful tone of the voice saying it. You turn to see Reginald Chamber. Reginald Chambers, sprightly face welcoming you with a wide, playful grin. I'm just getting the experience. Okay, one more experience and we're there. Reginald is the professor of pharmacology and the closest thing you ever had to a friend in your years at the institution. I'm gonna chat with him. Reginald, old boy, what's happened to you? Is the university wearing you out? You're looking thin. Reginald claps his belly and grins. At nearly 20 stone, his ample bulk rarely goes unnoticed. You know how it is, Jake. These students suck you dry, and since the retirement of Betty from the university canteen, I'd say your old friend Reginald has lost a couple of pounds. Reginald releases a deep, loud chatination, which fills the air all around. Tell me about you, though. What news of distant Zanzibar? Reggie, old chippy chap. Reginald, I'm not here on a social call and I could really use your help. In Zanzibar, I came across a very nasty disease, something new and completely unknown. I'm heading to the library to find out more. Oh, buddy, old pal, old chum of mine. Reginald looks at you seriously for once. He remembers well the time you spent in the library, obsessed with Helen's illness. The Queen Mary Library overwhelms you with its particular odor, a mixture of old paper, paraffin from the lamps, and a slight must of mold. You start refamiliarizing yourself and walk around until you come to the microbiology section, where a dark-skinned servant is busy arranging books. You find some potentially relevant volumes, but you are unsatisfied. Then your gaze falls on a stack of books that a man is arranging nearby. They seem ideal for your research. The man notices you looking at the pile and gives you a nod of permission. You add them to the books you are already carrying and hasten to the central table where Reginald is waiting. Jake, old boy, what do you intend to do with all these tomes? No, wait, I don't want to know. Whatever your intentions are, I have no wish to deal with them on an empty stomach. Let's go to the pub and get something in our bellies. Unlike the library, the entrance to your old pub has a salubrious effect on you. These words! It hasn't changed in the slightest since your last visit, and the tartan furniture is comfortably worn through in all the same places. You follow Reginald to your usual table, where you used to spend long hours discussing and hypothesizing various scientific theories. A barmaid comes over to take your order. Ho, Shirley? Look who I brought along. Ho, Shirley. Shirley puts a hand on her hips and throws you a warm smile. Experience. Thank you, I'll take it. I won't get the speechy speech. I'm gonna smooth talk my way out of everything, hopefully. The old partners are back together then. I need not to ask what old Reggie wants, but what shall I bring you, Jake? The same! As soon as Shirley goes off, you are piling onto the table some of the volumes that you took from the library. Tommy, stop growling. As you are doing so, you realize that one of them is not even a medical book at all. It seems very curious to you because you were quite sure that you had read all the titles before taking them. It seems to be a text on ancient Egyptian myths. Flicking through it with some curiosity, you come to a page which has been bookmarked with a thin red ribbon, and there, staring at you, is a symbol, an eye. There can be no question, it is almost identical to the symbol encountered on your adventure. Is this merely an odd coincidence, or is there some sort of hidden connection? A flurry of interrogatives occupies your thoughts. Remember how they said somebody's trying to help you? Realizing that Reginald is observing you with a puzzled expression, you put the book back with the others and start telling him about the things which you saw in Zanzibar. You begin to get caught up in the fever of your tale, but while your jovial friend keeps smiling all the while, his eyes begin to show a groaning concern. It's like, yeah? Zanzibar! You found a well! You found a well full of dead bodies! Okay. Somewhere alive. Oh, God. Oh, buddy. Oh, and then something with a lady, she turned into your wife. Okay. And then Germans were, oh my God. A polite cough makes you raise your head from your study. Shirley has returned carrying 2 big plates and looks at you with some concentration. Eventually you realize what she wants and you clear some space on the table for your meal. Reginald launches himself into his food. Oh, that does look good. But you only glance at the enormous steak and chips on your plate before returning to the paragraph you're reading. That looks really good. There's a description of a certain skin rash that you're particularly interested in. Let me see if I've got this right. This disease causes fever, weeping sores, and ocular hemorrhaging. The poor victims bleed from all these sores and they weep blood. You can only imagine the smell of their body's malfection. Nodding, you notice a couple just behind Reginald. The woman pushes away her plate and the man stops mid-air with a fork full of food. Reginald's loud description has clearly and understandably ruined their appetite. Question, I've never understood that. put the food in my mouth. Just be like, yeah? Eyes coming, blood coming out of the eyes? That's crazy, man. Ow. The same cannot be said for Reginald himself, who was polishing off the last few mouthfuls of his meal and washing it down with an enormous gulp from his mug of ale. Yeah, I'm with Reginald. Put the food in my mouth. I read about something similar just the other day. Some research by a microbiologist called Martinius Bijernik, describing a disease he's looking at. Check. Tell me more information. Where? It was in the scientific appendix of the standard one of last week's editions. Tell me more about it. Never heard of him. Tell me more. Although he doesn't work on humans, Martinius has done a series of studies that are apparently close to understand the true nature of certain diseases. They are said to be discoveries that will change medicine completely. Okay? As much as a Dutchman can be, I suppose. If you're asking me if I think he's just after fame, I'd have to say no. He's a botanist and microbiologist of some renown, and his studies have been garnering a great deal of interest in the scientific community of late. Well, I may still have a copy in my office, otherwise we can easily find another in the university library. You hurriedly collect up all the books from the table, pay the bill, leaving a generous tip for Shirley, and set off along the road, all the while admonishing Reginald to quicken his pace. After reading the article several times, you conclude that Bijernik's theories may very well explain various aspects of disease in general and this one specifically. This article, however, seems to deliberately omit important information. You inform Reginald of this, who is observing you attentively. At this point, I think we should try and speak to Bijernik himself. There's something not quite, Reggie. I better go. No! Come with me, Reggie. I'll back up. I've been assaulted so many times. Back up. I don't want to disappoint you, but it's not as easy as you might think. Martinius Bijernik lives in Delft, in Holland. I think we're going to Holland. Should I ask for his advice or just be like, we're going to Holland, bro. We're going to Holland. Reginald grins. Yes, my boy. I was hoping that you'd say that. Let's go, Reginald. You're already heading towards the door, mentally going through what you need to do to set off immediately, but then you realize your friend has stopped behind you. You turn to see Reginald stroking his chin and looking at you thoughtfully. The journey will be long and expensive. Are you sure about this? Maybe we should go to the bank before leaving. There is no need. I have everything we need. Meet me at the port. You are walking with Reginald near the Thames, watching his face wincing comically at its terrible smell. The area around the docks is utter chaos, and it's not easy to avoid collisions in the jostling mayhem. Reginald is holding his back to his chest and is constantly on the lookout for gangs of dirty, ragged street urchins. You cannot help but compare it to the port of Zanzibar, but quickly decide that here in London it is far less civilized and more chaotic. Just checking. Okay, we're at 16. Finally, you have freed yourselves from the crowd and made it to the shipping office. You tell Reginald to wait for you with the luggage while you go and buy the tickets. Good morning, how can I help you? Good morning, I'd like 2 tickets for a passenger ship to the Netherlands, please. You need not concern yourself over the price. The amount you were given by the Germans was more than enough. You and Reginald walk carefully up the narrow, creaking gangway onto the ship's deck. Turning back to look at the docks, you have the strange feeling of seeing London as already in the distance, as if those couple of yards were already hundreds of miles. There are a series of sailor shouts all around, and the ship sets sail for Rotterdam. A very helpful sailor accompanies you below deck to show you your berths. The Mary Rose II is a nice little ship that will allow for an agreeable and comfortable voyage. The sailor leaves you and Reginald in your new cabin. Alright, Germans. Made a mistake. Departure. Disease. Rest. I'm gonna tell my boy. Because if he's in on it, I want him to know I'm aware. If it's a lot of money, I can't see what your mistake could have been. You cannot help but laugh at your friend's reaction. Although you have already recounted what transpired in Zanzibar, you now tell him all about Meyer and the strangeness of the circumstances in which he sought you out, first in Africa, then immediately on your return to England. Well, I don't think you have any sort of legal obligation to him because of the money. And besides, you are fulfilling your side of the bargain by continuing to research. If it turns out to be as new and as dangerous as you think, you can always make it public, and there won't be much left for Meyer anyway. Reginald's reasoning is actually fairly sound, but nevertheless, you cannot share his optimism entirely. You doubt that this agreement will come to such an easy resolution. Let's talk about the disease. It seems to me from the symptoms you've described to be a strain of plague, but with many, perhaps too many, incongruous details. It may very well turn out to be a new type of bacterium, or perhaps something else new. Theories are always emerging in our area of study. I should have paused there. You nod your agreement. This is why it's so important to speak with Bergenic. Reggie. If you really need to know, I have 2 very good reasons to be here. Your friend smells warmly and grabs his stomach. This here wants to try some new food. I haven't had a proper adventure since I was a student at the university, and I don't know how much longer I'll be able to have them. Reginald laughs heartedly. You look at him, waiting to hear his second reason. Secondly, Jake, you don't seem to me to be in any sort of condition to deal with all this alone. I'm afraid you just end up doing something daft. Oh, my boy. My ride or die! Alright, let's go rest. Before getting some rest, let's eat some of this food brought by that uniformed girl just now. Reginald uncovers a big silver platter and releases a cloud of wonderful smelling steam. Oh, for once you decide to join your brandishing companion in his repast before settling down into your comfortable bunk. Once more, and for the whole trip, sleep refuses to treat you kindly. You can't stop thinking of Zanzibar, of Meyer, and of the disease. Every train of thought breeds new mysteries. Your only hope that Bidronic can give you answers to these questions which are driving you mad. Opening your eyes, the first thing you see is Reginald. He's reading a book and chewing something. He smiles when he sees that you're awake. He is about to speak to you when there is a loud ringing. The ship is entering Rotterdam port. The coach driver shouts something to you in a hard German accent, and you look out of the carriage window. You are finally leaving Rotterdam behind, and after a while, you make out the first signs of the outskirts of Delft. PTSD. Oh yeah, he's got PTSD hard. So hard. With the money given to you by the Germans, you have no trouble finding great lodgings near the university. It is a fine building, and Reginald is already at the window, scoping the best spots to eat. There are indeed various places on both sides of the canal. God, can you imagine trying to do this with no money? Probably won't even happen. Since you're feeling excited, as if at the start of some pleasurable holiday, you decide to relax and enjoy the moment, rather than dwell on the reality of being caught up in a complex web of intrigue and mysteries. You unpack and organize the few things you brought with you, and while Reginald takes care of the formalities related to your accommodation, you decide to go straight to the university to try and see Bajinic. Can I just call him Bay? Or Bijer? Just go Bay. As you leave, you close the door behind you. It does not seem very solid. Having studied a map of Delft, you know that it's pretty straightforward to get to the university from where you're staying. You walk a few streets and soon find yourself at the steps which lead up to the college. Ask university information. To announce your arrival. I'm gonna just ask information. Let's see. University administration for the whereabouts, or to announce your arrival to doctor. What if, do I want him to know I'm on the way? Or is it just kind of like, yo, where's he at? Maybe just a yo, where he's at. He shows you the office of Dr. Martinius Bidrick. You are in such a state of agitation that you feel almost as if you were a teenager about to go on a first date. I think I know why they put the sex scene so far at the beginning of this game, because it's like, they're like, see, he's straight, totally, 100%. It's like, is he? I think he's bi at least. He's so nervous. You knock and enter the office. Professor Bai recognizes you and immediately welcomes you warmly. As soon as I heard your English accent, I knew who you were. The professor offers to give you a tour of the college, and you take the opportunity to see the laboratory where you'll be working together and exchanging ideas over the following days. Bai is friendly, but he's clearly avoiding talking about the reason why you're here. Professor Bai's quiescence continues to exasperate you over the days that follow. Every morning you make your way to the laboratory where you spend a few hours with him or alone when he has lectures. You study various diseases and discuss theories together without ever explicitly discussing that disease. Every time you bring it up, Bai immediately changes the subject, but since it is clear that much of the research that you're doing has many things in common with the African disease, you decide not to force the issue for now. Your time in Delft is fast beginning to follow routine. Reginald often comes with you to the laboratory, but most of the time he wanders around the city enjoying its culinary traditions, about which he gives you enthusiastic nightly reports. Sometimes you go out with him to eat, but you often have a strange and unpleasant feeling that you're being watched. You're trying a traditional stamp pot, which Reginald has been ranting about for days. Vi is busy at the university, and Reginald is away for a few days visiting the Hugwog, which is not far away. Once again, you are feeling observed. But when you look behind you, there is nothing, or perhaps only a shadow. Then you notice someone sitting a few tables away, dressed very stylishly. He is brazenly staring straight at you. Meyer. It's freaking Meyer. Yeah, I'm gonna go talk to him. I'll be like, bro, how much money do you have? Well, we have enough. Observation. Observe the secrets. Yeah. You move over to where Meyer is sitting. Dr. Huntington, what a pleasure. Will you join me for supper? Once seated, a few moments pass in silence. He is measured and calm. He seems to be toying with you. Dr. Huntington, we are satisfied with your decision to collaborate with Vi and the steady progress being made. Certain details, however, interest us in particular. He is looking you straight in the eye. His smiling coolness betrays disquieting undertones, and every word seems to contain a veiled threat. We have eyes and ears everywhere, Dr. Huntington, but it is not enough. We require a return on our investment. No final results as yet, rather an update on the current state of your research. You feel repugnance at its menacing tone. However, having accepted their money, you can hardly back out now. A pathogenic agent smaller than a bacterium. The idea is disturbing, but the research that you and Bay have conducted on sick tobacco leaves continues to confirm this surprisingly absurd hypothesis. Magic has already chosen a name for it. Virus. Tony, what's this? He's giving you the money. It seems almost more like a machine in the way it reproduces, attacking cells and using them to multiply, than a biological organism. Many of the anomalous aspects that have troubled you since Zanzibar begin to make some sort of sense. Oh my god, is this how we discovered viruses? Your research has come to a critical phase, and Bai is invigorated and beginning to show some emotion for the first time. I think the time has finally come for our discoveries to be made public, Dr. Huntington. The world of medicine will never be the same. Bai has started the process of publication, but it will take some time before it is verified and peer-reviewed. You decide to use this time for a short break. You have recently been taking long, reflective walks around Delft, trying to tally the results of your research with the pathology of the East African disease. Chief among your current concerns is resolving the question of the means of transmission and spread of this so-called virus. Despite spending time at the epicenter of this disease, you have had no symptoms, or at least none of the type that you observed there. Could this mean that this mysterious virus has a different effect on different people? Perhaps a single virus can give rise to different diseases. As you are wandering near the cathedral thinking about all of these strands of the puzzle, you come across a small boy selling newspapers. Something catches your eye on the front page, and so you buy a copy. You have only learned a few words and expressions in Dutch, so you can't really understand the article properly, but you do understand that it is an article about your and Bai's research. Skimming the article, you see it mentions the university, the professor, and some of his colleagues. There is no trace of your name, however. It is certainly puzzling. Why would Bai have kept your name out of the reports? What motivation could he have? It's very strange because you would not have taken him for an opportunist. Then there's the question of Zanzibar. Since the moment you first arrived, the professor has continuously avoided the subject. Despite using ideas and evidence gleaned from your experiences, you haven't once discussed it openly. The colors of Delft soften as the shadows lengthen and evening falls. As you walk back to your lodgings, you reflect on what your next move will be. Entering the apartment, you immediately smell Reginald's cooking. You fall into an armchair and tell your friend you aren't hungry. Your appetite has been ruined by this discovery. You're mulling over plausible explanations when there is a knock at the door. Who is it? I'm looking for Dr. Huntington. You recognize the voice. It's Meyer. Reginald turns to look at you questioningly, but you are already on your feet and moving closer to the door. Ooh, I can open the door and confront him, or I can question him through the door. I got my boy Reginald. I'm gonna open it. You open the door to find Meyer's smiling face. He immediately asks if you'd like to accompany him for a drink. Sure. Reginald watches you with a look of confusion as you get your things and leave with Meyer. You go together to a nearby pub and he buys you a drink too, as he says, "Congratulate you. We are very satisfied with your work so far, Dr. Huntington. Your handling of our investment has proved extremely fruitful. Meyer cuts off your objection with a rapid hand movement. Ow! I hit the thing. I imagine you are disturbed by the most recent development, but then again, ow. I've always thought a man like you would be more interested in the results rather than fame. Is that not so? You try to remain impassive as you become aware of how closely he is to scrutinizing you. Bijir wasn't exactly happy either, but he understood why it was necessary to leave your name out of the press, as I hope will you. The important thing is that you got great results. You worked for us, and you have been duly compensated. Meyer is speaking in illusions again. Without saying anything explicitly, his message is perfectly clear. He wants you to leave Delph without seeing or speaking to Bijir. Meyer leaves, giving you no chance to reply. It seems your German backers gave Bijir no choice but to leave you out of the publication of your results. Reginald agrees with you. You are left frustrated and angry. Ignore them, old boy! Yes, you will. You will ignore their warning and speak to Bijir. First thing tomorrow morning. Parasite agents. Oh, shit. I think somebody's gonna die. Opening your eyes, you are immediately filled with determination. You are going to confront Dr. Bijir and find out exactly why he was compelled to do what he did. You get breakfast quickly and consider what you will need to take your positions. Research. Take the briefcase containing your copy of the research. I'm gonna say no, because if I'm about to confront him, someone might steal the research that I've done. So words, only words. You have worked closely with Bijir for many months, and you certainly have nothing to prove to him. You must only speak to him as one academic to another. You leave your briefcase where it is and go. Oh, but what if someone steals it? I mean, either way, it could get stolen. Reggie's there. He'll watch it. As you're walking to Bijir's house, you go over and over in your mind the words you will use to explain your position. Although the general idea remains the same, you make some mental edits until you come up with the best possible phrasing for what you want to say. Please have an amazing day, everyone. Bye, Diggins! Thanks for hanging out. Probably got another hour and a half. Though, this is a lot of talking. We'll see what happens. Reaching his house, you pass by 3 young men laughing and joking around on the street outside. They look like 3 friends returning from a night of revelry. Remembering times like these, you smile and feel a little envious. You straighten your coat in front of the door and knock. A butler calls for Bijir, but when he comes to the door, his face carries an expression of bewilderment. Good morning, who are you? Do you mean to say you don't know me? Bijir appears in earnest, even somewhat irate. I'm sorry, sir, but I'm quite sure that I've never met you in my life. There must be some misunderstanding. Now, if you please, I'm a very busy person. The butler and another servant approach, and the doctor pushes you lightly towards the door as if shooing away some kind of annoying insect. You turn your body to try to wedge yourself there before the door can close. You must try and speak with Bijir. It cannot end like this. Okay, I imagine my speechcraft is better than my fighting. My speech is better than my fighting. Zanzibar! I contacted you months ago to tell you about a terrible epidemic spreading in Zanzibar. Bijir looks at you. You recount the whole story of your meeting and collaboration together with words chosen carefully, but also hastily. It is impossible that he remembers nothing of this, and so you demand an explanation. Sir, I do not understand your intentions, but there must be some kind of terrible misunderstanding. It appears that Bijir is considering your words, weighing up the possibilities, but then he comes to some sort of decision and shakes his head and asks you to leave and closes the door behind you. You stare at the closed door. You realize it'd be pointless to insist to knock again. If Bijir has answers, you certainly won't get them through force. Yet he is clearly hiding something. Zanzibar, that's a strip club I see. It's a great name. You recognize him and a fellow seeker of truth, so you know he isn't just in it for the money or the fame. Maybe Bijir's being controlled by someone. Perhaps you really are losing your mind. Instead of lessening on your return journey, your doubts now rise to the surface and compete for your attention. You left your notes at the flat. You need them now, to see them, to touch them, to know that you have not completely lost your mind. You've been walking, lost in thought for some time when you suddenly catch a movement out of the corner of your eye. Turning, you see the 3 men you had seen outside Bijir's house. Is it possible they are following you? Are they about to mug me? Don't worry, I don't have the notes on me. You stop at a newspaper stand, pretending to be interested in the papers to gauge the reaction. They also stop nearby, and once you start walking again, they do too. This is no coincidence. Over the months you've spent working with Bijir, you have had ample opportunity to get to know your way around Delph. Now you decide to use this knowledge to your advantage. You will try to lose them, or else lead them into a situation where you can confront them more easily. Oh god. Face your pursuers, you know very well how to defend yourself, even when outnumbered, or 1 against 3, you wouldn't stand a chance. You better run away as long as you can. I'm gonna run. Bam! You are alone and there are 3 of them, so you decide that confrontation is not your best option. Just ahead, there is a narrow alleyway. You take it, pick up your pace to a run, and then turn at the first road that crosses it. You continue taking random turns and accelerating, hoping to lose them, but to no avail. You can hear their footsteps behind you. Now they have started running. It has become a real chase. You change strategy and start running away from the city center. I would lose them in the city center because there's a lot of people. You continue with the same strategy of trying to lose them in the narrow labyrinth streets of the city center. Yet every time you turn around to see where they are, they seem closer. Your breathing is becoming labored. Perhaps this wasn't the best strategy after all. If you don't do something soon, they'll catch up. Okay, ability, observation, scream! Cunning. Without slowing down, you scan the area looking for anything which could help you in your escape. In the middle distance, there is a cafe, and besides the rear entrance, there is a tall stack of crates. As you pass, you tug on one of the crates near the bottom of the stack, making them collapse in all directions and block the alleyway. You know it won't stop them, but it should slow them down a little. Now that you've succeeded in gaining a little ground on the men chasing you, it's time to think of a strategy for getting away from them definitively. Okay, agility. Okay, let me look at my agility. My agility is 3. Look for the police station, which should be close by. Seek refuge in the cathedral, which is close. I would say... I don't know if the police are in on it, though. Because if the police are in on it, then they could just arrest me and put me in the thing. I'm gonna go with Surge. Oh, crap. You put all your efforts into a final, desperate sprint, but after less than a minute, you are forced to slow down by a painful stitch to your side. Your sedentary life in Delph has taken its toll on your fitness. Behind you, you can hear that your pursuers have gained ground. The 3 men surround you. No! Professor Huntington, it is time to understand that your collaboration with Dr. Beiger is over. Please stop trying to see him and exposing yourself. Your work is too valuable. You should be more discreet. He has a thick German accent. When he finishes speaking, the man shakes you violently. Understood, Huntington? You're an intelligent man, Huntington. Don't do anything stupid. We keep an eye on you. The 3 men walk off, and you recompose yourself. As you begin to walk home, your fear immediately disappears, and a burning anger rises up inside you. You will not be intimidated by these brutes, and you start thinking of how you're going to be able to prove your findings. You rush to the flat as quickly as possible. You cannot wait to have a degree of safety. You go up to the steps of the flat, but once again, you find that the door has been forced. No. You listen carefully, but it seems to be silent inside. Going inside, you see Reginald lying on the floor and immediately rush over to check his vitals. He is unconscious, and his face is bloody, but he doesn't seem to be too seriously hurt. Damn it. You failed an achievement. You realize that you had left your briefcase at home. You go over there immediately to the place where you left it, but find it empty and curse loudly. Without any evidence of your work, how will you be able to face the scientific community? Damn it! Alright, well, let's get agility. There's only one way to convince, talk, involve in local scandal. Local newspapers are always looking. Or you try to convince that they will listen to a colleague in need. Oh, I'm going after Beiger. You have made inquiries, and now you have an appointment at the Grote Mark, the market square, with a group of journalists. You've decided that the best solution is to put the whole situation into the public domain, even at the risk of creating a scandal. There are only 5 journalists present, and they give you looks which betray their differing approaches. 2 of them seem curious, the others very skeptical. You recount the facts of the case, and you can see that for many of them, the story, albeit true, seems unappealing. Do you have any evidence? I'm not going up against those professors without something solid. They'd have us for breakfast. You stiffen up as you think back to the loss of the briefcase. Just when you're about to answer, the reporter who asked you for the evidence pushes back his chair and stands up. Okay, I think we have our answer. Even if your story were true, I don't think we have much more to say. If we want some advice about professors, though, I've heard there's some excellent mental health doctors in Paris. The other journalists laugh at their witty colleague. You don't even protest as you see them walking away. You know that it's only been a colossal waste of time. Something, however, keeps your eyes on them as they walk off, particularly something in the behavior of the journalist who so challenged you. Ignore? Now I'm gonna watch him. There's something odd about his attitude. At one point, he turns to look at you and smiles, making a gesture with his hand to indicate that you are crazy. His mouth is laughing, but his eyes are not. Rather, they are watching you carefully. You are suddenly aware that there is something military-like about his bearing. He definitely doesn't carry himself like a journalist. As an ex-soldier yourself, you recognize when someone is pretending to be a civilian. It seems you cannot make any progress whatsoever, neither here nor from public opinion in general. It will be a while yet before the consequences of what you and Baijer discovered become known to the public. And you obviously can't wait around for something like that to happen. Ooh, 12? You are disappointed and angry. You've been mocked and ridiculed. How can you possibly put up with such a situation? With this thought in your mind, you leave the market square. Okay, we're at 20. Oh, I guess I'm gonna go talk to the scientific community. After weighing it up, you determine that the best thing to do now is to appeal directly to Delft's scientific and medical community. Thus, you return to the university and meet with the rector, Van Veerman, who in turn arranges a meeting with the medical board for that same afternoon. You're feeling nervous and on edge about presenting your case in front of all these staid and suspicious professors. It takes you back to your student days, and although you do have the strength of your convictions, the accusing attitude of these men makes you feel strangely guilty. You begin recounting your side of the story regarding Baijer's research, explaining your discoveries in Zanzibar and their role in subsequent results of your collaboration. You close with an account of the bizarre encounter with Baijer after the publication of your work. Rector Van Buren. Dr. Huntington, these allegations of yours are most serious. Dr. Baijer, who is not with us here today, denies not only your involvement, but even that he knows you. What exactly would a microbiologist be working with a doctor on this kind of research? Do you have any evidence to support your version of events? I had copies of the notes, but they were stolen. Of course, how convenient. Perhaps this theft is all part of a plot against you, sir. Gentlemen, we have before us a braggart, or a fool. Murmurs and barely stifled laughs rise up from the assembled academics. You make a feeble protest, but it is clear that they are no longer listening. You abandon this futile attempt and walk off angrily, trying to ignore the disarray comments behind you. But it's not over yet. You have just resolved to break into the laboratory. You arrive at the laboratory. Nobody's currently using it, and so the door is locked. You try without success to force it open. On closer inspection, it seems that the door has been reinforced following a recent break-in. But you will not be deterred so easily. See. Decide to try and steal the keys, remove a heavy bust from a pilf in the corridor and try to break the door, or force myself through a connecting window. I'm gonna just try to steal keys. After all the time you spent working with Baijer, you know exactly where the extra copies of the keys are. You find a place where you can observe the small office behind the reception to watch the comings and goings of the administration so you can pick the right moment to nip in and take the keys. I'm gonna watch. Success. You find a good spot to inconspicuously observe the movements of the people in the reception area. Eventually, there is only a junior administrator, and then he too is called somewhere else. When you're quite sure he is gone, you prepare to make a dash behind the main desk. A professor passes through the corridor. As soon as he too has walked off, you quickly sneak behind the desk to the rack, find and take the key. No one has seen you. Getting to the laboratory door, you check that no one is watching, slip in the key in the lock and enter. Looking around, something gives you a strange sensation. You know that the laboratory has been closed since you and Baijer finished your research, and he began writing up your results. Yet, all around you, there are unmistakable signs that the laboratory is still in use. On closer investigation, you notice that the test tubes contain more or less the same samples and chemicals that you had been using. Someone is carrying on with your research. You know that it can't be Baijer, busy as he has been with the publication, nor any of the laboratory technicians who have long been reassigned to other senior researchers. You cannot comprehend who could be using your research, nor why. You can feel your ire rising once again. You have been cheated out of months of arduous work, and your results have been appropriated. You must put a stop to them. Medicine? Ooh, despite your anger, you cannot sacrifice your discoveries. I'm gonna be a butt. I'm gonna be a butt. Destroy the lab. You quickly look around for flammable materials, grabbing bottles and reading their labels. You find alcohol and various other combustible liquids. You spill them around the lab and light a match. As strange green and blue flames begin to rise up around the microscopes and other instrumentation, you abandon the university, trying to go unnoticed. You do not even turn back once. What you have just done has forever ruined your collaboration with the University of Delph. Now you must think of an alternative strategy. They didn't believe me? Alone against the world. Well, maybe Reginald is still with me? I don't know. Reginald might be like, you burned down a school? Approaching the door of your flat and closing it again behind you, you feel almost as if you were sleepwalking. Suddenly, everything you've worked on over recent months has fallen into ruin around you, as if it had all been a dream. Badger's version of events has obviously been accepted as official truth to the extent that even you have begun to doubt yourself. In addition to this crushing self-doubt, you feel the weight of a strong, violent, and invisible threat at the back of your mind. I didn't burn down the school, the fire ate the school. You look around the flat thinking of the stolen notes. Now it is confirmed in your mind that the theft had not been a random break-in. The thieves had clearly known exactly what they were looking for. Ultimately, there is a sense of satisfaction knowing that you are not merely paranoid. There seems to be an intricate conspiracy surrounding you. I'm surprised I didn't find the notes there. I'm in trouble and I fear I may have put you in danger too. Reginald is listening to you carefully as you recount and explain recent events and the suspicions you have accumulated. Then you tell him your fear that you may be suffering from paranoia. I wouldn't call it paranoia, it just sounds like caution to me. I won't complain about leaving these Dutch snobs and getting back to the comfort of London. Besides, they are utterly clueless about meat pies. Don't you worry, I'll be in London before you have time to put the belly back on. Reginald laughs heartily. Alright, old boy, I don't mind admitting that I'm looking forward to being back in England. Paraquat. You embrace your friend and then accompany him to the ticket office. Only once you have seen him with a ticket in his hand and walking up to the gangway of the boat, you turn back to the flat. Perhaps you should be doing exactly the same thing as Reginald, getting back to London. After all, Delph has nothing left to offer you. You know full well that as soon as they realize that it was started deliberately, you will probably be accused of the laboratory fire. In fact, if there really is a conspiracy against you, it will give them the perfect excuse to apprehend you. You must leave Delph as soon as possible. I'm gonna evaluate. You pace the wooden floorboards of the flat, thinking and trying to come up with some way of proceeding here in Delph. But any thoughts you have come immediately up against the problem of your relative isolation and lack of contacts here. London is the only logical option. You no longer have any responsibilities or ties here. You immediately start packing your belongings in preparation to leave. Jacques? With the money still at your disposal, it shouldn't be hard to get a place on the next steamer for London, and you still have time on the trip to plan carefully your next course of action. You may even persuade the University of London to enter into competition with Delph. What is this? What is... Wait, did we win something? Skip to 3 minutes. You're busy finishing packing your bags, but you can't get these paranoid thoughts out of your mind, even without any definitive evidence to back up your suspicions. You cannot help but feel tangled up in a web of conspiracy. Bogo Nuggies at Makas. Hold on, because this is the competition that we did. So let's skip to 3 minutes.
And the winner for best theme goes to Real Bravo for their film Christmas Shoots. This was a really nice film about reconciliation. So congratulations, team. We will see you at Filmapalooza. Now, on to our remaining finalists. These teams' films are presented by team name in alphabetical order.
We find out.
So, first one is Hotfoot by Empower Video Production. Joining them is There Will Be Soup by Extra Rad. Next up is Stealing Time.
God, this is so...
Studios.
Because there's like, what, 15, 14?
They will be joined by Lunar Lunch Break from Film Vandals. Continuing, we have A Cloudy Moon by Hell Brothers Home Video.
The thing is, my friend sent
Next up
this.
is Tandem
instead of being like, we didn't win. So I'm like, did we win?
They are joined by couples counseling by MIG Supreme.
God, what's her name again? I forgot her
Following
name.
them is the one who'd ended all.
Ah! I'm a finalist! Oh my god, we're finalists for Filmapalooza! Boom, 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 boom! Ba-da-ba-ba-bum! There's my dumb face! Oh my god, we're finalists! Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Oh my god! Oh, we're finalists. Oh crap, now I have to buy a ticket to go to California. God damn it. We're finalists in Filmapalooza. 73 teams. 73 teams. And only 15 are allowed to move on to the next batch. What? That means we did good. Oh my god, no. That means people in California are gonna see me act. No! No! Nina, what is happening? I mean, I guess so. Oh my god. I'll be sure to post, Bro! Boom. I'm not shocked, but also me screaming on stream. Oh my god, we won! Well, not won, but you know, we kind of won. It's kind of a win. Bro, fuck yes. I love that they're like, I'm not shocked, but... Oh my god, okay, hold on. Let me just copy this, put it in the film thing so you guys can see and, you know, see who are the other people that won, because, you know, that means they also did good too. That means they also did cool. We are finalists. Bam, bam. That way I can watch it later. Ugh. Oh god. I now need to like call them and be like, all right, what hotel are we staying at? When are we flying in? When are we flying out? I'll be like, look, work, I can't come in for a week. I gotta attend this big film convention and see if we win. Shit. Procedure, you need only to go back to the basics of procedure. The only remedy for the physical and mental chaos of the last few days is return to the discipline of your military training and logically evaluate your best course of action. Shrangale. Well, I mean, I think it's in LA. Actually, just look up Filmapalooza. Wherever they're having it, that's where it is. And that shit's coming up. Oh, it's coming up. You will return to London, given the uncertainty of your situation and the possible risks. You should try to identify the people watching you and throw them off your trail. And if it turns out that no one is watching you, you will at least have taken all due precautions. I just wanna just be like, ah. That's so exciting. That's so exciting. Who can focus? Who can focus at a time like this? God, we have to go now. We have to go to Filmapalooza now. Because our frickin' movie's in. Because, you know, Nina Wood. Oh, Larrington. God. Nina Wood. Because, you know, Nina Wood. Sorry. I'm sorry. I know we're trying to like read this like super serious story. Yeah, it's in March. So if anybody's in LA in March attending Filmapalooza, you'll see me. Where's yours, Larrington? Game no matter. Nina Wood. Hold on. Yours should be there, Larrington. I think it was too soon after Tony's. Oh, very nice. In spite of everything, this disciplined thinking seems to momentarily calm your nerves. It's not. I'm jazzed. You just need to focus. As you close the last bag, someone knocks at the door. Oh. You approach the door, but do not open it immediately. You ask who it is, and a voice with a heavy North African accent claims to be a messenger. Distrusting. Yeah, let's do it. You cautiously open the door just enough to see who it is there, but not so much as to expose yourself to any risk. Waiting there is a black man with a scarred face wearing a robe which looks much too small for him. He hands you a note. A message for Mr. Huntington. You take the note from the hands of the man, who looks at you with a slightly idiotic smile. You thank him, and he nods. For a second, you seem to catch a strange twinkle in the man's eyes. Oh, don't do that, Nina, your fist is budged. It's over in an instant, and it may have only been a trick of the light, or your imagination. Right away, you sit down and begin reading the unexpected message. Jake, this is the second time I'm writing to advise you. I hope that the fulfillment of the predictions of my first message has convinced you of my good intentions. You do not know me, Jake, but I am a friend, and the time has come to warn you. You shiver involuntarily. You had completely forgotten about the mysterious message which you received in Zanzibar. I can't imagine that you have already started noticing strange things happening around you and must have many suspicions. I can confirm for you now that these are indeed justified and that you've attracted the attention of a very powerful and very secret cult. This cult counts among its members captains of industry, nobles, politicians, and many other types of powerful people, and they have only one overriding objective: total control. British Secret Service, no doubt. They have different ways of gaining it, but there is a plan that they have been pursuing for a very long time. It is a plan that involves the disease. Epidemics are one of their main weapons of control, and thus you've assumed a key role in their eyes. You must be ready to defend yourself. A friend. House of Windsor? Ooh, 12 experience. Damn. Push. Perfect. Medicine or fighting. I might have to fight. Get my fists ready. You read the message twice. You are quite certain that it is no joke, but can you really trust this friend? In light of this latest development, the thought of returning to London is looking ever more attractive. I'm gonna trust the informant. You will carry out your plan as you have already decided, but because of the latest warning, you think it advised to acquire a pistol for yourself. You remember having seen a gun shop on your wanderings around Delft. In the end, you find it but quite a bit further away than you had remembered. A shopkeeper welcomes you with a smile, and you tell him that you're looking for a small, easily concealable pistol. He shows you various models, but one of them immediately stands out as exactly what you were looking for. Buy it and leave. Unwanted guests. Just gonna take a peek here real quick. I'm just so glad they liked it. I'll have to watch the rest of the video later, but I was like, what are we at? And they're just like, well, I was gonna have soup today, but now that I know I'm a finalist in Filmapalooza, I'm like, I have to make stories, and I need to order myself a fancy meal. Probably McDonald's chicken nuggets. And be like, I did it. I deserve a treat, damn it. Time for some ramen. I mean, I just have the, instant pack ramen. But if I could get, a real bowl of ramen, oh, delicious. Everything is ready. You need only leave your flat, head to the port, board your ship, and you will be on your way home. As you're about to leave the flat, you hear footsteps on the stairs outside. They stop right outside your door. All the nuggies. You pull out the gun and hold it ready as I try to quickly pull up how many chapters are left on this thing. Dr. Huntington, I must speak with you. They do not even knock. They know full well that you are inside and that you can hear them. You are frozen on the spot, waiting. After a brief, eerie silence, the door is violently kicked down and 3 men burst in. I'm gonna wait, because maybe they think I'm dead. Wait. The 3 men burst into the room, but they instantly freeze when they see the pistol in your hand. Dr. Huntington, I think you are mistaken. Giving them gunpoint. Speech or observation, which is better? They're about the same. I'm gonna observe. Yes! The 3 men stare in silence as you maneuver towards the door, the gun pointed firmly in their direction the whole time. I wouldn't do that, Dr. Huntington. You'll only make more trouble for yourself. Like I said, I got 4, and I need 10 more. I need 10 more points. I can do this. Moving slowly and keeping all 3 men in view, you reach the top of the stairs and start moving down them. The moment they are out of sight, you turn and start running. You leave the building and sprint along the pavement. Without much time to think, you decide on the closest familiar place, the home of a colleague from the university. In a few minutes, you reach the house and start pounding incessantly on the door, your heart racing. You turn back to the street. So far, there's no sign of the 3 men, but it's only a question of time before they catch up. A valet comes to the door. The valet won't let you in, so you start yelling the name of your colleague. After a few seconds, you see his face appear in the window. You quickly turn to explain the danger you are in and about the men chasing you. To your horror, he does not even answer you, but gestures to his valet to get rid of this drunk himself or call the police. I've been abandoned. You move back over to the window to protest, but as soon as you do, the valet closes and locks the door. We gotta run. You're enraged, but you have no time to protest or think anything else. The men chasing you might be around the corner at any moment. You continue running. You instinctively think of going to the police, but that could make things worse. You are quite certain that you will be a prime suspect for the fire in the university laboratory. Laboratory? Laboratory. Without any clear destination, you keep running, trying to lose your pursuers. Then, as you are turning a corner, someone grabs hold of you, and before you can see who it is, you are knocked unconscious by a blow to the head. You wake up still groggy. You try to get up from the bed in which you find yourself, but suddenly feel a painful throbbing in your head. The memories come flooding back. Delph, Biger, the attack. Where the hell are you anyway? Question, what item did I just lose? Because it said lost an item. What did I lose? Is it my gun? I bet it was my gun. I bet it was my gun. The notes of your research were stolen. Oh, traveled. Oh. My gun was stolen. Bro, Nina. Yes, Rip. Hi. What's up? Did you hear that we're finalists for Filmapalooza? Why are we broing me? You slide out a comfortable bed of fine linen sheets and look about the room. It is spacious, pleasant, and in addition to the bed, there is a sitting area and a small bookcase. Go back to the how many chapters? I feel like we're close to the end of chapter 2, because once we get there, I'll stop, because then that's like a good, like, halfway. I was scrolling through your Discord server. Ooh! Which part? Went up there for the grabs channel. Yes, I have many free games up for grabs. Anyone can just ask. I may have spoiled it. Grabs channel. Hold on. Good friend. What? There's still more. I don't know. You saw ooh, I'm guessing you want 911 operator? Had a heart attack and realized that that was your guys' police. Oh no, Rip. Heavy ornate door. You approach the door and try to open it. The handle turns, but I guess I'll try calling someone. Hello? Shout a few more times, gradually getting louder, but no answer comes. You decide to give up with the door and to explore the room instead. Before long, you've confirmed your initial impressions. Everything is refined and high quality, better even than your home back in London. Nah, you're good, Rip. I was like, did you want the game, or were you just like, Occasionally, you return to the door and try the handle in vain. I'm gonna explore. You scan the room, examining every inch of the walls in search of any opening or clue that might yield further information. You examine the furniture and the bookcase for a second time. Yeah. Think. You find nothing, however, save the fact that the room must be cleaned and tidied fairly frequently. It must have had many guests over a long period of time. Aside, and what the noise makes you jump? The door opens. In silence, you prepare for confrontation. A man enters the room wearing only a sort of monochrome kilt, a skull cap, and a strange stone mask. He is carrying a tray of food. Why are you shirtless? The No Towers meme. Oh! Ooh, yeah, that would have been an awkward game. You immediately start asking questions, but the man ignores you completely. He puts down the tray and turns to leave. You go forward, trying to stop him, but you are suddenly paralyzed by an intense pain in your arm. You can only turn your head an inch or two, enough to glimpse a hair-thin needle protruding from your right shoulder. Watching him leave, you notice another man by the door, dressed in the same bizarre manner. Did he shoot me with a poison dart? Like a paralyzing dart? You can only watch them silently leave and close the door. After a few minutes, the paralysis weakens. Somewhat discombobulated, you pull out the needle and look at the tray, on which there are various tasty-looking dishes. Get me out of here! Several hours pass before anything else happens. The door opens, and this time it's a woman who enters. She is dressed identically to the men. Bare-chested, skirt, skull cap, and stone mask. I don't know what's gonna happen next. I was like, let me just... As absurd as the clothing is, there is something sacerdotal about it that reminds you of pictures of Sumerian and Egyptian priests you vaguely remember seeing somewhere. Of course, there's no dogs, but you know what? Rick and Morty blanket. Again, you are dumbfounded by the whole affair, but this time you notice, straight away, the man standing at the doorway. You watch as the woman places another full tray of food on the table and takes away the untouched previous one. Okay, she's gone. She's gone. You look at the food and inhale its aroma. The dishes are appetizing and clearly prepared with care. Your stomach grumbles. You haven't eaten for many hours. I don't trust him. The gold is kicking. Can I join? I don't trust it. I don't trust it. You throw yourself on the bed and start thinking. It's made difficult by the delicious smell of the food drifting over from the tray. What strange manner of torture could this possibly be to be locked up in such luxurious conditions? Nah, because if I don't eat, they're gonna have to mess with me. You're trying to make sense of this perplexing situation, but your mind, or rather your stomach, keeps wandering back to the tray. You're famished, but you have to stay strong. You don't even know how long you'll be kept here. I ain't eating. You get up and irritably flip the table, tray, and all its contents onto the floor. You return to the bed. The constant illumination of the room gives you no clues as to the passage of time or whether it's day or night. After only a few minutes, you fall asleep. I'm already in one semi-dark. You wake up with ravenous hunger and stomach cramps. Still entirely unaware of how much time has elapsed, you notice that the room has been tidied and the tray of food has been replaced with another. You need to eat. This time, the last of your concerns is poison. You attack the delicious food on the tray, almost choking in your fever. Even if they hadn't replaced the tray, you would probably have eaten the floor you'd knocked to the floor. Eaten the food you'd knocked to the floor. Many days have passed, even though you have no way of knowing exactly how many. If this absurd imprisonment is to continue much longer, you are quite sure that you will lose your mind. Once again, you are lying in bed, thinking about having been woken up. You get up to do some exercise, and as you are doing the last push-ups, you raise your head to see something very unusual and unexpected. The door is ajar. 16 experience points. Oh, I got medicine. You never know. Maybe I could be like, oh, I've been paralyzed. I know how to get it out. You approach the door slowly. You are listening out for even the slightest noise, but there is only silence. You try to peer beyond the small gap between the door and the frame, but it's too narrow. You stop to think for a moment. I could thrust it open, or I could open it with extreme caution. Brave. Sick with frustration at your captivity, you decide to take full advantage of this chance. Nonetheless, you are a little cautious, thinking that it's very likely to be some kind of trap. Ready to face anything rather than go with this interminable boredom and silence, you push open the door. Right? I'm just like, just go. Full ham. Oh my god, you find yourself in a corridor lined with several doors, all identical to that from which you came. There is wallpaper covering the walls, making it impossible to understand what type of building it is. There is nothing else, only a corridor with 6 doors. I'm gonna say farthest. You carefully take a few steps along the corridor and try the farthest door from yours. You grab the handle, but it's locked. I'm gonna see if I can hear anything. You put your ear to the door and concentrate on trying to pick up even the slightest noise. You think you can hear breathing, but you decide that it could just be a trick of the mind or the pressure caused by having your ear pressed against the door. You leave the door and try another. You try another door. This time, one in the center of the corridor. It is closed. You try the one opposite. The handle churns. The Club of Stone Masks. Warily, you push the door and enter the room. You find yourself in a large room with a huge library, leather armchairs, and sumptuous furnishings. It looks like a lounge of any of those more prestigious gentlemen's club in London. Men and women are sitting around quietly conversing. Although they are dressed in the same bizarre clothes with which you are by now familiar, grinning stone masks, kilts, and that bizarre little skull cap, their posture and overall bearing seems to identify them as nobility. On their wrists, they all have the same tattoo, a shape reminiscent of an eye. You know that you have seen that tattoo before, in Zanzibar. It cannot be a coincidence, so they have been watching you for some time. You remember something else, the almost identical symbol you saw in the book about ancient Egyptians in London. What could the connection be? The atmosphere is extremely surreal. They are acting as if you were not even there. Finally, someone notices you. Dr. Huntington, finally you have decided to join us. His voice is muffled by the mask, and he makes a gesture for you to sit in a nearby armchair. Everyone present turns to look at you through the dark holes in their masks. On the table in front of you there is a glass of red wine which you are sure is of the finest quality. You do not dare to take it, but rather listen carefully to the masked man who is speaking to you. Dr. Huntington, let us not get off on the wrong foot. I can imagine that you have many questions, and I assure you, if you make the right choices, there will be a time when you will be given all the answers you seek, and many that, as yet, you do not. The Freemasons? I don't know. Freemasons normally don't have masks like this. You can feel all the people in the room staring at you. Also, Freemasons, aren't they triangle? I thought they were triangle. Not a diamond eye. Staring at you, analyzing you. After spending days in your luxurious prison, you know that you are unlikely to gain anything with a direct attack. Yet there is something familiar about that voice. Though it's muffled, its tone and phrase remind you of one you have heard before. There is a strange accent, but the distortion makes it difficult to identify. But the height and body size match well. Could the man who's addressing you actually be Meyer? I saw before the logo. The secret Disney World Club. Ooh, yeah, that's right. There's that too. I'm gonna let him continue. Answers will come. First of all, to have them, you must make choices, hopefully the right ones. We do, after all, have at least one objective in common. For now, you have no room to maneuver, and he is at pains to point that out to you. However, the mere fact that you are still alive means that somehow they need you. You let the man continue. Yeah. We are, let's say, a very exclusive club. Our members come from the elite of many different specialties in different parts of the world. We include nobility, entrepreneurs, and military men, even some like you from the world of science. We have been active as a group for a very long time. Our work goes back countless generations. We've always had significant influence on all major historical events. And now we are close to achieving what could be termed a new level of influence. Oh, that's interesting, Herb. As you're listening to his words, you wish it was possible to write them off as those of a madman, but you cannot. In fact, they seem to describe a world very close to that which you've been imagining. Certain resources and unique capabilities allow access to our group. Capabilities such as your own, Dr. Huntington. You're an intelligent man, Doctor. I do not imagine that I need to tell you just how many advantages there are for you once you've decided to join us. Ooh, 12 experience, hello. Okay, we're back at 20, we need 50. For this reason, we have taken care not to let your name become public knowledge. We do not allow publicity for our members. What if I just reject it outright? Be like, no! I think I understand the implications of what you're offering. That the deaths that I would be responsible for. There's no need to reframe your proposal. I refuse. After a moment of silence, the man behind the mask starts laughing merrily. Suddenly, everyone is laughing with him. Then, when the laughter is over, they start to file out of the room. We shall wait for you here tomorrow, Dr. Huntington. That said, he gets up. He too gets up and starts to walk away. You go to protest, but as soon as you take one step forward, another of the masked men blocks your way. He has a large, powerful physique, and he says nothing. Immobile before you, he only points to the door from which you came. I'm gonna insist. You shot towards the man who had been speaking to you, giving free rein to your anger and frustration. Nothing you can say appears to have any effect on the men and women who continuously leave the room. Who continue silently leaving the room. Right? If it's better, but from what we know, it's not. They want to control an epidemic so they have control over the world. So, you know, if somebody's acting up, they might be like, oh, too many people? Epidemic. And they're like, how do we start a war between these countries? Oh, I know, epidemic. So I don't think they're good guys about making the world a better place. Left in the room, impassive and unbudging, there is only the large man, still pointing to the door. You stop to think for a moment. You're quite sure that he wouldn't kill you, whatever you do, but hurt you? Use those damn paralyzing needles. With a sense of defeat, you turn and walk back to the door of the corridor. Entering the corridor, you find the door of your room open and going inside. Your eyes widen at what you find there. There is a wonderful 5-course feast of fine food, including quail and other such dishes, some that you don't even recognize. You have only just crossed the threshold when the door closes behind you. You need not check to know that it is locked again. Yeah, I don't think it's going that route, Tony. It's more of a just a like, we control everything to our whims. Ooh, we've got 6 points. Okay. You awaken from tormented sleep full of terrible nightmares, which you can barely remember. You are left with distressing imitations of dark and ominous forms, but any sort of concrete image fades immediately away. When you calm down a little, you see the door to the corridor is wide open. You can see into the corridor and even part of the door, which you know leads to the club. You presume that the door is also unlocked. I'm gonna ignore the open door. You decide to ignore the members of this elusive club. You are quite happy to avoid further prejudications or attempts at indoctrination. You stay in your room, devour the breakfast that is waiting for you there, and then try to reason through all the events that have occurred to you thus far. I would want to explore the other doors. As is by now your routine, you lie down in your bed after eating and soon you are asleep. Upon awakening, you can see the door is once again open. This time, however, there is no meal. Time goes on and you go on ignoring the open door. Many hours have passed, perhaps even a whole day. Your stomach starts grumbling. Since you decide to stay in your room, no more food has been brought to you. Stubbornly insist on staying in your room? No, I'm gonna stay. You stoically remain in your room, letting the hours drift by and trying with ever less success to ignore the protestations of your stomach. The hunger is once again becoming unbearable. Here's the thing, they don't want me dead. If they wanted me dead, they would have killed me. They're gonna give me food eventually, even if I continue this. Finally, you succumb. Weakly, you get up and totter over to the door of the club. Entering the large room, your nostrils are immediately hit with the powerful aroma of roast meat, and you look up to see there on the table, as if waiting for you. Trying to remain calm, you sit and help yourself to a healthy-sized portion. Welcome back, Dr. Huntington. In the room, there are fewer people. Although you cannot be certain, given the concealment of the mask, you presume that the man who is speaking to you is the same as the previous occasion. I'm out of their cult. As you can see now, the right choices bring rewards. The room continues to fill, and the man watches you as you eat your plate of food. When you finish, he gets up to go join the conversation of a group of other members a little way off. Ah! She's back! A woman approaches you, entirely unconcerned with her nudity. Gesturing, she shows you the room, apparently inviting you to enjoy its many pleasures. Then she goes off to join a group of people playing cards at a low table. Go back to your room, take a seat in the armchair, drink. I'm going back to my room. Bye. You decide to return to your room, that you are unwilling to take part in this perverse pantomime. No one stops you or calls after you as you go. Back in your room, you sit in the chair to mull things over. They need to stop with the female presenting. Actually, it doesn't even be female presenting anymore. That's like a Tumblr term. I don't want to get in trouble. You do not notice falling asleep. The door of your room is still open. But this time, there is no food on the table. You have probably only been dozing for a few minutes. Time goes on and you go on ignoring the open door. Many hours have passed, perhaps even a whole day. Your stomach starts grumbling. Since you decide to stay in your room, no one has brought it. I'm gonna stay. And then finally I succumb, and then I meander out. Welcome back, Dr. Huntington. Oh my god, is it gonna be repeating? As you can see now, the right choices bring rewards. Ah! She's back! Ah! God, stop it. A woman approaches you entirely unconcerned with her nudity. Gesturing, she shows you the room, apparently inviting you to enjoy its many pleasures. Then she goes off to join a group of people playing cards at a low table. I can take a seat in the armchair, or I can drink something. I'm gonna drink something. You decide to get involved this time. God, I'm like, stop it! Stop it! You decide to get involved this time, so you take a drink, a plate of food from the buffet, and move from one group of people to another, silently observing. As you approach the men and women, they turn to you, nod politely, and then resume their discussions as if you were no longer there. You realize that apart from the partial nudity, the masks and presence of ladies, you may as well be spending an afternoon at a typical exclusive gentleman's club in London. You start to listen in some of the conversations, but they are vivacious and incredibly dull. Suddenly, the ringing of a bell draws everyone's attention. At the sound of the bell, all the members leave the room. Again, you are surprised, but then after a few moments, the heavily built member of the club reappears and again points to the door. Evidently, you're not allowed to be in the room alone. You go back to your room. Days pass thus. Each time your door opens, the room is available to you, but only when occupied by members of the club. You visit every time, you're welcome to greet it, but no one speaks to you directly. You've been to the room of the club several times now with the implicit understanding that if you stop going, you'll stop receiving food. You cannot fathom the intentions of these strange people, at least not until you see a series of newspaper article clippings intentionally placed at the entrance of the hall. They are all articles about accidents involving the supposedly random disappearance of famous people, overturned carriages, fatal beatings by thugs, and arson attacks. The dates and origins of the newspapers from which they have been taken differ widely. Studying them carefully, you almost want to smile. The message, the threat they imply is clear. Crystal clear. Well, Dr. Huntington, what do you think of our club? At this point, it's clear that your only option is to pretend to play along. Bold, cautious. I believe I was mistaken. I am interested in your offer after all. Pretend! Many things, Dr. Huntington, many things. Nothing, however, that you are not perfectly able to accomplish. I failed an achievement? What achievement? You have caused some trouble to your jailers and tried to rebel during your prison. Oh, because I didn't go with it? How's that a failure? How's that a failure? Because I didn't follow them? Because I was like, nah, man, F this. This game. It's mad that I ain't a sheep. That's alright, Stockholm Syndrome is bullshit anyway. All conversation in the room has suddenly fallen silent. All the masks are turned towards you, but you pretend not to have noticed. I suggest you go to your room and get some rest, Dr. Huntington. Tomorrow you'll be awakened to your new life, then you may begin to receive some of the answers which you so desire. For the umpteenth time, you watch as the members of the club slowly leave the room, followed by your interlocutor. This time you are left entirely alone. Even the muscular guard has left with the others. Following the advice you have just been given, you head back to your room. Your dreams were chaotic and fragmented. You wake up slightly dizzy and tense. On the table there has appeared a folded piece of paper, and on the chair are the clothes in which you awoke here the first time. After dressing, you take a look at the sheet of paper. It contains instructions that tell you when and how to contact the cult. If the date mentioned in the text is near, you calculate that you have spent nearly 3 weeks in this prison. I don't even know where I'm at. I don't even know where I'm at anymore. You fold and pocket the paper and go out into the hallway. You try the door of the club, but this time it's locked. You try another, but it's also locked. Strange. You try one more door. This time the door opens and you are immediately struck by natural light and fresh air. You stumble out, drunk for a few moments of fresh air and liberty. You find yourself on a small, rather sordid alleyway. Coming out onto a main road, you see something which lifts your spirits even further. Through a light fog, you see an unmistakable profile. Hi, Cass, the clock tower of Big Ben. All this time, thinking that you were in a club in Delft with a very London atmosphere, you are in fact in London all along. Go directly to your house. I would say explore a little bit. You feel a desire to walk a little, to reestablish contact with reality. Your captivity over the last few weeks makes everything around you seem hollow and artificial. What has happened to reality? Now you are aware that the world around you hides more secrets than you could have imagined. Soon you find yourself wandering without purpose nor destination. You feel eyes watching you constantly. After the first exhilarating moments, the city seems to you now alien and oppressive. Before you are overcome by this creeping sense of paranoia, you call a hansom cab and head home. Strangers for Judgment Day. Ba-da-da-dum. I have no idea where I am. Like, chapter-wise. Let's see. Because they're like achievements, and I'm like, I don't want to really know the achievements. I just want to know if I'm on chapter 2 or 3. Because, oh my goodness, Tum Tum, shush. Okay, I'm not done. Once I get the blood ritual achievement, that's when we know chapter 2 is done. Okay. Your studies seem small to you now, cold and foreign. Your encounter with the sect has made everything from your old reality appear fake. You pick up a photographic portrait of Helen, looking for something to hold on to, but even her memory seems distant now. That tummy gonna get hangry soon. Wait, can you actually hear my stomach growling? I'm trying to hold it to muffle it. I'm sorry if you hear it growling. Zanzibar, the epidemic, Delph, and the meeting with the sect, darkness has begun to consume your very life. It all seems completely insane. Ironically, the only coherent thing in all this chaos is the bizarre cult itself. What is this? Text messages from the homies? We're 1 block away from downtown. That's right where the theater was. How are we figuring out hotel and like where to stay? I don't remember. She said this. Rooms to sleep 4. International film. I'm fine with any sleeping arrangements. Yeah, I was like, I'm fine with any sleeping arrangements. Because we're going to Mother. Pokemon Card 151 set announced in June next, or new X starter decks in July. Oh, fancy. No, but soon we're gonna hear about a massive earthquake. It's shush! I will buy food for my tummy, don't worry. Reflecting on recent events, you think it increasingly likely that the Germans who gave you the money are members of this cult. It would be a logical assumption, thus whether you like it or not, you have already collaborated with them. After this thought, you have another which makes you angry. You cannot help but feel that you've been at the mercy of events beyond your control. You have been controlled and used as a tool. You must somehow regain control of your life. I know, I'm gonna order something. You only have 3 more days before you must meet the sect again, and you must prepare yourself. You toy with the thought of accepting their proposal. Why should it be so absurd? You pace the house thinking, trying to clear your head, when you notice a letter on the table in the hall. I'm also gonna open up Grubhub, because I know they take forever to get here. I deserve fancy food. Uber says eat. I know, that's why I'm opening up the Grubby Hub. The envelope is entirely blank. You pick it up with the curious sense of expectation. Oh god, dear Jake. My poor mystery benefactor is like, god damn it, man, you had one job and you got snatched. Question, do they deliver to me? No, I'm out of range. No. What about the other place? Do they deliver to me? Dun, 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 dun. Where they at? Where they at? That's like the sad thing, like some of the restaurants were like, we no longer deliver to you, and I'm like, no, you're delicious. This Red Lobster? I haven't had them in forever. Now I'm out of range. Maybe. What about the sushi place? I'm within range, but the food won't arrive till 5. Oh, that's so far. Unfortunately, my warnings proved to be of little use. Yeah, not your fault, I tried. They kidnapped my ass. Alright, we're at 38. We're almost there. Moves Nina to downtown Austin. Oh, thanks. I mean, at the end of the month, we'll find out. Well, now you can go with the, do you know who I am? Line on them.
Do you know who I am? I just wanted some Red Lobster. I haven't had it in so long.
As I write, I understand that you have been taken captive by the mad Hastialka cult. They will not harm you, at least not physically, and will not keep you locked up for long. Their sole purpose is to seduce you and bend you to their will. Don't worry, I'm pretending. The words of this mysterious informant seem almost in mockery, and your initial reaction is to throw the letter into the fire. There are 2 things which strike you as interesting, though. Firstly, the letter speaks definitively of a cult, the religious implications of which disturb you greatly. And secondly, it mentions a peculiar name, completely unfamiliar to you. Who or what is Hastalki? This film star needs her cheddar biscuits. Stop. Stop. Don't even stop. 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 Yes, I would like my cheddar biscuits, please. The comet approaches, and they are hurrying. This is to our advantage, Jake. With your intelligence and inner strength, it will not be easy for them to brainwash you. I know, too, that you are to meet with them shortly for your initiation. Stop. I can't stop thinking about just being like, Nino, you've just won the award. What do you want? I want cheddar biscuits from Red Lobster. I'm going to Red Lobster. Another piece of information that sounds absurd, recalling ancient and primitive beliefs and superstitions. A comment. If you have not yet been corrupted by their influence, this may well be your best chance. It would be the ideal moment to deal them a decisive blow. It could perhaps even destroy them. This time you could have some support, however. Hang a strip of white cloth from your window to let me know. A friend. Bro. Cheddar biscuits covered in flaked gold and garlic dipping sauce. Oh my god, Tony. I am the hungry? Stop describing heaven to me. That sounds delicious. Now, do we want sushi? Apparently the sushi does not have anything I want. What? What? They're like, we'll deliver to you, but everything you want is not on the menu. You reflect on the letter's contents. Most of all, you're wondering whether the informant really does have your best interest. I throw the letter. Seems to want to brainwash you himself. Nah. I'm gonna agree. You reread the letter. You are unsure as to whether or not this mysterious informant can be trusted, but it seems clear that you have a common enemy, that which he calls the cult of Hestalki. Which makes sense, because the guy who stole the journal tried to steal the letter out of my pocket. So they're probably like, oh, he's trying to stop us again. So I'm like, yeah. I'll work with him. Alright, the cult is a threat. You are still unclear as to its intentions and objectives, but you now know that something must be done to stop it. You've always considered yourself a man of principle, and this is not the time to back down. However, it would be unreasonable to assume you can act effectively on your own. Call Reginald, Smith. I'm gonna call Smith. He's a military man. Strategy. I hope he's not a part of it. You call a handsome cab and have it take you to the address which Smith gave you. Like, I saved his son's life, so even, like, cult status-wise, I'd be like, bruh, you owe me. Cheddar biscuits with a Nugget Fest? Fine, I'll order something, Jesus. Ooh, chow patty vada pav? Bell puree? Oh my god, this looks so good. I don't know what restaurant this is. I've never been here, but it looks so good. I kind of find something, though, that my body knows. Because if I introduce new food, the body would be like, "Ruh!" I think this is convenient. Reckon it's a test by the baddies. Could be, but then again, that stuff's been happening since the beginning. On arrival at the front door, you suddenly feel worried. How will your old captain react to what you have to tell him? In the event, Smith appears straight away and opens the door with an unusually jovial smile. Shakes your hand vigorously and with a sweeping motion, gestures you inside. I continuously try to find something to eat. Because I don't know what I want. What do I want to eat? Do I want salmon? I think I want salmon. I want fish. Give it something new. Gotta get ready for all that fancy Nina food. Stop. I will always be humble and cheap. As you continue to stare at the cup of tea in your hands, but which you have not yet sipped, you recount the incredible story of your encounter with the cult. Finally, you explain what it is you intend to do. Ooh, more experience. Ooh, the achievement unlocked, the promise kept. Ooh, speechcraft, medicine, observation, fighting. I'm gonna say speech, because if I might need to talk myself out of some stuff. Or I might need to convince them, like, hey, I'm not a crazy man. 1 second. I need to find something, because like this growing stomach is getting louder. And it usually takes about an hour to get to me, so I'm like, if I'm hungry now, I'll be very hungry by the time the food arrives. No, I can't do jerk. I'm too baby for that. Trying to expand my palates. I mean, I had a baked salmon, which was pretty good. I don't know what I want to eat. Listens in silence to your every word. While you are speaking, he does not seem particularly credulous, but when you have finished, it makes no comments to that effect. He owes you that much. You arrange a time and a place to meet and shake hands once more. Oh, he's just like, yeah, sure, I'll believe you, man. You're pleased that you were able to garner support for what you have to do. Alone, you might have even have given up or done something unwise. Oh god, what would I have done unwise? I think I want Asian food. Bombay Express, what do you got? You got samosas. That could be yummy. Taste of North India, taste of South India. Oh. About to make me so happy. Let's try this. You prepare yourself for the confrontation. You try to mentally draw up a plan to turn everything into a logical sequence of actions and events, not only to be able to act more effectively, but also to anticipate any unexpected weaknesses. If you want to succeed, you'll have to be as calculating as possible. Dude, samosas are so good. Ooh, spicy wontons. Damn it, these are just the appetizers. They want 17 bucks for their fried rice? That's a lot. You ascend the stairs and get ready to put the agreed signal at the window. Despite not fully trusting your ally, you do believe that he is hostile to the cult. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy. That's some wonton food consumption. What up? Larrington. Yes, silly. There is someone at the door. Only one night has passed since you hung the signal at the window. You open the door to find a messenger. He is a stocky black man with a penetrating eyes, and he is holding a package. Place near me charges a lot for their dishes, but you get, like, a meal size, right? What have they given me? Appetizers, soup. Okay, decently priced fried rice. Have I eaten here? I don't think I've eaten here, so let's order from them. I like fried rice. Do I want pork, chicken, beef? Ooh, shrimp. Ooh, and they got lau mein. Red bean. Red bean? They put red bean in their fried rice. Why? That's new and interesting. Red bean. As soon as he is given it to you, he is gone. Without even waiting for a tip, you slowly open the strange box containing various items and a note. The note details certain chemicals to be purchased and their instructions for assembling the whole into a small explosive. Well, that wasn't Indian, that was just normal Asian cuisine. Or I guess India, sorry, Asian. It was Chinese. It was a Chinese restaurant. That's why I was like, red bean. You do not need any further explanation. Build the bomb. Success! You are sitting in your study, preparing to build the device by reading the instructions. You assemble the components, carefully mix the chemicals, and even more carefully pour them into the central part. The whole thing is a very delicate operation, and it takes considerable time. 4 experience points. Wow, that is a nice bomb. You know, I haven't had Panda Express in a hot minute, but like once you try like somewhat more authentic Asian places and then you go back there, you're just like, oh. After several hours work, you have successfully put together something bizarre looking and slightly disturbing. The bomb is ready! Along with the instructions for the device, there are also directions for the preparation of a fireproof ointment to spread on your body. You have prepared this too with all due care. If this is the goo that I think it is, that is very noticeable. Like, that's a very noticeable goo. You complete an achievement. Ready for war. Okay, we're at 16. I need 50. 50 is the next one. Someone knocks at the door. It's Smith. You invite him in and offer him some Dutch courage. While sipping your spirits, Smith shows you what he is hiding in a large bundle. A very strange rifle indeed. Oh, wow. It's called a Madsen. It's a sort of portable machine gun. It's only a prototype, but I have my channels, and this, I imagine, is as good as any time to test it. Oh my god. Mr. Huntington's rebirth. Yeah, the place near me fried rice is 15, but it's a box of rice. Ooh, see, that's good. The thing is, like, The rice here can either be like a nice big container like what we had from the Hala Bros, which was like, that was decently priced. I think that was like, what, $13? And I was like, that's decently priced. Like, that fed me for 2 days. But then, like, sometimes you'll get like those small containers and you're like, this is $17? This doesn't even fill me. So I try to find like a nice middle ground because I don't know the size. The moment has arrived and you are unexpectedly calm. You are ready to do what needs to be done. Ooh, we're at 5:16. I didn't realize. Okay, well, food's gonna have to wait. We're on a time crunch. The moment has arrived and you are unexpectedly calm. You're ready to do it. You call a coach and prepare to go to the meeting point. You glimpse small snatches of London scenes through the carriage window as you pass. A part of you says goodbye in case you should never see it again. Smith is sitting in front of you, silently smoking his pipe. He occasionally looks over at you, but you know he isn't going to interrupt your thoughts. He never looks out the window and occasionally picks up his weapon in his hand and checks its parts thoroughly. For the first time in many months, you feel completely calm. You know now that you're not crazy and no longer feel a terrible weight of persecution, whether real or imagined. Instead, you have a clear purpose and a chance to put an end to the nefarious plans of an insidious monster. As per the instructions, you get out of the carriage a small distance from the actual meeting place. You thank and pay the driver. For a moment, you're suspicious. The driver's complexion is very dark, but you cannot be certain since it is getting dark. You try to get a better look at him. As he whips the horses into motion, he smiles, and you suddenly see his brilliant white teeth in contrast to his dark skin. I'm liking this because I think the secret cult society is just a bunch of, like, rich white dudes. And meanwhile, the enemy's like, nah, son. You walk with Smith down to the port, towards the specified dock. You pull the top hat securely down onto your head. The weight of the bomb is not so much, perhaps only a pound and a few ounces, so you can wear the hat with sufficient ease. Hidden from clothes, your skin feels slimy with the waterproof ointment you so carefully prepared. You have reserved an extra portion of it in your pocket for your face. You can't be sure whether it's enough to protect you, but deep down you realize that it matters little. At the dock, you see a man from the cult standing guard. You tell Smith to stay behind and wait for your signal. The man welcomes you, you give him the password, and he tells you to follow him. The warehouse stinks, and its gloomy interior is filled with damp, tangled ropes and boxes. You follow the man along a dark passageway, and then he moves aside a large trunk and opens a trapdoor to reveal a thin ladder going down. With nobody in sight, you make short work of the man by grabbing his throat and strangling him silently. Then you signal to Smith. When he comes over, you exchange glances, and then you go first down the ladder. Is Smith gonna put on the outfit? Because honestly, that'd be really smart if he just put on the outfit. A few yards underground, you find yourself in a large chamber that looks like a temple, but not of any ancient civilization that you know of. Dark columns, an altar, and the sound of water dripping and echoing complete the surreal scene. You feel as if you've entered a parallel world. What did my friend say? Da 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 da. Okay, talk about more tomorrow when we're all together. Cool. Alright, so they're looking it up. Nice. Around you, there are men and women wearing the by now familiar masks and kilt. On the altar, there is a mask and a kilt, presumably yours. 3 large men stand before the altar. You decide they must be the leaders. One of them gestures for you to come closer. As you walk, you feel hands upon you, gently stripping you of your blazer, while the men on the altars are chanting strange litanies, but you are hardly listening to them. It's time for you to act. Oh, I hope I choose the right moment. Okay. Let them take your clothes to buy time. Attack the cultists near you. Throw your top hat at the altar. Do it! Because I need the stuff. Do it. Just go. You have no choice. You must act. Taking off your hat, you throw it with force towards the altar. The weight of the bomb facilitates the throw. It hits the large block of stone directly, and according to plan, the internal glass components break, mixing the flammable chemicals. The explosion is not particularly big, but it is sufficient to spray the flaming liquid produced by the chemical reaction in all directions, creating a dangerous fire in a matter of seconds. 2 of the 3 men at the altar are killed in the blast. The third is lying on the ground screaming and trying to anguish the flames that are searing his skin. Many other members of the cult are on fire, and all around there is absolute chaos. You spread the remaining ointment on your face and run towards the exit. The heat of the flames is unbearing, and your clothes are starting to catch fire. You see Smith at the end of the chamber, all ready to cover your retreat with a rain of bullets. The machine gun is impressive. It vomits bullets non-stop, cutting through the bodies of the cult members with ease. You are elated by the effectiveness of Smith's weapon, but also revolted by its devastating effect. Larrington lived. 2 of the cultists are upon you, hindering your escape. Alright, I have observation and fighting. I believe my observation is better than fighting. They're the same. Try to free yourself, or try to get to the exit. I'm gonna say, get me out. Success! Thanks to Smith's cover, you have enough time to pick out the best route by which to reach the exit. You close the trap door and pull the trunk back over, weighing it down with other boxes. Did I just trap my friend in there? You walk away quickly, not just for your own safety, but to get away from the screaming, albeit muffled, coming from underground. Smith is at your side, following you silently. Okay. You are definitely not celebrating. You have done something truly terrible. You are consoled, however, by the thought that you put an end to their plan for world domination via the spread of disease. Slowly, limping with pain, you walk away from the docks with Smith. Aftermath. There we go! Chapter 2 done. That's a good time. Big Ben stands black against the night, and just beyond it there is the outline of Parliament piercing the sky with its spires. London is never silent, but at night, the usually cacophonous voice of the city is muted, and your footsteps echo and reverberate through its alleyways and mews. Question: if that's chapter 2, and there's 4 chapters, what's gonna happen in the next 2 chapters? The guy that I kind of worked with, is he a bigger bad? I guess we'll find out. But I have to order food, and I also have to edit this video because there's a whole like section where I'm just on hold with the mail people. So I think we'll call it here, if that's okay. Let everyone get back to their day, and let me freak out and like call my mom and be like, Mom, I'm gonna do this. Just, you know. I'm sorry, I'm happy. I'm excited for us. Terrified. Absolutely terrified, but excited. And I will enjoy my knobs. I'm so excited! Oh my god, we got something for Palooza! Thank you, I appreciate it, thank you.
I would like to thank all the Meepians out there. The cult of the Meep. It is strong and a proud cult. We shall rule the world with citizen science and kindness.
But anyway, thank you everyone for stopping by. Thank you for all the opals, for the new follows, and of course for the 2 raids that we got. I'm tired. I'm going to bed. But
Suzu is Marcy. Bye-bye.